find out that the sun is 93 million miles away, Biggin?
I wasn't talking about the distance. I'm talking about the elevation angle. Like it
Yeah,
doesn't
you know,
matter.
you
It
literally
doesn't
just
matter
said
what
distance,
optics.
so.
It doesn't matter what optics you're using. The fact, like, if the sun is, if your model says the sun is 30 degrees above the horizon, and you measure that, that's what it has to measure if you want your model to match reality. So how are you going to do that without assuming sphere to get a prediction? Because that's what water-based models do.
Doesn't it just bend the? Doesn't it just happen on a flat Earth, and then the light bends different from the way you guys think?
No.
That's the last part. Like first it gets the angles based on sphere, and then it connects the direction the observer
No, it gets
sees.
angles based on observation, not based on spheres. So you got to stop saying that. We just addressed that twice, I thought.
But I just addressed that's all the model is doing. The model doesn't have those angles in a data set of observations. All it uses is the ground position of the sun. And the way it gets the elevation and the azimuth is using a method that treats the Earth as a sphere. Pretty much a method that you would use if you're trying to figure out what would be the elevation angle of the sun if you're on a sphere. That is the method Walter Business model used. What comes from observation is just the ground position. So
I don't know, bro. Your objection's duly noted.
Well, all right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's what I was gonna say, dudes. Yeah, I would just drive that point home about how it, because like I said, the way that you've put it allows Witsit to say what he said, that if you're just worried about the fact that it was first used the globe, you had to have the globe in consideration in order to make his model, then just that alone, it could work the other way around. But so I think you have to go into detail why those functions only work on a globe.
Well, I got kicked
Like the
out, so
haversine.
I didn't hear the magic home run you got there. I'm
You said
terrible.
it's based on a globe, not on observation. Again.
Oh wow.
Some of the data is observed, like the ground position. Like ground position get from observation. The elevation and the azimuths you don't get from observation on Water Business model. It just uses globe math.
What the?
It's been duly noted. I already put it. I wrote it down. His objection has been in his file.
Maybe it's a good question.
Why are you not responding to that? I don't get it.
Why would 69 miles per degree, like this linear thing? Why would that apply? Just because we see in this curved perspective, when that that's a description for what the surface is doing.
What?
And it doesn't really doesn't translate if our eyes are just seeing the angles that way, because it still wouldn't work that way, because it's still a description of what's happening on the surface. The 69 miles per degree. Yeah, that part I never understood.
Because that's the ratio of our curved visual space. You go a certain amount of distance, you get a certain change in curved visual space. You guys claim that change comes because the Earth itself is curving, when in fact it's visual space that curves. We don't see in magic, infinitely extended Euclidean straight lines. That's the difference.
Oh, but you do think that the amount of degrees is going to be observed to drop is 1 degree for every 69 miles of distance?
That is what we have mapped out on the Earth.
Right, that gives you non-complanar distances, right?
Jeremy,
that, Jeremy. You were the one that came up with it, wasn't it?
Well, I'm in ground time.
That's 69 miles per degree. No, I never agreed with that.
Wait, what? That was your idea, to get the 4 points and show that the distance.
Yeah, but I never agreed that the stars we're seeing are in their actual positions and shit. That was just some other shit I was doing for some other argument.
Yeah, but the whole point doesn't rely on that. It only relies that for every degree you see it drops, then there's an extra 69 miles of distance between you and that ground position. That's all the assumptions. It doesn't rely on that being the actual position.
So even if the stars aren't, you're making a geometric claim based on the position of where the stars are, right?
No.
So you're not making a geometric claim based on where the positions of the stars. Okay, then what is this thing?
Stars. Yeah.
Okay, why don't you say your thing and then...
Right. If there's this linear relationship between angle and distance, then you can tell distance by angle, regardless on what's the explanation for that. That's giving you information on distance, and then you can use that distance to determine if they are coplanar or not.
Oh, with your four, what you're talking about with the 4 points?
Yeah, that's one example.
Yeah, I don't know. So what's the thing you got?
All right, drop in chat again.
Dude, none of
see
my
what the
chats
rest
are
of the
loading,
person's
dude.
saying.
My whole Discord is completely glitching, bro.
Oh, I just explained
You
it.
need to make an update. Are you on your PC?
Yeah.
Just you tried resetting your PC. I had to reset my laptop when I was bugging out a second ago.
What about the browser version of Discord?
I don't know. I'm making a thumbnail anyway. You're kind of in white noise realm right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, Jeremy asked me to show it to you. I'll just describe it then. You can see it right now.
Oh, I was just letting you know that.
That you're not listening. What? I mean, if you're not listening, I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah, I'm making a thumbnail.
Okay, you don't know. I'll tell you.
And this 69 mile per degree worked with the thing you showed me?
Yes, dude. We have an optical. Okay, we have an optical relationship between the sky and our position. It seems like we actually have a plane of stars above us, and then we move around, and based on where we move and that sky's above us, we see the sky a certain way based on curved visual space.
Right. That's not related to the point. You know that. I mean, you're doing a thumbnail, so I guess it's fair that you didn't get in first place. I'll try it again. So, if you're getting 69 mile per degrees, so you can tell distances based on the elevation angle of the star. If you have someone that sees that star overhead, and you see that star 45 degrees, you can just times that by 69 miles, and you're going to get the distance between you and that person. Regardless on what the mechanism for how you get that angle at that distance, if that relationship is true, then that angle gives you that distance. So if you do that for a couple of
if you can get distances, hold on. Yeah, if you can get distances, you can figure it out with the square and the X in it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Like, so if you go to stellarium, pick some angles, and use the 6 nautical miles per degree, you get distances that don't fit a plane. The diagonals get too large to fit a plane.
Yeah, if you get 5 points, on the ground with known distances between all the points, that will absolutely and they're symmetrical. Like you have to have the X lines be the same length, and you have to have all the lines from point to point on the perimeter. They have to be the same distance. If you get all that, you can definitely tell by there's some square root of 2 or some shit formula for this.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how are we determining the distances?
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Bacon.
Exactly. Back to looking at how we looked at the sky and mapped out the globe according to where we see the sky.
That's why I asked, like, if you think that relationship is true. If you don't think, then that argument doesn't work.
Well, I explained that I don't know about like far in the south, but
like, even in the north.
Yeah. Okay. Like in the north, like we just mapped the sky based on our perspective. So if you're using the sky to get the distances, you're using Euclidean geometry. Why is it that I have to say that same thing 100 times, though? Did you use Euclidean geometry to get your distances? Okay. Let me go back to making my...
Sorry, I had to leave for a couple of seconds. Say that again?
Did you use Euclidean geometry to get your distances?
No, I used the 6 nautical miles per degree.
Okay. Where do you get 69 miles per degree, Bacon?
That is the assumption I'm starting with in that argument.
Where'd you get it?
It's what you use using navigation, but I'm not saying it's true because of that. I'm asking if you accept that relationship. Because if you do, then I can use this argument. If you don't, then that doesn't matter.
It's about how we got that. Do you
Do you think that relationship holds in reality?
I don't know all the details about if it does or not, but like what I do know, it doesn't seem to be incredibly inaccurate, and it comes from perspective. But like I don't think that the distances are exactly correct when we translate them to physical locations of maps. I don't think that the maps are exactly correct, and we actually have strong evidence that they're not.
What
So-
says the error bar for 6 nautical miles per degree?
What's the error bar?
Yes, for 6 nautical miles per degree. Like you said, it's not perfectly correct. How much you think it can be off just in the northern hemisphere? Do you have a number for that? Or
Wait, is the way that we're testing this claim by looking at the sky, Bacon? It is.
if the relationship exists, then we can use that, right?
Okay, when we test it to look at the sky, okay, are we going to use Euclidean geometry?
No, we're just measuring the angle. We're not using geometry for anything.
Oh my.
Just getting the. I don't think you get the argument.
I wasn't really
But
listening.
I have to explain a lot
Do you
of
have
time.
some other
You guys shouldn't do
argument
that.
that you're not using Euclidean geometry for your deduction here? Then I wasn't listening to your argument.
Yeah, this one isn't related to how you're getting the angles. It's how you're getting the shape of the surface based on distances, and those distances we're getting from the relationship. But I can explain a bit the better.
But how are we
another
verifying
time.
the distances, man? This is what I don't understand. Like, we have a relationship with this guy. It seems like
Sorry,
from-
I said I had to go. I gotta go. Just
Okay,
so you don't
later.
speak with your with yourself.
Later.
I mean,
Where it gets
there-
really interesting is far enough south. When you get far enough south, like around 55 degrees, you don't even have to go to where it's off limits, I don't think. I think around 55 and further out, you're going to start to get like significant difference. And what a coincidence. That's right where they don't want us going.
I mean, you get significant difference even in the north, but in the south, like any place in the south is going to automatically be greater than the equator, supposedly. But so yeah, I've the only places where it's somewhat accurate or somewhat the same or whatever is like 80 degrees north and up to the North Pole. But everywhere south of that, it's pretty far off.
Mm. I haven't like personally done the math of the sky and the earth. I just know that like you can look at provable effects of like hyperbolic visual space, right? And it imposes the illusion of curvature when it's not actually there. You guys are saying that the reason we see the effect of curvature is the earth is physically curving by looking at the sky. That's what I mean.
Well, Bacon he was arguing. I was trying to coax him. You know, he can do it all on his own. I'm not. I don't. He doesn't need me to do this, but yeah, I was hoping that he would more elaborate on why when you're doing this, it's not so much that you're seeing in 3D space or you're using a celestial sphere. It really has to do with the distances and the measurements you're doing on the surface are applicable because they apply to the surface. So when you're using this curved space to see, and you're describing the angles that give you the distances, it doesn't really it doesn't transform. Like your eyes being able to see spherical won't transform to the surface. If that makes sense.
Well, then I asked him, how do we verify the distances? And he said he just re-invoked looking at the sky. So I asked him when we're going to actually test and verify these distances. He went back to looking at the sky. So like, let's start with the information that comes from the sky, and then we map out different points, and then let's verify these distances to test the difference. We go back to the sky. That's what I don't understand. That's why I asked him that, and he didn't answer it.
I'm curious though if you're able to do celestial navigation to pinpoint your location, and that's done by using these 3 points and this said distance that's gotten with the 69 miles per degree or whatever. But if that's used to find your position, and then you check that by knowing where you are, right? I mean, doesn't that in itself sort of verify that those distances without using the sky? Because it's kind of like you're comparing the two things, and they match each other. So celestial navigation using the sky, and you happen to know your position, and they coincide. So,
Well,
wouldn't that
no, I
confirm
think
it?
that I think the north is a little bit more compressed. Like as of now, I think that everything, like if you look at the flat projection, I think that everything is a little tighter than people think.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never. What's wrong with that?
No, that would have to be the case. Like, so
Well, yeah,
would
but I
we?
mean, when I look at like how we verify that it's not, there's like nothing. It's like, oh, let's go from one continent to another in the water. Like, oh, well, we don't really know. And like, there's no doubt that there's like a window of distances that could be different, right? Like, there's no doubt. But where it gets really significant is the south. Even if the south is smaller, it gets significant. That's my point. But whatever. What
Just
would
even,
be the
even
difference? Like say in some latitude in North America, like say in Florida or something. Like just say in the southern portion of the United States. Like if I go, you just give an example to get an idea of scale.
yeah. Well, if the hold on 1 second. Sorry, I'm waiting for something. Yeah. Anyways, no. So, let's say that you had something has to be known. So let's just use the equator as known. The size of the equator is known. Then the entire northern latitude would have to be 2,200 miles shorter, north to south. So I guess that would, depending on which latitude you're talking about, that would have to be, that would have to translate to that. So if you're just talking about one latitude, I guess whatever 2,200 divided by 90
I think
is.
the equator could be smaller, man. Me and Jaren, the could be like 21,000. Like I mean, I don't buy any of that shit. Like, yeah.
Where do you think? Where do you think? Like, because like I said, if that's the case, then north to south has to be. I mean, on top of my head, it'd probably be like 25 to maybe 3,000 miles shorter. Let's just say 2,500 miles shorter. But where do you think that would? Like, Where would you be able to allow for that? Like,
Well, that's why I think the position of the North Pole itself is pretty significant, and the actual range in which we can verify there. That would be like the first step. The biggest hiccup with trying to map the Earth is we don't even have an accurate central position.
Yeah, it is true because I know that they claim that the Russians have a flag at the bottom of the ocean, but
I've never heard
the
that
North
one.
Pole's. Well, yeah, I mean that's what I've heard, but I also heard that the North Pole is kind of contested because I think several countries actually claim that area. But since it's in the ocean, it's technically open water. But yeah, I've heard the Russians they place a flag down there, but I don't know.
It's super funny though. It's awesome.
I mean, it makes sense. There's contentions in like I think it's Finland and some other places, but not in the North Pole exactly, but up there in regions, just because there's a bunch of kind of like no man's land where it's up in the air.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Like a big part of flat Earth is like, what a coincidence that like the North Pole and South Pole regions are like kind of in the dark. Like if flat Earth isn't true, that alone, that coincidence breathes so much life into flat Earth, right? I mean, I like it's like North Pole, South Pole, big differences on the two quote unquote models, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, the South Pole, whatever, got the treaty, everyone's heard of it. But then you find out, like, even the North Pole is like, where exactly is it? Like, why can't you fly over it? You know, like we can fly over way longer stretches of ocean, and you can't fly over the North Pole. So, yeah, I don't know.
That is the one thing that's weird to me because I remember I've always heard that like there's a Canadian dude who comes in these servers and anyways he says that up north like there's like people who will sled you out to what the claims the North Pole or whatever, but it does seem like they I don't know if they're actually taking you to the actual North Pole because like I said I know that shifts like there's not always like you can't like fix a land base there because it's just gonna be on ice and that ice is probably gonna melt and shit like that. So
Apparently, it is like super difficult to go. Like, there was a flat earther who's like a badass who tried to go. I think he started way too far south. He started like Canada, like too far south in Canada. But
he tried to go by himself.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah, but he's like a badass. Like he's like I mean, obviously to even like get pretty far, but I think he had issues with batteries freezing and stuff like that. But yeah, he didn't make it. I don't know. Like that's why I threw in like my bars a few years ago. I'm like, every time the model under attack, their only tactic is to ask where a map is. If they lied about the Earth, what you even asking? Because it's like I don't know. I can't map out the Earth. I don't know a central position to begin with. Like that alone changes everything. That changes like what. Think about it. Like if you were to make and this is even if the Earth's a globe, like powerful entities gave us our maps, and it actually tracks back to like the royals. Dude, they gave us our maps. They were very strict about what maps were allowed to be published. They patented coordinate systems, longitude and latitude, and these strict parameters everyone was supposed to adhere to publish any type of map. Like even if the Earth was a globe, like they could have easily hidden land. They could have easily, kind of thrown people off with the exact location, relative locations. Now, if the Earth's a globe, probably what they show would be more accurate, but you still wouldn't know about the north and the south. But anyway, long story short, like if the Earth's a plane and you're off at the center, like dude, you couldn't even like accurately lay out the relative location between just the closest countries in the north, and then everything is going to domino from there.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Like if I mean that would give you guys some leeway if like the North Pole was claimed to be the North Pole is actually variable. Like different people are claiming different places as the North Pole, and so it's actually like a kind of a confusing thing. That would give you guys some leeway. I agree, but I was thinking about it. The one thing people always ask, like, what evidence would you need provided for you to question the globe or whatever? And actually, if for some reason that you were able to show that longitude and latitude and the coordinates we use are somehow in jeopardy, like let's say two positions had the same coordinates, like like impossibly, or shit like that, like something like like anomalous stuff with the coordinates, I think that would probably give me a reason to really question the whole thing. Because I think I believe that it's accurate. Yeah.
How would you ever know? How would you know it's accurate though? It's a serious question.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I haven't been shown these anomalous stuff. So if I were shown like sort of like multiple positions sharing the same coordinates or
Right.
the distances and the coordinate relationship not matching up, like stuff like that. If I was shown evidence of that, then I could back off a little bit. So it's not really, I can't really say it's been proven 100%, but to the degree that I do know it, it does work in accordance with.
Well, don't you agree it would
things.
work? Because that's why I think they had to make the sphere so big, because the differences that you would come up with are not like in your local area when you're actually doing the measurements. The distances that would be different, or when you're plotting, or you wouldn't know. Only when you take the assumption. and add them all up, do you get big discrepancies? But when
Well,
you're
just
doing a little,
Google North Pole from space and see what pictures you get. And then go compare it to Google Earth. It's like not even the same thing. It's like all cartoons too. It's kind of weird.
I just think Kosho is smart enough to figure, like, you know what I'm saying? He's obviously intelligent. You should be able to figure this out. It's not like it's difficult. I'm not saying you have to, you have to believe one, because you have to have some faith one way or another in both models, right? Even if you go out and measure it yourself, you're still basing it on something you could have done wrong or been fooled or an optical illusion or whatever it may be, right? Those exist. You can't deny those. So how can you be so firm, one way or another?
Because I think Kosho's smart enough to get lost in the sauce, and they have like intricate explanations for lots of things, and lots of times flat earthers don't know.
Yeah.
So flat earthers are like in this like free realm of just critically asking questions, and so they'll ask a question, and once they hit a point where it doesn't make sense, then they'll ask, like I do all the time. Like you're like, wait, how does the globe explain this? And oftentimes the globe does have like logical answer, if you'll call it that, right? Yeah. So I mean, he's probably, I imagine, experiencing that consistently.
I almost became a glober again a while ago when we were using the explanation of a crane sitting still. I was like, holy shit, it might be a globe.
Yeah. I mean, I actually can relate. I think maybe the word's empathize. Yeah, a little empathy. But
well, I mean, you guys don't realize it, because I know that you guys have, there's differences in the reasons, I guess, motivations and stuff like that for our different positions. But at the same time, because I remember Spurs Chemo said this before, and I don't know why it hit home when he said it, but it was just very, very basic. But he said nobody in this community is going to change their mind, or is here to change their mind. Something along those lines, because we know, because we debate a lot in gems, and he's right. It's like this, we've kind of already arbitrarily chosen our sides, both our sides, and sometimes, even though we can say we're open, sometimes that actually defines like our position almost.
But I can honestly say that I'm open.
I am too. Don't include me in that, brother, because I tell you what, right now, you show me a measured, a way that I know is practical and is a true first order measurement of a straight line segment over water, and it shows water curving. I get your story, right? I get the model. I think it's viable, but until I'm shown that, no thanks. It should be easy.
Yeah, at this point, like that's the only way forward, because we've seen too many like deceptions.
Too many lies.
Like, yeah, exactly.
We know why we're being lied to. We know who's lying. We know what we know everything about that story, and it's so easily done when you control everything that they control. That's how I would do it.
Like, I just don't think that flat earthers are gonna just like amnesia all the deceptions that we've uncovered, where we're making NASA change their articles, we're watching them edit live streams. Like, we've just seen way too much like suspect behavior, to where we had to go back to square one. And until square one is like sufficiently demonstrated, then we're not going to change in that sense, right? Like, we need physical, verifiable measurement of Earth curve.
That's what I mean. Because even though I think maybe I said it wrong, I said, like, when I was saying choosing, because the truth is I'm the same way. If I was shown otherwise, of course I would change my position. But I'm in the same way, the same sentiment you guys just had about all the evidences that you've seen, and how that's it's established like a firm base, a firm structure of your belief in it. So that whole thing would have to be somehow shown to be wrong. And that's exactly the same position I'm in, except for the other way around. You know what I mean? So it's hard to kind of it's hard to see anybody changing their mind. But
I'm gonna share my screen, dude. This is so funny. My Discord is totally glitching, but this is I googled North Pole from space, and it's literally all cartoons, bro. It's like, and the cartoons don't even match Google Earth. That's what I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand that.
I mean, there's a famous time lapse. There's a time lapse. I don't know if it's 10 years or 20 years or something. It's pretty cool looking actually, but I think it's a global warming fucking thing. But regardless, it's just cool to see it like how it fluctuates because it goes to being completely melted to being frozen down to Canada and shit.
Is this? There's a national park right here. What? Can you actually go there? Maybe I should have got a Russian girlfriend.
But where's the national park at?
Right here.
Is that that one island that's like 3 miles from US or? No, never mind.
I don't know what that is.
No, it's not even close.
No way you can go there. I mean, I guess you can, right? It says national park. I don't know. That's where you want to go. Look how close that is. I mean, what is here?
What's that distance? If you measure that distance from there to the North Pole, I'm gonna see like.
Well, it's hard to determine where the North Pole is. Like I typed in North Pole and it doesn't do anything. I don't know. I don't know what to type in. I mean,
let me see. I'm gonna. What happens if you click? I mean, is it like Google Maps where you can click and you can see the coordinates? Like you just click on a spot in Google Maps and it tells you the coordinates there.
Google Maps. What is that? Oh, right here. No, I don't use this thing, dude.
Yeah, I don't even use Google Earth either. But if you click on the water, does coordinates pop up somehow? That's what happens in Google Maps.
There we go.
Oh shit! There you
go. All right.
Oh damn! That's all 80 degrees fucking north. So that's like 700 miles.
Yeah.
That makes like the closest land like 400 miles at least.
I'm telling you, this right here was like such a big one for me, man. Like just because it's to me, I'm I've already looking at the flat Earth. I was already like meta woke, meaning like we were lied to about all of history, and it would probably be the craziest movie you've ever seen for sure. And they were super advanced, and they said that the North Pole was crazy, and then this is what I get. I get this, and I get this. You know, like what the hell is that, dude? So I don't know. Let me. How far? This one looks a little closer. Yeah. That's way closer. Okay, now from my understanding, you actually can't get up here though.
Yeah.
Greenland's
no,
super
that's
suspect.
inhospitable.
Yeah. There is also a Thule. Where's that at? There's a Air Force base there.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Air Force has the worst bases in the world.
Yeah, here we go. This seems to be like right in the center of the Northern Lights, from my understanding. We have a base right in the center of it. So
it would seem, I guess, most of the time when you hear the North Pole, like I always hear Greenland as as a country that lays claim. But like I said, I know that Russia lays claim to it, and people say they go from Canada. So, it is kind of crazy because they don't have a treaty. I don't think they have a treaty like Antarctica.
But it would be so suspect if they did, because it's just supposed to be water, so it wouldn't make sense, right? There's no like cover story for a treaty there, but you can't fly over it.
Wait, it's not frozen up there?
Well, supposedly it is and it isn't. You know, like because here are the pictures of it. So this looks pretty frozen to me. But of course, I'll type in NASA.
Yeah, I wonder, like, when it flies, the space station flies over. Like, what does it show?
Like, look at this is so. I mean, obviously it's not supposed to be real, but like, what the, bro? I'm a grown man.
That whole page looks like cartoons. Like nothing
else supposed to do with this, dude. Like, I don't
any of it.
I'm an adult. Wow. It's so stupid.
Is it just a coincidence how much this goes along with the Santa Claus story, which is like the one main story that all of our parents just completely lied to us about?
They do like fanaticize. What's the word? Our North Pole.
I've always thought that, yeah, because once you find out, oh, Santa Claus is fake, now you've had this trauma of being lied to by your parents, and then you find out that Santa Claus is fake. Oh yeah, the North Pole is just a joke. It's all just a fake fantasy land up there. I mean, not that the North Pole is fake, but that, oh, okay, now it's just Santa and his elves, ha ha ha. It does seem to like somehow erase it from people's mind.
You want to know some gravy? How Santa's rearranged into Satan. He comes through the fireplace, and they tell kids to basically pray to him. All the correlations that are kind of weird. And you look into like the history of it, and it's like demonic. Anyway, so there's a ancient story of it's called like the Smoky Gods, and it says that there were these like metaphysical entities that could take the shape of man, and they were like superior men basically, and they could go to the center when no other man can, and their civilization was in the center. It was impenetrable, but they could go there, and there was a giant mountain there, and they lived there. They could see the whole world, and then they would leave and intermingle with other civilizations. So there seems to be a correlation there with the idea of like Satan or the rebellious entities that came and deceived man and the center, even like in ancient times. So it's very fascinating, like I don't like imagine say that I don't think that the center of the magnetic field will be materially accessible. Like imagine if you could transcend matter though. You could go in and out. That's all speculation station.
You know what, dude? I actually was going to bring this up. I watched Wolfram, the guy who made that Wolfram Alpha website, whatever. He actually has his own sort of theory of everything sort of thing, and it actually sounds kind of reasonable. It's really it's really like computer based. So I'm not sure if it was Wolfram. I think his name's Stephen Wolfram, but it's called. You can look up Wolfram Physics or Wolfram. Any of all those things will lead you to the same place. Yeah. Wolfram Physics Project. But yeah, he's got tons of videos, and but yeah, he's obviously a real smart dude. He's the dude who made the Wolfram Alpha site. Yeah, but his whole thing, he ties together quantum mechanics, gravity or relativity, and thermodynamics. He says like those three things are basically like the pillars.
Well, like what is it? What's the explanation like compared to relativity?
That's the thing though. It's like it doesn't like they're all valid basically. And I haven't looked. I haven't looked into his thing like super deep to where I can even see any differences. It's just see those graphs there, like those are hypergraphs, and so he describes space as have the same way as quantum mechanics actually, but he describes space as having as being like he actually brings up the ether all the time because he says it's like this the space, each point in space is like a atom, just for lack of, he calls them something else like eames or something, and they can take on different properties, and the only rules or the only thing that's happening, it's like a computer program almost, because there's certain rules, and the rules just describe how those different atoms interact with each other. Like I said, when I say atoms, I really mean quantum particles, because that's kind of what he's describing. Basically, how a point in space will be represented as an electron, and another point will be represented by a photon or whatever, and the rules we already know dictate this. And he just says that it's just like a hypergraph that's evolving over time.
Bro, look at the initial condition. It's a freaking toroid, dude.
Yeah. I mean, He's a big computer guy, so I don't know if it'll resonate the same as because like I said, when I'm watching his stuff, it doesn't contradict anything anybody else is saying. It almost doesn't even it doesn't add anything new, sort of. It's just kind of a different way of expressing it. But in that way, it kind of brings those things together.
I'll check
It's
it
just
out.
worth looking into. And he's like, the graph stuff, you'd have to know graph theory, and then he gets in hypergraph theory. But those graphs are representative of space. Like those are descriptions of space.
Yeah.
At least that's how he describes it.
Yeah, like space and matter are emergent features of the hypergraph.
Right. Space is emergent, but he says because space is just really a collection of those points, like those points in space. It's the same way quantum mechanics describes it. Like a point in space is a point in the field.
I think something similar to that. I think that space is a misnomer. Space is not what is. Everything does not exist within space. Space is just like the material conjugate of the ether. So.
Yeah. I'll show you this thing I saw the other day. It was like a presentation he was putting on, but he kind of went over like the different ways of viewing the world over time, and that was one of the ideas that he said kind of was the old paradigm, was that space was the construct that things exist in. But then he goes on to say, and what he's describing, space is actually the thing that's like space is everything. Like what's in the space is what's creating everything. So it's like they're one and the same, basically.
What's so
Can't have one without
interesting
the
is
other.
it's much more geometry based. Like right here, this is a toroid. You got the vortex.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Coach, it's called the ether, bro. It's been known about since the beginning of time.
Well, he describes it as the ether. Oftentimes, I mean, he uses words that are both interchangeable and kind of also, just sort of as a means for you to pick up on what he's talking about easily. But yeah, he's not opposed to describing what he's talking about as the ether.
Well, that's probably what's going to have to happen. And for any like progression to be accepted, it's going to have to integrate a lot of like modernly accepted terminology. See, these are just different moments. Like, I need to know what he's saying exactly. These aren't titled.
Honestly, I'm gonna post that video though. The one I saw the other day. Like I said, I didn't really remember what the point was. I think he was trying to, because he's on this whole thing lately about Chat GPT. But I like the way that the presentation started, so I'll post it. Actually, yeah, because I want to dive deeper in this Wolfram stuff, just because I really want to see how it differs from our already understood ideas. Because if it doesn't, then I can't see how it's saying very much. But like I said, strangely, just the way he describes it, it allows all those things to exist together, like relativity and quantum mechanics.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff on here. General relativity derivation.
Yeah, I've seen that one posted, like referenced on Wikipedia quite a bit. That Wolfram.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that.
But I'm not looking right now. What
Oh, it's hyperboloid.
uh,
Well, this guy is definitely in the right direction. He's hyper focusing on the geometry.
I honestly think he's one of the smartest dudes in the world. I mean, I just say because he's well rounded. Like he's got a pretty good grasp on so many things, and even like that Wolfram Alpha. Like everyone's been using that for years, but it's like it's genius, and he's a coder too. He's made a new programming language that's based like on it's gonna be in line with like AI because it's based on the way we speak and less than the programming. So I haven't checked out his programming language either, but I hear good things.
This dude is just literally talking about toroids. Like, this is the inside of the toroid, man. This is the vortex. This is the hyperboloid. I can't. That's a long freaking live stream. 10 hours.
Yeah. Oh wow. Wolfram physics. Short time. I'm gonna check that one out. Yeah, he's got actually a shit ton of long ass live streams. I guess the dude's got a lot to talk about. But I'm gonna post
Bro,
one.
if it ain't 5 hours, it don't count.
Yeah, dude, Jeremy. There you go, dude. You'll ejaculate to this shit, then, Jeremy. 10 hours, 15 hours.
Is dude really talking this whole time?
That shit. Yeah, he like I said, he talks a lot. But he says a lot of good shit.
I'll check it
I
out.
saw the other day.
Well, I mean, I tip my hat to him automatically because he's willing to, like, he's at least like trying to look at the unknown.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think there's something about smart dudes because I know Roger Penrose too. He's a smart dude, but it's like I think when you get to a certain point where you're just like so smart, you think like I gotta come up with fucking answers to some of these problems. Because I think that Roger Penrose's idea about the infinite universe, or the universe that like eventually entropy gets so high that the conditions match what they were at the Big Bang, and it basically starts over. I think that was like just arbitrarily. I don't know. He just came up with that just to come up with an answer to the Big Bang or to the cosmology.
Yeah, I think
I mean,
anyone
bro,
this smart is going to be definitely not just touting relativity and stuff like that. They're going to be trying to answer, and they know like something else has to happen.
That's the thing. He doesn't contradict. Like I haven't seen him contradict or even say anything wrong about quantum field theory, relativity. He seems to just encompass it all.
I don't really see
without
how you
refuting
could
anything.
though, so I would have to check them out.
That's what I'm saying. I haven't looked into it enough to know any distinction. Like I said, I understand his model of it, but I don't see how it differs in any way to like the predictions that you would like how you would test for something like what he's proposing, and how that would be different from what's already understood.
Yeah, I mean,
the dew line, distant early warning line.
What's that?
Have you heard of the distant early warning line?
Oh, distant. Yeah. What is that? Remind me what that refers to.
what's the dew line? What is it?
The line up north it's like an early warning radar.
What's when
is
you
it?
get
Where?
too close to the North Pole?
Yeah, it's around the north. Around the north. I don't know if there is a pole up north, so I don't like to claim it, but yeah.
There would be one. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
We have a
there's
magnetic field on the Earth, right? I mean,
there's an early warning line up north, and it's a radar so that you can't fly close to the north. It's
yeah,
similar
sure.
to what they have in the southern hemisphere at the 60th parallel.
I mean, it was only active till 93. 55th parallel. Huh.
No,
Oh,
supposedly
so
for
it's switched over to something called NWS.
yeah.
North
Yeah, I
Warning
mean it's
System.
still the same restricted area.
Yeah, the North Warning System from 88.
Yeah, this is basically like the equivalent of the Antarctic Treaty in a way.
I did not even know that. I'd heard someone say something about it, but I just knew you couldn't fly over it because even like FAA.
They're just a lot quieter about it. Like that dew line thing was, they claimed because of war, but it was like possibly that was like it's literally called the distant early warning line. I mean, that's where they get the warning that you're up there and to do
Right.
something about it.
Bro, you see what year they started it?
Yeah.
19.
What the
What year was it?
same
Right along with
1957, dude.
NASA, the United Nations, and the Education Act, all in those late 50s there, those few
NASA's
years.
founded in 58.
You want to hear something crazy?
That's just a
Yeah,
trip.
those years were huge.
Yep.
You got to make a
59.
timeline. We need a timeline. What's that? I told you.
Antarctic Treaty is 59. NASA 58. Antarctic Treaty 59, and what 61 was the signing.
Yeah, signing. That doesn't even. Who cares? Like, when they wrote that thing, they that's what counts. They wrote that thing and they knew what they were doing. So 57 is the early defense warning system. So the defense early warning, and then 58 is NASA 59. What the?
This
Yeah.
shit would look really fucking good on a timeline, man.
I'll make a timeline. I'll make a.
I seen Witsit. Yeah, I told you Witsit. One
Well, you-
time I seen you talking in your truck or whatever, and you were just like, I'm sure you fucking practiced it because you probably said it a lot, but you gave out this timeline. It was pretty. It was off the cuff. It was pretty good. But it was basically that timeline that you're discussing now. Just didn't include Alaska.
Yeah, I just didn't know anything about throwing this one in there. That would be
or not Alaska, North Pole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Did you know the United States?
Also-
we have most of our coastline is actually in the Arctic Ocean. Funnily enough, that we
Wait,
have
say again?
out of the three oceans that we have coastline, we have the most in the Arctic Ocean. So we have coastline in the Pacific, the Atlantic, and the Arctic, and most of it is in the Arctic.
Who's we?
Not really most of it, just more so than the other two.
Talk about the United States,
Yeah,
Canada, or what are you talking about?
not United States, just United States alone. Out of the three oceans that we have a coastline in, the one with the most is the Arctic.
I don't even know what that means.
How far down does
Can you
the
find
Arctic
the line?
go?
Can
Yeah,
you
so
find
it's
the
like,
line?
if somebody asks you, which ocean does the United States have the most coastline? So it's like the Pacific, Atlantic, you would think, but actually we have more coastline in the Arctic and in the Pacific or the Atlantic.
Yeah, how far down does the Arctic go?
Because
I would
of
say Atlantic.
60
I mean, I
degrees.
don't understand.
you talk about because of Alaska, Kosho?
Yeah, Alaska. Yeah, of course. Yeah. 'Cause
Whole
I think
area?
Alaska would be.
Alaska's huge. Yeah,
How
it's
about
absolutely
Greenland?
massive.
Is that
Like when you put Alaska over the United States, it's incredible how big it is. It's not just one small state. It's not like just the size of like Utah or something. It's like 10 Utahs or whatever it is, like 7 Utahs or 8. It's pretty big. And then there's all that coastline going up around it. What makes
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it
it makes
makes
sense
sense
if you,
Pacific looks like there's more.
if you draw this all the way down, right? I mean, I would think that the Arctic Ocean cuts off at the circle, but does it not?
I thought so.
Because I can see it being all like if you go all this, and then back down, and even around, right? Then that's a lot.
Yeah,
If
but
you
if
don't do that, then it's
across,
clearly
yeah.
shorter than the freaking coast.
Oh yeah, part of it is below the. Oh wait, hold on. The Arctic Circle. Wait, it's at 66. I thought it was at 60.
No, they love their sixes, man. 66.5 for both Arctic circles.
Well, I don't know where the Arctic Ocean starts though. I'm not sure.
Where'd you get that from?
Yeah, where'd you hear that?
First I was
Arctic
playing trivia. I was playing Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader the other day, and and that came up, and I was thinking about it, and I looked it up, and it says it's the truth. I mean, when you look on Wikipedia, it's got like all the coastline for the country listed, and Alaska has. Well, it's got two different numbers for some reason, but regardless, it has.
What do you mean?
66.
For some reason, it's the coastline paradox.
Are you guys asking where I got
Yeah.
the number from? Like the polar circles are located near the poles of the Earth at 66.6 degrees north and south latitude, University of Hawaii.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
That's not
Yes.
sketchy.
Yeah,
It always says
the
that-
Glover told me it was 66.5, but like there are universities that say 0.6. So.
Like, you can't come past 666. Yeah, have fun with that.
No,
Isn't that wild?
it's just nutty.
By the way, another thing, we were talking about the years and everything. 1958, September 1958, they passed this thing called the National Defense Education Act. And this is huge too. So it's like, yeah, the dew line, they locked down the North Pole, the Antarctic Treaty, and education. They all rolled it out hard. If you look at the information on it, it was signed in by like Eisenhower, and it was essentially like DARPA and NASA were involved. It was like related to the claim of the space race and Sputnik. So they basically like rolled out this entire National Defense Education Act, which essentially it did a lot of different things, but it like linked education with the military system. So they were able to more militarize it in terms of like the testing and the SATs and all that stuff stems from this. Like that's why they're able to do this SAT testing and, then to get into colleges, like they linked it into the college system. So it was very foundational in terms of changing the whole education system. So we came out of World War II, which that's a whole thing as well. I mean, the United Nations was established during World War II, and then World War II occurred. And then it was like, seemed like the 50s after that, they were, and then it's like that late 50s, they rolled out the space, the education, a lot of these different factors. I'll post the Wikipedia for it.
By the way, I'm seeing that the Arctic Sea. And by the way, G, I got a question about that too. But it says the Arctic Sea goes down to 57 degrees north. I don't know, in some places. I don't know if that's in the entire latitude or just in some places. But regardless, yeah, G, I was going to ask you about the Rockefeller.
Dude, sorry, hold on. I got to say this. Sorry, dude. I just saw the word Disney on this Wikipedia page, and it says the 1959 Disney featurette Donald in Magic. Listen to this. Okay, the 1959 Disney featurette Donald in Math Magic Land was produced and distributed with the National Defense Education Act funding.
Wow.
What the fuck is Math Magic
no,
Land?
Fuck no.
You gotta get that cartoon.
This National Defense Education Act funded. Here, I'm gonna put it. I'll put it in the chat as well. The Donald in Math Magic Land. This is Donald Duck in Math Magic Land.
Yo, we gotta get that cartoon, please, somebody.
Yo, if you haven't seen that, go watch that, man. That's
Donald
pretty
Duck one. That's an
telling.
awesome video.
Can you pull it up?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's just called Math Magic.
Oh, I've
Well,
watched one of
done
these.
it. Just
I've actually
get
watched one of these in
initiated.
one of my
seen
streams
a
to
few of 'em.
explain the hexagram. Yeah, here it is right here. Mathematical forms in nature. I watched this on a stream.
Yeah,
the
they
pentagram.
went
They go
hard
over the pentagram.
with stuff back then.
The hexagram is also known as the sexagram. And so I was explaining the relationship between the hexagram and the pentagram. And I played this freaking video. It's so funny. I guess there's six.
They're not wrong what they say about the pentagram, though. The Pythagoreans really did use it as a symbol to kind of, because I don't think you can draw. You can't even draw that without
Hold on,
understanding.
who has the
golden ratio.
iPhone alarm going off?
Gotcha.
I mean, why? How?
My
Yeah, I mean,
friends-
this National Defense Education Act was provided all this funding for all like education on an institutional level across the board for like public and college education, and then they also are funding Disney movies.
Yeah, dude, that's teamwork. Makes the dream work,
Oh,
brother.
Disney and the government's been tight. Yeah.
Bruh, like, I actually admire them for that, and we owe them a thank you. You're saying like it's a bad thing.
The
Like, they're
Pluto
helping
thing.
entertain and educate our children, dude.
It's just crazy what they rolled out.
Dude, I know. I'm gonna put a timeline together for Jeremy.
Dude, well, yeah, I mean, it's
Wait,
definitely.
so you
I'd
want it
love
in like
to
a
see
single
that.
screenshot? Because I think it would be super cool to be like aesthetically pleasing, like with a slideshow. But I'll make like a single timeline screenshot as well.
I mean, if you need something aesthetically pleasing, I know an aesthetics guy, but yeah, whatever. Just get the information there, however it is. Yeah.
You know, an aesthetics
Got a guy
guy.
for everything.
Admiral.
I know an
Admiral,
aesthetics guy and a prosthetics guy.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. For you, I think they would be the same guy.
If he doesn't have one,
I thought you were making that joke earlier. That's why I laughed so hard.
Did you see the documentary that Admiral that was about Admiral Byrd, and he supposedly ran into like an alien race south of the South Pole?
Yeah. From his
I've heard those claims, dude.
diaries.
I don't know if they're true though.
But he
It's hard to
also was
verify if those diaries were legit or even real.
right. But he was exploring the north long before he went south. He wasn't even in the military, I don't think. He was just an explorer. He was exploring the North Pole.
Yeah, I used to always say that like a couple years ago I was really big on this. I'm like, dude, screw the South Pole. Like, let's just go to the North. Like, everyone like going to the North.
What I wanted. That's what I wanted a long time ago, 6-7 years ago.
Because either way, we get there, we might figure out what's going on. Right? I mean, it seems much more attainable.
I wanted to know where this early warning line starts and how. What do you think the distance would be from this early warning line to the North Pole?
You think the U.S.
That's the big question, yeah. And what actually is there?
My idea was to have like
potent area of magnetic activity. So yeah, it.
Oh, I told you where it starts. It starts at the 55th parallel. So it's like it's not even getting close to playing around. Like, right? Like you got the Arctic Circle right here, 66.6. I mean, we're coming down here. They're gonna start notifying you down here at the bottom of Greenland. You can't even go too far down into Canada.
But that doesn't make sense because it goes to Alaska. The 66 doesn't it reach Alaska? So that means if you fly to Alaska, it'll trigger that.
I don't know.
What was that?
Okay, so if you go here, so the first one, I saw 50th. Yeah, right here, 50th. So this provided a tripwire warning located roughly at the 55th parallel.
But look at the diagram; it shows a little bit higher, like to the right. Yeah, so it cuts to the top of Alaska.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right here. There were 3 warning lines. It says. But I guess it's talking about primarily if you're flying or in a boat, right?
So is this established those to deter to stop let's say if it was like Russia invading, I guess, or fucking.
That's what they try to claim. Yeah, they say it's a whole system of like radar stations, and they claim it was set up to detect incoming bombers of the Soviet Union during the Cold War and providing early warning of any sea and land invasion. The thing is, they had just did what they did in World War II, and then they rolled out all of these things like in the late 50s, like NASA, this DuLine thing. So, yeah, I mean, they would have to have a cover story for it, which is, oh, yeah, Soviet bombers from war. Of course, they would use that.
Yeah,
but,
Russia. Dude,
right, but in reality, they're setting up radar stations. They're setting up a way, I think, to keep us out.
That's right. Look, dude, you remember I brought up the Air Force Base? Look where the freaking triangle pinnacle's right here. That's the Air Force. Thule. That's where the Air Force Base is. And it's the Northern Lights like congregate right around here. Because Bob showed me that. He was like, bruh, like, what are the odds that they build an Air Force Base right in the center of the Northern Lights? So that's pretty interesting.
But my idea was to get a bunch of people to launch drones from that,
Hang on, what are all these islands north of Canada? Are these islands? Are these really there? Because on Google Maps, it's just an ocean. right?
No, they were there. Right here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So where's Seoul at on that Google Earth?
Thole is up like right here, I think.
So
Right
go
here.
back to the other map. They're showing the ice shelf. Go back to the other map on the North Pole.
This is Thole.
So what's that
Isn't
parallel?
that an ice shelf? Those ice. Isn't that an ice plain surrounding the islands? Other side of Greenland.
Right here.
Yeah. Are they saying that melted or what?
It's sea.
It's a sea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they say it freezes over. Like if you look at the
That could be where Santa
time
Claus
lapse
and
here,
elves
look.
hang out.
This is the alleged time lapse. You see how the ice is significantly changing. I mean, it's obviously showing snow coverage here. And
Global warming. Global warming.
Yeah, this is all 1 year. This is supposedly a year. So like right here would be the least amount.
Where? So if the North Pole area is just basically an ocean, is that what they're claiming?
Well, yeah, everywhere else you go, you can zoom in. You come here, it's just cartoons. Cartoon water. How convenient. Same with this. This gets super sketchy too.
I was just going to read this real quick. This is just, we don't have to switch back to this necessarily, but just the National Defense Education Act. I mean, this is how they've rolled this all out, like with the globe and everything. But I was just going to read, like this is what it did, because I kind of found the paragraph that kind of summarized it. It says, the act, therefore, was designed to fill two purposes. First, it was designed to provide the country with specific defense-oriented personnel. Defense-oriented personnel. So that's already like a level of control. This included providing federal help to foreign language scholars, area studies centers, and engineering students. Second, it provided financial assistance, primarily through the National Defense Student Loan Program, for thousands of students who would be part in a growing numbers of enrolling in colleges and universities in the 1960s. So it was like after World War II, it was just like NASA and this Education Act and the DEW Line and the Antarctic Treaty. So the North Pole and the South Pole were all locked down. This education rollout, which gave these defense-oriented personnel, along with all this funding for the whole student loan programs, to get people into the schools like crazy, which now kind of built this whole system now where we have all of these like quote unquote scientists and all these people, professionals and whatnot, that came out of the baby boomers. And then those college students are now who are the professionals, but they're going to be retiring at some point as well, though. So there is like a shift happening there. But like that's kind of the current like paradigm comes from like this Education Act that funded all that college education through the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then built all these, doctors and scientists and all these different fields that were kind of accelerated along with like the industrialization and everything that continued happening after World War II.
I call them order followers. Anyways, what was I going to say? So you guys,
yeah,
you guys
go
heard
back
about
to whatever. I didn't mean. I'm just saying. I just wanted to like summarize that because yeah, it is interesting how that all happened in those couple of years there.
Yeah, that's when they found the dome in 1958. You know about that, right? It's actually in one of the encyclopedias, 1958.
What year was Fishbowl? Was that? I
It
forget
was
the year of it.
Fishbowl was, I think Fishbowl was 1959. It was under Operation Dominic. That didn't start till 1960, I think. Anyways,
So that also 50, let's see. They say it was 62 technically, but
there's a lady on YouTube.
But there were earlier ones that they were doing as well. Admiral Byrd.
So there's an old encyclopedia, 1958 encyclopedia that says in the Antarctica section, the girl was reading it online and it says right in the encyclopedia they found a dome at 13,000 feet. You didn't know about that?
Yeah, it looks like here they first did those high altitude nuclear tests. It says here in 58. So even though Project Fishbowl is 62, they actually started in 58. So that's also that same year. Wow, they rolled a lot of stuff out in 58.
Hang
Have you
on,
seen that
we all know
encyclopedia?
about the. Hang on, we all know about the encyclopedia that says they found the dome at 13,000 feet or something. But we
Yeah,
don't know.
that's
We can't confirm that with other sources, so we don't know if that's uh, controlled opposition to steer us the wrong way, or it's like a Emerald Bird kind of deal, or what? Because they only had it in one book, I believe. Correct?
no. I mean, I can't tell. I can't prove it. Like all I know is I seen the video with her in the encyclopedia, and she's
Yeah, it was a real encyclopedia and it was a real video, but we don't know if that's a controlled opposition or if that really happened and there's really a dome down there. Because it's
no. I was
only
just
from one
asking if
source.
I'd seen it. I was just asking if you'd seen it.
We've all seen it.
Nah.
And, we have to somehow confirm that. Is that really happening? Is there another source that can confirm that?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I was hoping one of you guys had something. Be nice to get my hands on some of those old encyclopedias, but yeah, that's just
There's another story about blue ice where this ice, I guess it's what the dome is made out of, the barrier, it's a regenerating blue ice, and you can take it and it'll evaporate in your hand. But they send these drills towards the ice, and then they drilled holes, and they got through this blue ice dome structure. But then the ice regenerated behind them. They lost the digger, so it's just these crazy stories. We don't know if they're true or not. But the fact that we can't see all of Antarctica is sketchy. They're hiding something. We can't get a satellite and look at it from the top. Only parts of McMurdo and other parts we can see, the ones that want to show us.
the Bible mentions chambers of the south. I don't know what it means by it, but
It means there's chambers of the south.
that's what I take. That's how I
I
took it.
read that there's a strong wind blowing over the ice shelf in Antarctica. So maybe a situation where there's wind coming into the world from that area, not because it's on the other side of the world, but because that's the starting point. That's a possibility.
In and outdoors. Or maybe they have tunnels, or I think they have like
They talk about four winds in the Bible, so maybe four winds. Maybe the winds come into the Earth dome, Earth structure from outside, and that's how everything circulates. Think about it. Why is the oxygen level basically the same everywhere? There's no uh, uh, lack of oxygen anywhere. At least on the surface.
Yeah, the North Pole and the southern regions are completely shrouded in mystery for all of us, if we really are honest about it. None of us have been there. There's so little information. It's really incredible that they've sort of essentially like locked us almost in a prison type of way.
That was the whole idea, I think, behind them wanting to go to space so bad, so they could really push that deception.
Yeah, show us that it's just there's nothing up there. The bottom,
nowhere to get.
The top is just sort of water. The bottom's a little bit of ice. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
If you go there, you'll freeze to death. If you go up north, there's nothing up north, just an ocean.
And that dew line thing shows how they establish all those radar stations to detect anything that would be. I mean, they claim it's for military reasons, for nuclear warfare or whatever, but that's just another way that now they have all those systems set up. So people always ask, like, oh, well, if you went up there, what do you think would happen? Would they stop you? Well, it's like, yeah, they would see exactly where you are and what you're doing. So, of course, they would stop
We
you.
all know they're buddies. We all know they're all buddies.
They would have you tracked in an instant from high altitude devices, and then whenever they need to, whenever you crossed a line that mattered, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to continue unimpeded.
Yeah, they're all loyal to Mr. Fish Hat.
I didn't fully appreciate the distance from like the closest land.
Coach, are you talking?
Yeah. Oh shit, my mic fell. I forgot. Sorry about that. Yeah. I didn't fully appreciate. Yeah, I know. I forgot it fell. But yeah, I didn't fully appreciate how much distance there is from like where the land is and where the actual North Pole is. Because even if you, I guess let's say you go from Canada, it still looks like there's like 400 miles at least from the land to the North Pole.
What are we looking at?
What'd you say, sir?
I asked, what are we looking at?
I just simply have to go back. We're talking about how the North Pole's off limits.
Off limits.
Yeah. Yeah. Here you go. We were just looking at how convenient it is that no one really has this part of the Earth mapped out. And then we were looking into something called the North Warning System. Yeah.
North Warning System, that's what they call it now?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to, what was the first one called?
Distant Early Warning. DEW. Kind of like their directed energy weapon.
Yeah, so interesting. It says it replaced the distant early warning line in the late 80s. Yeah. Is that?
I don't know. It says right here that this was active until 93, but it was founded in 57, which we all know is an incredibly convenient date. And then it says, this in late 80s. Yep, 1988.
This was right after they invented the aircraft that could fly at high altitudes. The jet aircraft.
So still active right here in Alaska. Still active in Alaska.
And this is like run through NORAD, looks like. Royal Canadian Air Force and United States Air Force, they claim, are kind of combined on it, and it's run by North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD.
Wow, look at all this.
Crazy.
What about the Russian side? Is there any Russians?
It's crazy how they constructed the DEW line. Also looks like started in the 50s. Yeah, that late 50s, and that would have been after World War II that they got that like kind of position that they had.
Honestly, that's true. A lot of these are just like sites that were founded with DEW, and then they just, took over the same place. Radar surveillance.
This is just the whole upgrade. And then, you mentioned, he mentioned high altitude airplanes. Yeah, they definitely.
They wanted to lock it down after that.
Yeah, they didn't want people doing that either.
They wanted that system in place in a hurry, boy.
Why would it still be active?
That's a good question. What are they hiding up there?
They have accommodation buildings, radar towers, and radomes, generator and fuel systems, satellite terminal, automated weather stations, UHF and VHF ground air to ground radio. Short-range sites consist of single ANFPS 124 radar, satellite terminals, power generation and fuel systems, and a small emergency shelter that can accommodate 6 people. some short-range stations, lack weather stations, and UHF tactical radios. So yeah, they've just like littered the entire coastline of Canada and the United States, all surrounding the North Pole with this.
But like, what's interesting, so you think they're smooth just talking about that, but yeah, I guess it didn't extend all the way. So I'm guessing, does Russia have like their version of this?
I'm 100% positive they do.
Yeah, I wonder what it's called.
Well, I was telling you, you got to look into the contentions.
Just
Yeah, does Russia have one, or do other countries have ones that they claim?
Hey, what's it? Zoom into that do logo.
I think he said I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, the heck's that say? Is that Latin? Yeah, all these countries are loyal to the Pope. You guys probably don't know all this stuff, but
This website says that Russia has an early warning satellite system, keeping continual coverage, reliable detection that would require further deployment.
They can do that with weather balloons.
I mean, of all the other places that we fly over the Earth regularly, over long distances, over the oceans, and all these long flights and everything, I mean, they should be flying over the North Pole all the time. Like that if it was real and it was a globe, that would be like a thing. Like, oh yeah, pay $5,000 and fly over the North Pole. Like that would be such a thing. Like, who wouldn't want to do that if if you had the money for it, or maybe it wouldn't even be that expensive. Who knows? They would probably have like an entire flight that just did it all the time. I'm not saying hundreds of them, but at least like you could always fly over the North Pole if you wanted to on Earth, because it's like, how thrilling would that be to be able to do that? If it was a globe. I mean, it would be anyways, I guess, either way, but I'm just saying, especially if it was a globe, like, oh my God, to go over the North Pole, you'd be able to see the stars and Polaris right above you, and astronomers, you get incredible footage of the stars. That'd be amazing. I mean, I realize if it's just water and ice, okay, maybe there's not much to look down on, but I mean, the stars and just being able to do it in general, but it's like no one's doing it.
Why wouldn't ISS go over the North or South Pole? It's just like so many coincidences stack on top of each other.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. It like avoids that region too.
Like, why can't the ISS just show us that?
But they all make us out to be nutters when we say we can't go to the south. But when you start adding in the north with it, say we can't go north or south.
Right.
They got us in Middle Earth. They got us trapped in Middle Earth.
Well, I need documentation. Yeah. You know how they are. They deny Antarctica, dude.
Yeah, they totally deny that.
They also use for the North Pole, they have like space surveillance that they claim that they have like satellites and like Space Force. And there's also that space treaty. You know about that? That thing's crazy.
Mm-mm.
Dude, basically there's like an
Who do we have a treaty with in space?
There's basically like the equivalent of the Antarctic Treaty for space. It's called the Outer Space Treaty. Here, I'll post the thing for it.
An outer space treaty.
Okay, question. Let's say I get a
this thing is unbelievable. This is like, it's all through the United Nations. It's basically a treaty for outer space. And they have all these stipulations about going to space and like establishing on other planets. Like you can't establish on other planets, and like nuclear wars, it's called the Outer Space Treaty through the United Nations. It's basically like the equivalent. Like you've got all the stuff in the north, you've got the Antarctic Treaty, and then there's the Outer Space Treaty. So it's on all sides, up, North and South. They have treaties and restrictions. And this one, they say this one's 1967. So this is 67. So this is like 2 years before the moon landing. They make this outer space treaty, and they all sign it. Soviet Union, United Kingdom, United States.
Yeah. Yeah, the world powers.
The Outer Space Treaty was spurred by the development of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, in the 1950s, which could reach targets through outer space. And then they go into Sputnik. And key provisions of the Outer Space Treaty include prohibiting nuclear weapons in space, limiting the use of the moon and all other celestial bodies to peaceful purposes, establishing that space shall be freely explored and used by all nations, and precluding any country from claiming sovereignty over outer space or any celestial body. Although it forbids establishing military bases, testing weapons, and conducting military maneuvers on celestial bodies, the treaty does not expressly ban all military activities in space, nor the establishment of military space forces for the placement of conventional weapons in space.
Okay, let's say I have a big rocket and I got the backing, got the rocket ready, and I'm gonna take like a clan of people just into space. I'm gonna go right to Alpha Centauri. I'm gonna establish my own colony. Would they let me go and do that?
No. It
Oh,
literally, dude, it literally says permitted. It says mirroring a common practice permitted by the Antarctic Treaty regarding that content. Like it literally compares it to it.
yep.
If I tell them
In
fuck
other
off,
words,
what do they do?
we're gonna keep you out. You better
Yeah,
get
so this,
permission.
we were talking about this. We were like, because I didn't even know about this till somewhat recently. I came to this like maybe a month or two ago, and I was like, oh my god, like, and I don't. We've never really talked about it too much, but because I think I had come across it, but yeah, look at all these countries that are signed on it too. It's a huge list. But basically, what they say is that like if you were to build your own spacecraft and fly out into space, and you were to go land on Venus or Mars or whatever, and you were to set up a little thing on Mars, this United Nations on Earth with their militaries would, under their treaty that they have on their Earth, they would then come and say, yo, you can't do this, and they would, take you out or whatever. Like they don't allow you to go establish any sovereignty on any other celestial planet. They want to control you. That's just so, it's like out of a movie.
We can call
That's
it
pretty wild.
Waco 2.
Like, oh yeah, you can't go to another planet without us coming and just fucking you up and saying you can't do it.
How can they take sovereignty over space? No, they don't. Nobody owns space.
Hey, what's it? Do you have to get permission?
Yeah, they're trying to. That's what. Well, I mean, the whole thing's fake, anyways. But they're still trying to say they control it. But doesn't that make it even that much more of like a plausible deniability? Because if anyone does actually make a craft and they go out there, they can always be like, "Well, we have the Outer Space Treaty. Sorry, you've violated it in one way or another." Not that there is even space to go to, but just even that just even from getting there.
So, you guys know that there is a guy, a Norwegian engineer, who built this metal ball that it was to be shot up into space, and he had like he's a submarine designer. So he designed a metal ball going to shoot up in space. He was ready to go. He had a bunch of people with him, and the moment before it shot up in space, the day before, he was charged with murdering some Chinese reporter. Did you hear about that story? And all his friends thought it was a setup.
Wow. Yeah, it's the kind of thing they could do so easily. Yeah, exactly. Before you even did it. Wow, do you have any information on that? That's pretty interesting.
Well,
North American Aerospace. Sorry,
go ahead.
Good.
It was Norwegian engineer who made some forgot his name. The nice guy, supposedly. Let me see if I can find it.
He was an engineer that made a spacecraft, and he was going to go. And then right before he did it, they claimed that he was committed of some crime, and then that's it. He's out.
Yes, and now he's in jail.
Oh my gosh! Wow. This Outer Space Treaty represents the basic legal framework for international space law. According to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, the core principles of the treaty, and then it lists all these principles. Exploration and use of outer space shall be carried out for the benefit and interest of all countries. Outer space shall be free for exploration and used by all states. So they do say it's free for exploration, but I'm sure not without stipulations. The moon
It
and other
doesn't look.
celestial bodies shall be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. This is what it says. Astronauts shall be regarded as the envoys of mankind. That's in the treaty, that astronauts are envoys of mankind. Mankind.
Wasn't that in your schooling Globers that black guy from NASA saying that, talking about like the future and how NASA was like the ambassadors or something to the future?
Yeah.
I saw this video. Like I can't remember if it was Whitsitt or somebody else. Oh, I had to think about it. There's so much stuff.
Dude, I'm covering this tomorrow night on Skull and Goobers. I'm covering the timeline.
Nice.
Yeah, because the Level movie's about to come out.
Yeah.
So, and there's something that's going to happen within a few weeks. That's going to make that movie go viral. And
I haven't even seen those Level movies. Can you send, or where do I go?
he's telling everyone, if you haven't seen any, start with the third one. That's what he's.
Okay.
I don't know. You can look them up. I think they're on his YouTube.
David Weiss.
Wait,
Sean Hibbler.
So you're saying there's something in it that is
No, something's gonna happen that's gonna make a bunch of people go and watch the movie.
nice.
Yeah.
It
So
won't be long until Jim Brewer starts getting it out there too, and
yeah,
I could see him, sharing it.
yeah. Yeah, like I'm not gonna say anything obviously for it, but anyway, long story short, like I'm in there, so like people may go to my channel. I think it would be cool to have that on there as like one of the recent videos. So people like, if they're kind of like, maybe this is kind of interesting, they're gonna go see the historical timeline.
Okay.
What about doing? You could even do. It's just an idea, just popped in my head, but you could almost do like a video, whether you even had Level with Me in the title or some kind of after show or something of the sort, and then you could even make that like the, you know how on YouTube where you can have like the one video that's like the kind of presentation video. It's like the first one that comes up. That'd be cool.
Yeah. I could put the trailer on there actually.
Can you go back to that
Because like anyone who sees you in that, who is going to look you up, they're going to, and if they find you, then they'll be coming right to your channel.
Yeah, that's why I think it'd be cool to have that. Like the thing about flat Earth that gets lost in this room a lot is like, it's like the journey we all went through when we started discovering this stuff. This is the stuff that's like nostalgic, You're like, oh my God, look what the government was doing, Like when you really figure out like the sequence of events and what got us here. It's crazy. And it just gets brushed under the rug so casually in this room by the Globers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, it's sad because to an honest person, this stuff is like pretty intriguing, and a normal person can only take so many coincidences in a row where they're like, okay, this is weird. That's why I started saying it on the tour, because I thought it was such a good thing that people needed to hear. Like, well, just so you know what happened. Here's a nice little 15-year span that your government just went wild.
Maybe the first couple days that I found out about the Earth, I was kind of crushed. I mean, all that space nonsense and all the universe and all those movies or shows on television, that's all I used to watch. I didn't watch anything else. Nature shows like animals and stuff, but man, it was like, but man, when I found out that crap, man, I was pretty hot. And then I went and, started my long journey of research.
Wait, have you guys heard of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency?
No.
They're the one that published. They published the WGS 84.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're basically like a sister intelligence agency to the CIA and the FBI.
They're the ones in charge of not letting us go to the north. I mean, just making sure they protect us against Russia.
They're basically like, if any one organization could be said to be connected to the actual globe deception, they would be it. Of course, NASA is like the space agency side of it or whatever, but yeah, that's the actual like intelligence agency that's actually doing the deception. Yeah.
Accomplish
So-
all the surveys.
So they say we can go to Antarctica, but can we go to the north? Can we just freely travel there? I doubt it. I doubt it very seriously.
No, you cannot freely travel in the north or the south.
Yeah.
Just another couple of things with the years. I just read this. As the first international legal instrument concerning space, the Outer Space Treaty is considered the cornerstone of space law. It is also the first major achievement in the United Nations in this area of law, following the adoption of the first United Nations General Assembly resolution on space in 1958, and the first meeting of the United Nations Committee of Peaceful Uses of Outer Space the subsequent year. So 58 and 59, they also were doing all that stuff with space. Rolling out the whole narrative and making all the laws and all the restrictions around it. Space jurisdiction. And then that led to all the satellites being controlled by them as well, like who launches them and who's actually, able to quote unquote go to space. But really it's just controlling the high altitude area of the Earth.
There's a few documentaries on here. Guys, you want to see where you live? Check it out.
That's real.
There it is. Look at the missiles up there. They're coming in.
I used to show people the stupidest stuff.
This was like, what, 1959, 60? When they make this? Probably 61, 62, somewhere in there.
Dude, that's real. Don't take away my ball. This is Ronald Reagan's Star Wars.
It's way before that, though.
I mean, Coach, so all this we're going through, like, you don't even have the sense of like, all right, yeah, there could be something going on here. Like this all real. I mean, I don't know, dude. It's sort of like, it's like the ability to know when you're being scammed, like just on a basic level, like whatever skills you use to do that, like none of this is activating that within you, because it's like, to me, it's just literally like endless red flags.
Kosho says that no one will lie to him because there's no reason for anyone to lie to him.
Nice
I love
try.
it. I love it when it's that's weird.
Well, do you have a
That's
response
weird.
to that said, Kosho?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh man! Once the impassable Arctic now provides the quickest routes. Oh man, it's impassable.
Look at this propaganda, man.
I know, dude. I feel bad for people.
Kosho, if you were a paid
Get under the desk.
And it explodes into the Capitol building. This is weird programming.
Oh, this stuff was all over the television, man.
Because everyone was so caught up in the emotion of the idea of the Soviet Union.
Oh yeah. These programs were all over public television, man. Yeah.
No, but Gio. Yeah,
Look at this.
Here's your question. Yeah, there was certainly deception, and all sorts of that stuff going on during this time. It's just we have a different paradigm, like we believe different things. So you guys obviously think that it's in regards to the flat Earth and stuff, whereas my understanding is a little different than that.
You see how Kosho answers questions and not actually says anything? It's like blah blah blah.
I was giving you the gist of it, dude. You want me to be specific?
Dude, you said
Cold
nothing.
War.
You said nothing.
It was the middle of the Cold Wars and the end of World War II, and there was deceptions all around where both the Russians and the United States was doing massive propaganda. We were establishing the deep state and the what do you call it, the military industrial complex, the stuff that Eisenhower was warning us against. This stuff all happening around 50s and 60s makes perfect sense when we're actually establishing ourselves in space. which is a complete unknown. So when they put Sputnik in the air, and we don't even know how to react to that.
Yeah, they say
So,
Russia.
I mean, all this stuff makes sense.
They say Russia planted the flag under the North Pole in 2007, and then it had.
Wow.
It's so goofy. You see the picture? It's like a robotic arm putting a flag in the.
Wait, that looks underwater.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
North
man.
Pole is water, man. You didn't know. It's nothing special. And then it shows the agreed upon border right here.
But I thought it was frozen.
Nah, it melts. Russia leaves its flag on the seabed 4,000 meters or 13,000 feet beneath the surface as part of its claims for oil and gas reserves. Russia argues that this underwater feature is an extension of its continental territory and is looking for evidence. 200 nautical miles line shows how far countries' agreed economic area extends beyond their coastline. Russia claimed the territory. Huh. So this is the agreed upon like border.
Did you ever see the documentary where they were mapping the ocean floor, and they had all these boats that were, and it was early. It was like, man, I think it was like probably 40s or 50s, but they were actually dropping ropes, with knots in them to see how far down the ocean floor was, and they came to the conclusion that most of the ocean floor is like the same depth. It's like literally flat.
Yeah, there's the abyssal
Visual
plains
points.
as well with that.
Well, there's places
So
that are deep, but
So how much
most
land in this North Pole region, like, could we possibly expect, like, from what you're looking at, with like, how many acres or how many square miles could be possible if there's land there, like, beyond the point of what we do have access to, knowing that there's whatever icy, if there is something else, how much land are we talking about? Like, what is that? 2,000? That's 2,000 kilometers.
16. Oh, it's what? What's 160 times 5?
Got a freedom units real fast. What did you say?
So it's like 1,300, 1,400 miles.
Yeah, and if you actually look into it, you can't go into these portions of Greenland. Like this whole part is also sketchy.
So it could be like 1,800.
Yeah, I mean,
Diameter
what's
area.
going on over here, right? Like what's really going on over here? I mean,
Gio,
Yo,
do you have an
500,000
hour and
miles.
27 minutes?
what's up?
I just linked in the chat. I just linked into the deep submarine case where a journalist disappears. But this is a Netflix special. It's an hour and a half. I watched it, so it's good. But they don't tell you on the introduction that this is a guy that's going into space. They don't tell you that part, but it's in the movie. Do you see it at 8:55 Pacific? I linked you.
Yeah, so there's actually two voice channels. I was thinking whether so you posted it in the voice chat one, which is different than the main one. There's like
Want
one
me to put it in the other one?
if you want, but I do see it here, yeah. But if you want other people to see it as well. But yeah, cool, thanks. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's funny, they don't talk nothing about the guy going to space, but inside the documentary, he goes to space, or he's trying to go to space. He has a big group behind him.
So Witsit, you think you could figure out how what size the vortex would be there at the north? Do you think you could? Is there a way to figure it out through the strength of the magnetic field, or like the size of the vortex?
I mean, you could try to guess it, but you would need very accurate readings, like right around it. That's you would definitely have an increase as you get there, though, because that's gonna be like some of the strongest force. It could be looping back down.
Well, in the ancient legends, they talk about like another sun there. It's like a low-hanging celestial body that like heats and warms the North Pole region. So it's not icy, freezing cold at the actual north. It's like warm.
I'm just trying to figure out like there's like no cities there, like
Most of America is just open land, which is
you know what I'm saying? Like even there's no cities up here.
in Greenland. There's literally nothing on Greenland.
What the hell? You know the Queen of Denmark owns it or something?
Yeah, it's just all like, I mean, who owns all that land? Like you can't just go.
National Park.
No matter how wealthy you are, you can't just go up there and say, "Yeah, I want 100 acres up here." You know, no matter how much, even if you have the money, you know, they're not going to. So I wonder how that land is like.
Hang on. I bet Bill Gates
probably just government land. You know, it's just government land not available for sale.
I bet Bill Gates owns some land up there.
There may not even really be much infrastructure as well. Probably on purpose. There's not infrastructure that's already going to shut most people down from even wanting to go or visit. And then if they limit the infrastructure only to one little area, yeah. See, like when you're zooming in there, like is there roads or anything in there? It's just all like that looks like a kind of a cartoon layer.
Yeah, there's like nothing, like in any of this place.
Just try frozen ice, no?
It's just all
ice shelves or some shit.
Well, it's really low res.
Why is it foggy right there?
So there's more land in the south, no? Like Antarctica or South
All
Pole.
these pictures are taken by low-flying drones. So why didn't they show us what was there? Why is it all foggy?
What's that mark thing?
That's a national park, supposedly.
Winter. Wait,
Remember when
doesn't look frozen.
Remember when Jaron found like or it was found. I forget whether he found it or whether he had reported someone else that had found it, but I just remember he did a good video on it where they found like this NASA outpost up on like Devon Island, and it had like all kinds of Mars rovers, and little tents and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Like a test site is what they claim it was, but yeah.
So isn't there a way to model like a toroidal field to determine how large the vortex would have to be to enclose?
That's tough, man, because you need to really have the strength mapped out because, yeah, the bigger it is, the stronger the field. So you kind of have to like really have like reliable measurements of the magnetic field all throughout the Earth, and we really don't.
But there's no gradients from like the equator towards the north. It doesn't get stronger or weaker.
There are some. Like it, in theory, you maybe could try to figure it out. Yeah, I haven't, so I can't really speak on it. Like when I started looking into it, I just got really frustrated with like how lame all of it is. So when you get to the south, you got nothing. This is acting like you can go here. You can't go here. Let me buy a ticket.
This park.
Yeah.
How far north is that?
Damn,
that's way up there. That'd be cool to go up there if they let you go.
Yeah, I'd go. That's like 80, 82-ish.
I'm positive you're gonna have to have. They're probably not gonna let you go out around there or nothing, but.
Yeah, I mean it would be cool, but if it's like if all it is cold, I mean it'd be cool just to tap into the ether there and the energy. That part of it would be very cool. That movie that David Avocado Wolf did called I think it was on Iceland. That movie, that documentary he did, and he actually mentions flat Earth in it. But he's talking about the energy. He was just saying it's incredible, like just being closer to the North Pole, and he said you literally feel like you're on top of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So is there a postal union treaty?
Yeah, that documentary is called 1111 Iceland. I actually haven't seen the whole thing yet. I've been meaning to watch it, but I haven't really seen it yet. But I did see a couple of clips from it, and yeah, he talks about being up in this like elevated part of Iceland where it's very close to the North Pole. Like I think as close just about as you can get, I think, on Iceland, at least his area there. And yeah, I'll post a link for it. That's the website for that documentary. But anyways, yeah, he does mention how like the energy up there and he just like the way he's describing it, from what I remember, I forget the exact clip of every word he said, of course, but the way he was describing it sounds like it really does feel different up there than it does. And I've actually talked to someone else that's been quite far north as well, and they were saying it's like a spiritual vortex, almost like when people go to Sedona, Arizona. That's a place known for like there's like tons of crystal shops there and all kinds of spiritual stuff. There's like these vortexes in Sedona, Arizona. It's like a major vortex. And this person I was talking to, she was saying when she was up there, like it felt like that all the time. It was just like this hyper vortex energy where you're just like activated into like higher levels of your being just by even being there.
That's true. I'll be right back.
Have you been there, Gio?
Sedona, yeah. If you're talking, yes, I've been to Sedona. I haven't been.
Like, can you really feel the difference?
Oh yeah, Sedona's amazing, dude. Yeah, Sedona's profound. Absolutely. Yeah, it feels like you're in like a ceremony. I mean, if you're not tuned into it, you probably could just go there. But I mean, even if you go there not having any of this understanding, people generally do just like feel better there. There's like less depression. It's a very like, and it's one of the cleanest cities in the country, apparently, like in the whole United States. When I say clean, it's like amazing. It's like there's like no litter anywhere. The roads are like perfectly. It has that to it, and then the rock outcroppings and the layout of it is incredibly beautiful, and it does have a very harmonious vibe. Just being there in general, so a lot of people that are not even necessarily very into spirituality just like living there just because of that. So not only the cleanliness of it, but also just the energy it has a very kind of high vibrational feeling. But then a lot of people do like workshops there and meditation retreats and all kinds of different types of ceremonies and experiences and a lot of different hiking around in those areas. And there are like many vortexes. It seems to be like an interdimensional vortex nodal point. My understanding of it, when you have like the toroidal field and magnetic field of the earth, you're going to have these nodal points, which are like these focal points of where the fields align. And in those points, it's going to be more activated. So like the pyramids in Egypt, places like Machu Picchu in South America, Sedona, Arizona is like the
Talking about like ley lines.
Yep. Yeah.
Going down.
Like South America has Machu Picchu, but like the version of the United States version of that would be Sedona in terms of that level of vortex and energy. I think it used to be some like ancient ceremonial interdimensional portal ceremony site for giants, actually, Sedona in particular. That's one thing I think it used to be. Like those huge rock outcroppings that are like quintessential Sedona are actually the trunks of the trees, these massive trees, and they were able to access the heavens through those massive trees. And they seem to be like clustered right in that part of Sedona.
So good energy? There's a good energy there? Like you feel it?
You want to get some pics of these rocks?
Yeah, I'll post a couple. Sedona is just epic. Oh, whoops. It didn't come through.
Oh, that's sick, bro. Yeah.
Check that one out. Yeah, dude, there's just like these areas you can go. I think these were giant. Okay, so yeah, basically it's like most of Arizona is not like this, but I mean, there's parts of Utah that have some of these outcroppings as well. But like in Arizona, you just get to Sedona. It's up at high altitude. And once it just totally changes the landscape, and you just enter into this like contain like this incredible container almost of energy. Like you literally come from like kind of just normal deserty land or whatever to this place, and once you enter it, it's just incredibly epic. And just these these rock outcroppings are all over, and they're literally surrounding like all the like houses in the cities and stuff. And then there's like a center, there's like an elevated one in the middle of the whole area of Sedona, and that's where the airport is. So like they put the airport up there, but there's like a center in the it's like unbelievably laid out. Like it seems.
Yeah, there's waterfalls too.
Did you say that you live there? Hey, Gio.
No. I've visited several times, but no, I don't live there. But no, I've been there. Yeah.
Is it made out of, and the giant trees could be petrified. I mean, it could be petrified wood. All the stuff I'm looking at.
Yeah.
That shit.
I mean, look at this one I just posted. Look at how those could be massive tree, the bases of tree trunks. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Some of that shit looks like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon, bro. Some of those pictures right there, right?
I know. It must be kind of where they got it, actually.
Yeah, bro.
Strip mined. Looks like a strip mining went through there. Seriously.
There's also, when you go there, like the city's not that big. It's like it's kind of quaint in a way, but it's big enough that there's like grocery stores and all that. But there's kind of like one main strip, and but just all the shops there, it's just like meditation places and yoga places, and like there's more crystal shops than you could even imagine. Like you just literally are driving down the road, like these just shops that have these incredible crystals, like huge, amazing, like $10,000 crystals, and like there's just, I don't know how many crystal shops there are, but it's like almost on every little like part of the buildings. There is one, like at every like little turn you'll see one. So just like people already know the vibrations that are there, the vortexes. So there's a lot of like people that go there for like conferences and spiritual pilgrimages and things like that. So yeah, but just even just having that concentration of those crystals, it's probably pretty rare. Probably there's nowhere else on earth that there's that many like of those incredible level of crystals, because it's almost like a specialist for that. And then also the portals and the energies that are already there. It does seem to be a place that seems to be like some kind of a vortex for sure. But in addition, I even think there's like an interdimensional spiritual component where like the spirit world is like more accessible there, essentially. It's like in the ether, there's the boundary into the expanded realms is like more readily available.
So I live on the southeast side of Lake Mead, and there's a place called Meadview, and it's like the southwest corner rim of the Grand Canyon. But so I went down to the boat launch at Meadview, and I went out. I was just going there to just go swimming and stuff. But anyways, I went out to the beach, and literally when you walk out to the water, you can reach down into the water and pick up the rocks. There's rocks, and it's literally all quartz, different colors of quartz.
Nice. Yeah, quartz is really high vibrational. Like Machu Picchu, like all those mountains, and the one that Machu Picchu is on is all quartz. So yeah, it's a major reason why the resonance and what quartz is able to do in terms of its qualities.
Yeah, but I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I've been to a lot of lakes, but I mean, literally all the rocks underneath, they're all different colors of quartz. It's just crazy. Yeah. I thought there would be gold in there. I took one of the big rocks with me that was just, covered in quartz. It was just all quartz. And I just smashed it all up and I panned it out, and there's a couple specks, but nothing big. But I'm sure there's a lot of gold there at Lake Mead.
What's the explanation for this? What's any explanation for this terrain?
I know, it's wild, dude. It is. It's.
What's any explanation?
There is a lot
And
of
when
petrified
mean,
wood in Arizona, though.
Are you talking about for Sedona?
Yeah, what the dude just posted.
I mean, when I was in Sedona, like those huge rock outcrop, I just posted one of the airport. See how it's like elevated?
Yeah.
That's what's so wild. Yeah, it's like they built the airport, but that's like at the center of the whole thing. So it's like, and this whole thing is like, it's like a circle almost, and it has all those rock outcrop. It's just unbelievable how it's laid out. Like it seems beyond just. It almost seems like there is something very unique about the kind of the layout of it that's beyond just chance. But I mean, those huge rock outcroppings to me absolutely do look like tree stumps. Like the shape, especially when you're looking out. Like if you get into a position in Sedona where you're looking out at a somewhat higher elevation, and you can look out over like all the kind of greenery, and it's all ramping up to the tree or to the stump, and like the way that it ramps up from all angles equally, and then just the way that it looks to me absolutely has a tree look to it. So, I mean, could those have been giant trees at some point? And then why would they be like collected here in this little like area in this way? And then why would they all still be maintained like that? Like, is there some reason that, that those, I mean, were there big trees all over the earth and these are just the ones that are left? Or are these like made of different material? Or were the huge trees only here? Or in other areas as well, but were they like sporadically placed out? There's a lot of questions. It's pretty, but yeah, they do have that look to me for sure when I was there.
Looks like a clear-cut deforestation. That's what it looks like there. The last photo you got there, you can see a bunch of tree stumps in the distance. There's cliffs. They look like tree stumps.
Yep.
Over the ages. Imagine the bottom of the sea, over the ages, and then it would look like the terrain.
Yeah, see that picture is like that shows the airport kind of little like the raised area where the airport is, but then it goes down after that, and then those like
yeah, the airport is on a tree stump. Yeah, it's on a tree stump, dude. Obviously, that's hilarious. It's obvious. Somebody cut that thing, like sawed it. Clearly, dude, and then it became petrified stone. Obviously. Anyway, how else? How else? How else? Look at that thing. I mean, the simplest explanation is somebody sawed that thing in half.
Yeah, this is one of the famous ones. It's called Cathedral Rock. That's one of the.
And where did it go? And where did these things go? They left the stumps,
The angels cut the trees and left the stumps.
Somebody took the trees, man. It's like so.
Well, then there's the question: Did it almost
crater thing? Sorry, what is it?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was about to say they got the crater thing where they want us to believe that this thing took out the dinosaurs, but they never have the thing. They point at the big hole, but they never have the thing that went in it. I'm saying, where's the tree?
The meteor got hit with such impact that it exploded to disintegration.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's their explanation. Yeah, I guess the tree must have done the same.
Also, the
vaporized.
The meteor hit the Earth at a certain impact where it just bounced the dinosaurs right into space and they died in the vacuum.
Hey, somebody vaporized the tree. It self-continuously combusted in a way that it's got a smooth cut, like a stump, like clear cross. Like that's a smooth cut. If you look
because they're like topped off. Yeah, they're not like a mountain peak.
Well, that's why there's an airfield on it. Okay, now that can sound crazy. They didn't bother. No, they found that area and smoothed it a little bit. You know what I mean? They're not going to build a mountain. They're not going to carve and, you know what I mean? They chose that because it's like that naturally, and they put an airfield on it. You know what I'm saying? Because something's like cut that thing, dude. All this terrain has been cut.
This one I just posted is not the best shot of it, but you see how like the kind of in the middle there, like there's the rock on the right, but if you then just go kind of almost in the middle there, you'll see that one sticking up. That's the one that, when looking at it from afar, that I remember.
Well,
It's
you
not the
know, I
best
think
shot of it, but where like it all slopes up from the sides,
Hey.
just like a tree stump does, and then it has all of like the parts that would be the tree that are they're like
it's real
kind of
trippy.
frozen in time. Yeah, the structure part. Yeah.
It's real trippy. It looks like something bored, like I think of that boring thing from the Tesla dude, the Elon Musk dude. You know, that's what that looks like would fit that. You know, okay, so it looks like there was like they used precision clear cutting tool, something that real precision. You know, that's my best guess.
Yeah, but what would it take to do that? Yeah, it's
Well, okay, it looks precise, but we're zoomed out, you know. So you know, when you're zoomed in, it's real rough, you know. But zoomed out, it's kind of like when you're the dude in the tractor, you know, with the designs, with the UFO designs. Anyway, so how they did it? Well, anyway, it looks like what they did is they strip mined that. It's like we're at the bottom of the sea, you know, and they strip mined it. You know, there was something here. And now there might have been they might have removed a bunch of stuff, like they might have removed the top level surface level of soil. They might have took it away. You know, people that
yeah,
could do.
well, people talk with the Grand Canyon as well. That's been talked about, whether that's an actual like a quarry. So yeah, it could be other areas in those regions, in like Utah and Arizona, where exactly. There's several that could have that potential.
Yeah, it's like a mining excavation has happened. Yeah, okay, so why it makes sense to me that it could be just huge, like real big. I'm talking like, well, I got quite an imagination.
The other thing I was going to mention about Sedona is when I was there is it definitely seems like it's like military controlled. Like there's a lot of helicopters around and like military airplanes, and it was like one of the only cities I've ever been to, and I'm like, wow, this place is like under surveillance in a way. I don't mean in like a way that they really care about. You could just go happily and go upon your way and do your thing there. So I'm not saying in that way, but it just seems like they are keeping an eye on it in like in a way that
We
seems
don't
different
really
than
know.
any other city.
We don't know the age of the world and how many worlds there are like this one. This could be a mined out, stripped out mining colony at the bottom of the sea. This could be like at the bottom of the sea, like just a stripped out mining colony. How's that? You know, like that.
Well, yeah, the idea of all this being undersea is very interesting as well, of course.
Yeah.
And,
like a yellow submarine. Okay, so all this vast world within this yellow submarine. And okay, so this yellow submarine itself being like on the bottom of the sea, like a mining excavation. That's the whole point of the whole vehicle itself is a self-contained, everything extraction from the bottom.
now,
of the
here's
sea.
a wild thought. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it just popped. What about here's a wild thought. What if they are mining, like taking land from here to take to the other lands to make their lands bigger?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, my thing I always default plan to is that they got land off the map. You know, what
Yeah,
I mean?
because where's it all going? Like if they did
Yeah.
quarry, if the Grand Canyon's a huge quarry, where did it all go?
I just think of the vastness of this. This is so vast, you know. Like I'm just thinking. No.
Yeah, I know. That's giving they a lot of credit that they could do this, but it might not be they in terms of even who's in control now. It might be some other more advanced entities of some sort in the past that already did this, and then these guys now have just basically hijacked it or whatever.
I'm sure there's land not on the map, like continents. That's a big part of why they're lying to us. But when I look at the terrain, I think there's just They think there's a multi-level, I think this world's kind of like a, it's just blows my mind. Like there's minerals, they're trying to get the gold out of it and stuff like that. I'm trying to figure this out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, then there's the whole gold connection because, yeah, like the money, the whole gold standard and money being connected to gold. And then if they're doing some kind of quarry effort where they're filtering all that and getting all the gold out of it, is that what allowed them to have more gold than us? So they took over the gold standard. Because for them to even get the Federal Reserve put into place, they had to take over the whole gold standard. Like they had to change and get their money. I was just looking, there's this thing, I'll probably share it later. There's this news article from 1921. And it's talking about the shape of the earth and everything. I was going to bring it up later and maybe read it, or if someone else wants to read it as well. But anyways, but it was like there were like ads for like products in it, and the prices were like 5 cents, 10 cents, $1. Like that's what the prices were. So I'm just saying, like they rolled out once the Federal Reserve was established, they had their money, but in order to do that, they would have to get seemingly probably a lot more gold than everyone else. So do they have other lands that they got that gold off? Did they mine land from here and take the gold from it? Or in addition, there's that ancient alchemical kind of the legend of turning lead into gold or turning other metals into gold. So did they hijack that technology, and are they making a lot of the gold for themselves as well? There's all those potentials.
Oh man, I think everything's made out of water, and I think the elements are just structured water, and with sound resonance, should be able to restructure the water into anything. What do you think about that? What we call matter is just energy condensed to a slow vibration.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's sound and light vibrations that are like sound and light that's vibrating at a particular frequency to create matter. And then, yeah, water is a very unique expression of matter that has its vibration. And then water like holds memory and has the capacity as like a medium that can allow for like an actual transfer of like a storage and transfer of information and of different structure.
Well, you're made mostly of this stuff, and so is the world, by the way. Hydrocarbons, carbohydrates. You're like a fish in water, you know.
Yep, the water's just in our bodies and in the air we breathe, rather than in the ocean.
I think a lot of the fractal nature of reality too, and there were giants in those days, and I think a lot about ripples in the water and stuff like that, and I really wonder, what if we're just ripples in the water? What if this whole world is like a dream bubble within a dream bubble?
Yeah, I think so, man. Ultimately, I think it's all consciousness and it's all experiencing itself through different expressions.
Well, when people say consciousness, I try to get really precise, and I call it water. I call it water. The air is anagram for ether. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, in the beginning, God separated the water. It's like it thinned out. It's like the air is like thinned out water, and you know what I'm saying? Like a fish in water.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if it separated the waters from the waters, then what existed initially would have been water or that medium. Yeah,
the stars.
That's like the core substrate. It's the core substrate by which this energy is like enveloped and contained and expanded within.
Or the stars are like speakers fixed to this big fishbowl thing,
Yeah.
And so all the elements like resonate with the stars are like speakers, okay? And the elements that all have the resonant. Well, I think everything is like, okay, we're like, we call it holographic, and you said conscious, everything's consciousness. Well, I think everything's water, specifically like our brain, everything's membrane. You remember that everything is like memory, everything is made out of water. You know what I'm trying to say? It's just like it's restructured and stuff like that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, for sure, man. Like even on the archetypal level.
I was really stoned over here.
Hell yeah. The archetype of Neptune, which of course, like, I mean, yeah, I know they call it a planet or whatever, but it is an actual luminary, like it's an actual wandering star. But like in all my research and studying in terms of like all of Neptune's archetypal significance, like Neptune, I mean, they connect it to their Greek gods or whatever, but the actual archetype of Neptune represents water and like essentially consciousness and spirituality. It's kind of like the veil between the physical and the beyond, like Neptune, and it has this connection to water, like the actual waters themselves, to the, like just watery consciousness, like flowing consciousness, like dream, and so that, and therefore it's connected to dream states. It's connected to spiritual states and that kind of boundary between, and then it has a lot of other components, but yeah, so all of that is interconnected. Like,
I think of like the beginning, God separated the waters and like somehow fixed the stars are like these portals. What they are like speakers. Somehow, like, I'm sorry, my mind's all over the place. It's like okay, send out the water, spread it out. There's some ancient cosmology about this. Where they got the dude anyway. Anyway, my point is they spread out the ceiling and fix these speakers on it, right? And we're inside of this thing, right? I'm trying to say? We're inside this thing with speakers fixed to it, and all the elements resonate with the stars on the different channels.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And there's a connection to crystals with that as well. I was just going to read because it's right along with this. I was just going to read this one little sentence here. Neptune represents the ocean of consciousness that dissolves all boundaries between self and other, between self and universe, between self and God, and between the concrete reality and other realities. So it's like that idea of the ocean of consciousness and how that's connected to water.
Hey,
but yeah, what you were just saying, yeah, exactly.
I agree with that. I agree with it. I was saying the speakers. Okay, the stars seem to be like speakers, and everything's made out of water. But I'm trying to make sense of they could have set this up anywhere. Somebody could have set this up at the bottom of the sea. I'm trying. I'm trying to make sense of all this, but I'm seriously like, okay,
yeah, and if the stars are sonoluminescent, like sonoluminescence is sound waves that emits light.
Yeah, exactly. And the sun and the moon mechanism is some anomalous activity in the sky, which anyway, never mind. I don't know somebody could have set that up, like the sun and the moon thing. It could be a run on a track, like like somebody just set that up at the bottom of the sea. Like this is a mining colony. Hey, dude, like we're like the little miners, okay? We're not supposed to figure it out. Like we're like looking at the vast landscape, like, wow, how did it happen? Maybe the
I mean, like, why did the Grand Canyon? They try to say that the Grand Canyon was formed because of that river, but why doesn't every river create that then, or why aren't there any others?
What if we're the survivors long after it's been done? The job's long over, like, and we're just the ones still alive.
Well, we're the ones that are alive in this cycle, yeah, but I think there's been many, many cycles before.
Like imagine there's been a bunch of miners out on an expedition at the bottom of the sea, and they left, and it's over. And we're just like a remnant of people that like survived, and we developed society. Or they just left, or they got all the gold and left. Were they straight up left us here, man?
They got all the gold, took over the world through the Federal Reserve, and then boom, World War II, and then now here we are. Yeah.
Maybe it's always about the gold, but look at that landscape, man. I mean, wow. I just try to make sense of stuff, but man, it looks like strip mine, dude. Okay, the world is vast. I don't know how we're so small and the world is so vast, and that landscape looks like that. I see a lot of stuff growing over it, which just reminds me of the stuff at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, it does kind of look like coral reef in a way that has kind of the. Yeah, I mean, you could just as likely put that in water and it would look.
Well, I'm just
fit.
trying to say, you know, the world could be like a bubble. You know, this is like a bubble. We're inside of some sort of air, but we call it I'm calling it air bubble. Okay, now what air is seems to be thinned out water. But anyway,
Look,
we're in a
fucking you.
water bubble.
Look that up.
What's that? I mean to say everything's made out of water, and we're inside of a bubble. Because the Earth is flat. I mean, and it is flat because if you compare it to Kansas, that's flat as it's flatter than a pancake. So when you look at it, when you look at it from a big picture, the Earth is flat, and so we're inside of a, so it's like a bubble. We're inside of a bubble. You still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm just here smoking weed, man. I'm just trying to make sense of stuff, man.
Yeah, no, I'm just eating some food, man, but I'm enjoying it, man. Yeah, just.
That's cool. What do you eat, man?
I'm just eating some fruit right now.
Cool, dude. Everything is like fruit makes me think of it too. Everything is like ripples in the water, And we're made of this stuff, literally. It's our parents made we're made of this fluid. Our cells are mostly fluid. The water, the oceans, the world is mostly fluid. You know, you know what I mean. Like the fruit you're eating is mostly fluid. Actually, it's completely fluid. Where everything is fluid, even the stuff that's solid is just condensed to a slow vibration. Everything is vibrating very slow, resonant, very slowly. So the truth, they don't want us to think that everything is. I'm smoking a lot of weed over here. They want us to think that everything is spinning around in a bunch of different, whirling speeds and stuff at a microscopic level you can't see and all. It's all crazy. The truth is the opposite. The truth is actually that the wooden coffee table here is frozen. The elements is comprised of it's frozen. Do you know things of the periodic table elements they gave us in school is bullshit. There's a different one, a parallel one that shows you that conductiveness and resistance of elements. Yeah, I was saying there's like how you have a melting point and a boiling point, all that stuff, which is like how the Earth is flat. Like I'd say the thermosphere, you can just look that up. And anyway, but their own model doesn't make any sense. How anything could go in space but anyway, it's about elements, right? So the coffee table here is solid, is frozen. It's frozen because the elements is comprised of it freezes at that temperature. And by frozen, it's merely condensed to a slow vibration. It doesn't have water is the universal solvent, whatever. It's the you know water is the medium, the aether, but a deviation of it, a structure of it that is wood is frozen at room temperature. You know what I'm saying? And it appears solid. But it's really frozen. You know, and it's made out of water. They call it carbohydrates. Wood is carbohydrates. It is made out of water. Even you know what I'm saying. Everything's made out of water. The cells of your body is mostly water, and what parts of it that isn't water. I mean, it is water. Is what my point is. That's my point. Is every part of your cell I'm sorry, is a different form or structure of water. Isn't that right? Wouldn't that be right? That we're all comprised entirely of water. 100%. Would that be accurate to say?
Well, it's definitely water involved. What do you think about the idea that there's like 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water?
Oh, well, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know. Possibly. I was thinking that plasma is a thing, and Battle Mod said that fire is like a plasma, or that fire is a plasma. But I think these are all different forms of water, including electricity. I think electricity is just the path of least resistance. In the flow, it's all about this because the world is like a Swiss clock with the speaker system on it, and so that's how everything works. Everything's made out of water, structured in a way that we're barely above freezing. You know, you know what I'm saying? And what appears warm to us in the degree of our senses, but we're really it's all in our mind. But really, we're barely above freezing in this snow globe. The world is like really everything's made out of water, and what's solid is really frozen. Is what I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to say what they call it holographic reality, right? I'm saying, well, holographic, well, consciousness, I say, is water. That's what got me on this rant. It's about what is consciousness. Well, I was saying, well, anyway, even light is just high pulse rate vibrations, and all of our senses are just. I don't know if you're still there. I was saying all of our senses are just vibrations. Uh, we get different vibrations in our minds and in our we have these salt crystals that line our mind's eye, and so they're like laser beam. All this stuff is like light beams, holographic. All this stuff is high pulse rate, flow rate of water. All this stuff is just water rearranged and restructured. Electricity, whether it's light, whether it's light holographic consciousness, in the mind. I think it's all just the flow of water, restructured. What do you think about that?
Yeah, dude, I'm down with ether.
I mean, even light beams.
Ether has a water component to it as well.
Say what? Ether?
Yep. Of fluidity.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I was saying that there's like a speaker system, right, set up, on the ceiling, right? What we call the sky. And what it's doing is putting all these resonance, right? I wonder how they rig this thing up, but it's like we're inside of a some kind of big fishbowl. What do you think about that?
What's that lyric from that song? 2 lost souls living in a fishbowl.
I haven't heard that one, but that's all right.
Hotel California.
Oh, that's a funny one. Yeah, that's a good one. I always got instrumental music in the background here and to keep me sane. That's a good tune. But let me tell you, I think everything is like ripples in the.
No, it's not Hotel California. Never mind. That's Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that's a beautiful album cover. Yeah, that album cover. I see that on this channel a lot, or these channels, whatever. Hey, this channel is cool, man.
That's Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd. That's what it is. It says that.
Hey! I wish I was here on this channel over the years. I didn't know about it, but I took a break too from Discord for a while because we're not allowed to talk about But the big current event that the big event that we're not allowed to talk about. So but anyway, I was saying this place is cool, man. The server. This is your server, right? The Geo dude.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it as mine necessarily, but I kind of feel it more like I kind of
Yeah. This place is cool.
helped it come into, but yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
this place
yeah.
is cool, man.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad you're here, Smurf. Yeah, I mean, I remember chatting with you back on 24/7 in the old days.
Yeah, I was a raging alcoholic back then, like real bad. But I never meant any bad to anybody. I mean, what I mean is I drank a lot. I drank a lot, but I think I was always nice to everybody. I think so. I don't really remember. I got upset people would mute me, but just because I was drunk, and that's when I would get upset. But anyway, a lot of that's kind of blurry, but I really, I like this place is cool. Place is laid back. I've been sitting here listening a lot. Hey, I was saying I think everything's made out of water, and so what do you think about that?
Well, then, does water precede electricity, or does electricity come
No,
before water?
electricity is water also. No, it's the same thing. Because check this out. Because I can explain. You see, sound and electricity, we know that sound and light are the same thing. That's what Nikola Tesla said. It's just a different frequency, pulse rate, whatever. So we know that sound and light is the same thing. So what was I just talking about? I'm really stoned. What was I saying is the same thing?
Water.
Oh, water and electricity. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh, for the same reason is that it's all just like sound and light and water and electricity. It's just for the same reason as that it's what electricity is just high pulse rate like imagine this water flowing exactly. Just imagine water flowing, like that's electricity, and so it's the path of least resistance, and it's literally water, and so with the way water is structured, now the way electricity works, I'm talking about energy like at a fundamental level. I think the way the electricity of the house works is it's resonating, it's vibrating. The copper wires are just vibrating, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty stoned over here.
Hey, you guys were talking about Arizona, right? My name's Frank, by the way.
I was talking about electricity's water is the same thing. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
well, electricity flows on water.
Well, I was saying it's the path of least resistance.
Well, yeah, we were talking about Sedona for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you remember a movies that came out in the '60s, The Man from Flint with James Colburn, he was a spy, but in Arizona there was underground bases that he would access where the head of his security unit was. He was like a spy. Flint was the organization that he worked for. But you were talking about how there's something going on underneath there. I really do think there is like tunnels underneath all that. Underneath all them.
I believe it. I'm a believer.
Underneath all them rocks and everything.
Yeah, like Utah, Nevada, and Arizona. There's something going on there. So obviously you got like Area 51 and that stuff, but I wouldn't doubt it because even Sedona, like it's kind of this like spiritual, crystals and vortexes and yoga and meditation. And it's very touristy as well. The little town like Sedona, but like I said, there's like it's not military activity in terms of like anything that's like locking down your ability to hike and hang out and do stuff, but there's just like military aircraft and a lot of different like helicopters that are always swarming around and things. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that that's like that airport in the center there is possibly connected to a network. I wouldn't even doubt if that's connected up to the Denver airport as well.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to say. I think the Denver tunnels are connected to that whole network right there.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
And with the vibrations, the old world pipe organs from all the Tartaria videos that I watched and everything, they were all used for frequency, and the bells, like the giant bells they had, the Liberty Bell. People would stand under the bells and they would ring them and they would resonate, and it would bring healing to their chakras, to their energy centers, because everything runs on frequency. And I think it was in the 1800s is when the Rockefeller Foundation changed the frequency to 4/4, the music frequency, like your tuning for your guitar or your piano, or everything became 4/4. That became the standard. And the frequency of 432 is supposedly the frequency of David, of King David, which is a more higher vibration frequency. And then there's frequency on hertz, all different ones that align each one of your chakras. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, definitely. The 440 hertz versus 432. Yeah, different sound frequencies vibrate with different chakras. Yeah, absolutely. And they do that in sound healing as well, where they use like crystal bowls.
Yeah, the bowls. Yeah.
Yeah, to vibrate particular frequencies and within the body and the chakras, how that's connected. Yeah, to like clear out a particular, like if someone has a lot of like shame or guilt or something like that, that's like really like gnawing at them, and then that's like stored in a particular chakra, they might use particular crystal, sound, like crystals, that like a crystal bowl that vibrates at a particular frequency, to access that actual chakra, to then try to free that energy up and help heal that.
I think that makes sense. And I think in the chakra system is you have brain cells that are like these neuron things. And I think that have fluid, like a cerebral fluid thing or something.
Yeah, it's called the secret secretion. It comes out of the pineal gland.
Wow.
It secretes once a month whenever the moon is in your sun's in your zodiac sign.
Oh, cool.
So
dude,
every
awesome.
31 days or 30 days of the month, the moon goes through the 12 cycles of the zodiac. And when it enters into your zodiac sign is when that secretion secretes out of your pineal gland, and it drops down to your root chakra. And then by the time the moon leaves your zodiac sign, it stays there for 2 to 3 days, it starts to travel up. But you have to, there's certain things you have to do though. You have to retain your seed. You can't drink alcohol. You can't overeat. You can't have any negative vibrations. You want to do fasting. You want to do high meditation. You might want to exercise a little bit more during that 3-day window. Yeah, there's a whole thing about the fluoride. The fluoride actually calcifies your pineal gland. That's why it's so prevalent in the water.
Yeah, I only drink well water. Yeah, it's scary stuff. I grew up though with that scary stuff, county water. Dude,
Yeah.
it tastes
But
bad.
once you open up your third eye, your pineal gland, the calcification goes away, and you can keep it away even if you're drinking the water by meditation.
I've been on well water for over a decade.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm terrified of the county water anywhere.
Yeah, there was a whole thing that Ewar put out about the mining of this realm.
Water is beautiful.
How it was mined for the precious minerals, the gold, the platinum, the uranium, like thousands of years before we were even here, by another whole civilization.
You can flash freeze the water, and you can see the well water, when you flash freeze it, you can see the beautiful geometric designs of nature from well water. You don't get that from city water.
Wow.
But I was saying, I didn't mean to change the subject, but also though, what was I saying? Sorry, I'm kind of stoned over here.
It's all right.
Oh, I had something really cool to say about water. I forgot.
Yeah, if you sing into your water like love songs and
Oh, check this out.
speak good vibrations over your water, you can actually clean your water.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that I saw somebody, wrote sailboat, and okay, check this out. I realized if you could flash freeze the air around me, you would see my thoughts. Because somebody wrote sailboat and they flash froze it, and they had a beautiful sailboat, because somebody thought it goes beyond the love and the hate and stuff written on water, and one goes bad and one doesn't. Those basic experiments. I mean, what it is our minds seem to holographically ripple out these what we call holograms. Ripples out. We ripple out reality or something. And if you flash froze the air around me, you'd see my thoughts, like thought bubbles. You know what I'm trying to say?
Dude, that's awesome. I've also heard of people.
100% serious.
Yeah. There's another one where if you take like water, and then you take water and you can like imprint it with something, and then you put it in the freezer. And like when it freezes, it'll actually create a design of the thing that you imprinted it with.
I got more to say.
It's unbelievable. So it's like the water's actually responding. So if you say like portrait of a man, or you write on a little piece of tape, portrait of a man, and then you put like kind of a thin layer of water that ends up like freezing, it will create a portrait of a man.
Yeah, yes, I believe this.
It's like it's almost like AI, like not really. It is kind of like AI, but it's not artificial intelligence. It's not artificial intelligence. It's like it's natural intelligence.
What's cool is if you break
intelligence, everything from the inside.
I saw like a documentary. Oh, okay, what it was? I mean, not a documentary. What I saw Dr. Andrew Kaufman. That dude's cool, and I watched this thing and I found so if I broke my hand, if you took a drop of my blood, and if you took optical microscope, you would see it would resonate anatomically, ripple full of my hologram in my blood. It would be resonate if I broke, let's say if I broke my arm, my leg or something, or my hand, that would resonate through every drop of my blood, through every part of my body. And if you took a drop of my blood, you could zoom in on it, and then you could see a perfect visual, like match an anatomic textbook, and it's three-dimensional, and it's multicolored where it needs attention most, where it's most damaged. And I saw this. I could send you a link. I found this on BitChute. It's a Dr. Andrew Kaufman. I was trying to point this out is that the body interfaces visually with what we call holograms. I think they're like ripples, like structured water. But anyway, the body seems to communicate by resonating ripples in the bloodstream, is what I'm trying to say. To regenerate itself. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, there's also a theory that every 11 months your cells regenerate. If you change your outlook on life and you get out of negative living in the past or worrying about the future, and you live in the present moment, and you stay consistent in gratitude and love, your cells can rejuvenate every 11 months and become new.
Psychedelic.
And free you from cancer, free you from all kinds of sickness. That's why there's such a fear transmission going on mainstream media, and all these algorithms causing fear, causing hunger, causing, when you're watching TV, just to numb your mind, because they want to keep you in a state of
Right.
dejuvenation instead of rejuvenation.
Here is how they herd the sheeple. You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you
And
say
they're
that again? I talked over you. What did you just say?
yeah, instead of rejuvenating, you dejuvenate by watching TV and listening to the mainstream narrative, the news. Everything's to trigger you and get you into worrying and get you in fear.
Exactly.
But if you stay free from that,
they're polarized.
Every 11-month cycle, your cells will rejuvenate. You can even read cartilage.
I believe it. Yeah,
I found out what arthritis is. Arthritis is a calcium buildup on your joints.
I'm still learning, but I do think if you free up anxiety and stress, like by not being polarized, you loosen up these fluids in your body, by not being stressed out by all the fear they have on the television with the TV news that the sky's falling.
You're living it
up all the time.
When you're in fear, you're living in a flight to fight mode. Like you're being chased by a lion, or you're in some dire circumstance. And when you're doing that, your heart is constantly overworking. And your adrenaline is flowing, and it just causes harm to all your cells.
That's Fox News is on, dude, or CNN. Oh yeah, MSNBC's on it now. I got adrenaline.
Yeah,
and that's not good for the body at all. That's
all the media is just to trigger you, get you angry, get you upset, or get you in fear.
Yeah, the cattle crowded. Yeah.
But if you stay in the present moment and you stay in love and enjoy, you can overcome all that. And I found out that arthritis is just calcium buildup on your joints.
What is calcium? I'm ignorant. I'm still learning
stuff. Well, it's the fluoride they put in the water and all the poisons. And when you have an injury, like to your knees or to your elbow or to your shoulders or your hips, calcium builds up around it and it blocks it from moving. But once you break that calcium up, then your joints start to move. Like I've had bad knees for years, and I started taking borax, the detergent. I take an eighth of it a day, an eighth of a teaspoon. What it's supposed to do is break the calcium up and free your joints. I'm already starting to feel my knees start to free up. And then once you get rid of the calcium, then your cartilage can regrow. Because your body is made to renew itself.
You're getting from the borax, you're getting the mineral boron. Yeah, boron. Right. It was just tough to get in the diet. Yeah, it's like stripped out of the soil. It's not really in our foods the way it used to be. So yeah, being able to get a source of boron. There's actually like a lot of incredible healing effects people have had from taking boron. It is a trace mineral, so like you don't want to overdose in it or anything. You just need a small amount, but you do need enough. Like you need to have your levels good. Your levels at a good level for it to then do its thing. And yeah, there's actually a whole kind of like there's a thing like the borax conspiracy, basically.
Yeah, I just read that. Yeah,
where like the mainstream medicine has like, they turned it into like a detergent. They said it's toxic or whatever, and like exactly. And it's like downplayed like people from using it because it actually has a lot of incredible, like certain illnesses. I'll just say seem to be able to be resolved by utilizing it. So they want to treat those things with pharmaceuticals. They don't want people actually solving.
Yeah, no, they want to sell pharmaceuticals. They don't want holistic healing, and your body will heal itself.
Have you guys ever heard of The Biology of Belief? Have you ever heard that book? All right. No. Well, this book, it's pretty interesting actually, but basically they took a bunch of people whose knees were giving them such bad problems that they couldn't like do regular activities anymore. They could hardly stand. They definitely couldn't run. And they took all these people, and a third of them they gave like procedure A, they cut open their knee and they like scraped up cartilage or whatever they do, and they closed up. A third of them, they opened up the knee and they like reshaped the bone or whatever they do, and they closed up. It's been a few years since I read it. But then the last third, they opened up the knee and they made all of the sounds of surgery, and then they closed up the knee and they didn't tell anybody what surgery they were seeing, and all of them recovered fully.
Even the ones with the non-surgical procedure.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever hear of Dr. Joe Murphy? The Power of the Subconscious Mind. I just came across this book this year, and it talks about the correlation between the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. How the desires of your heart are in the subconscious mind. And when you align your conscious mind with your subconscious mind and allow your subconscious mind to bring forth your desires, is when you actually start to manifest. Because your subconscious knows everything you need. It knows, it is really your it's driven by your imagination. It's driven by your desires, your thoughts, your dreams. And when you start to line up your conscious thoughts and your conscious speaking with the desires of your heart, which is the subconscious mind, then you actually start to manifest your visions and dreams by using your imagination also.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
The imagination is the key, and it's so downplayed. And we're so bogged down with pornography and all these other things that sidetrack our imagination from using it for good, and they program us to use it for evil, like imagining to harm one of your enemies, or I'm just using these as examples, or lustful thoughts. You're wasting your imagination by doing that. When you just imagine the desires. Like, I have a desire to put a pool in my house, so I've been imagining myself swimming in it, and I'm not going out of my way to get extra money. I just know that my subconscious mind is going to bring the money that I need to facilitate putting a pool on my house. You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
So I'm using that practice to actually manifest a pool in my backyard, debt free.
Can you? I was getting water. I was getting ice in my bong, and I missed some of what you're saying about manifesting reality. What? Can you go over that again?
Yeah. It's The Power of the Subconscious Mind by Dr. Joseph Murphy. It came out in like 1950 something. And it's been like hidden from us for years. And the church has used this whole text, and because he quotes a lot of biblical references in this, but they've perverted this whole text to making it to where you have to give to receive, when all you have to do is believe and use your imagination to receive anything you desire. And out of your out of your abundance, then you will be generous and you will give. Because whatever, he uses the reference of the tide. Whatever goes out always comes back in. So whatever finances you're putting out comes back in 100-fold, and the tide always comes in stronger. Does that make any sense?
You are supposed to spend of what God gives you. So yeah, that makes total sense.
Oh, you're not supposed to hoard it and be selfish with it. When you're abundant, you're supposed to give and freely give. I freely have given to you, so you freely give out.
Well, I think, okay, for one, I think that if you don't align your conscious and your subconscious, then you will be constantly fighting against yourself and you won't get anywhere.
Exactly.
And I think that prayer actually accomplishes this, because you are consciously lining up your goals with that which you most desire, the things that you would ask God for.
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's a perfect way to align it, really.
Oh yes, definitely. Prayer definitely is effective, and it does bring forth manifestation. But there's no legalism behind it. You don't have to jump through hoops to get it. He's given us everything. Everything we need is in us. From the time we were created, everything we need is in us.
Well, technically, we always need. I mean, technically, God is in us, so yeah, everything we have is in us. But other than that,
Yeah.
I think that God purposely built this world so that no one, not a single one, can say that they did it all on their own. From the moment from before you're born, you are dependent solely on one person, like in this world. And then as you get older, you have to depend on the animals and the plants that are in the world that live their own lives. There's no way to do it by yourself.
Now this world was created for us. And all the abundance we need is in this realm. And I look at this realm like the Matrix. When you become aware of who you are, how God created you, the abundance that is in you, that is, it's like getting out of the Matrix or getting out of a labyrinth, a giant maze. When you finally get to the place, to the entrance or the exit of the labyrinth, then there's pure freedom, and you're in a kingdom mindset, and then you're living in total abundance. And there's no lack. There's no lack in the kingdom. And the kingdom is within you.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, and there's no legalism. There's no. I don't believe there's a hell. I don't believe that we're being condemned. You sow what you reap. So if you sow to your flesh, you constantly sow to your flesh, you're going to reap destruction, the word says. But if you continually sow to your spirit, you're going to reap abundance.
So you don't believe in a judgment day?
Nah. I believe I'm a preterist, actually.
A what?
A preterist.
I don't think I've heard of that, surprisingly.
Does that mean it already happened, right?
Yeah, it already happened. I believe in it's not future, it's a fulfillment. I believe in all the scriptures have been fulfilled. We're in a world. Christ is already in you, and we have all the abundance in us. The kingdom is already in us. But you have to awake to your righteousness. You have to awake and have understanding of the kingdom within to access it and to walk in it.
Wow.
It's been a long journey. It's been almost 30 years for me to get to where I am, and I've only gotten to where I am in the last 2 years. So the last 2 years, there has been such a heightened awareness in my personal walk with God that I am finally free of all judgment, condemnation, works-based religion. Cool. I'm completely free of all of it. And there's nothing but love and goodness in the kingdom. Absolute goodness.
Right on, dude. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice way to live, because now I'm not judging my friends, because I know they're just going through a program. Their mind is already programmed for them to act that way. You know what I mean? So I can just laugh at them or love them where they're at and not be judgmental towards them. I just know that their conscious and subconscious are running a program that they've established over the years, and they're stuck in that program.
Yeah, often from the television's conditioned them.
Television, society, their parents, everything. Your whole ecosystem has programmed you to act a certain way. There's a guy on the internet, Joe Dispenza. He talks about he actually healed 6 of his vertebrae. He was in a horrific bike accident. He got run over by a truck, paralyzed for almost a year. And he healed himself. He didn't go through the surgery. He meditated his way out of it. Now he walks and he does conferences, but he freed himself from his past and worrying about the future, and he just started living in the present moment, and he got total healing. And but his testimony is, well, one of the things he talks about is that you can't judge somebody else because they're just living in a program that they've created.
Wow.
And
But
that
who has
program
created?
that they have created. They're living in
So
their
you
own
don't think you don't think there's anything satanic about it?
Well, the world, satanic is just opposition of God.
No,
So,
no. I mean literal the guy Satan.
yeah, I don't believe there was a little guy. The word Satan in the Hebrew just means opposition to the gospel, opposition to God, adversary to God.
I think he's
So,
opposition to humans, not to God. But let
there is
me
a satanic agenda which is in opposition to the God way of living. So if you look at it that way, yeah, but there's not no one guy controlling it. It's actually 1% controlling it.
And I don't know, to my knowledge, he was granted life until Judgment Day. He's the only one, to my knowledge, who has ever been granted near immortality.
Who's that?
Yeah, I believe all that's been done away with. I believe that in 70 AD, when Christ went to the cross, he gave redemption to all souls, all beings, and when the temple was destroyed in his second coming, all that was done away with. The lake of fire, Satan.
So, I take it you've never read the Quran?
No, I never have. I've read parts of it. I started reading it. It just sounded too much like the Old Testament because there was a lot of quotes from Moses in it. So I kind of
it actually tells the story of Moses from several different angles, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I kind of started to see that, and I was like, I know all about Moses and the law of Moses and the Exodus. I had read all that.
Yeah.
I read almost all the Bible, so I didn't feel.
I'm always surprised when people who are really into scripture and finding extra scripture and stuff don't read the Quran, because it's just confirming what was sent before it. But most people
It quotes a lot. It quotes a lot of the Bible. It refers to a lot of it.
It doesn't quote it. It was actually given separately without their knowledge of what had happened. But I mean, if you don't believe it, then yeah, you'll say that someone came and told them or something. But
well, Ishmael was a son of Abraham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he had a covenant with God.
Yeah, exactly.
So there was a blessing for Ishmael and his descendants. And when God gives a blessing, he never takes it back. So he made a covenant with Ishmael and his mother. Was it Hagar? Or Hannah?
I don't know.
I think Hagar was his mother, yes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, so when he makes a covenant, he stands by that covenant, and he made a covenant with Ishmael. That's why there is a blessing in that. But it's not the fullness of the blessing that we have.
Well, how do you know? You haven't read it.
Right. So you've read the whole Quran?
Yes.
What did you get out of it?
Well, actually, after I left Christianity, I asked God what the truth was, and I just started delving into everything and tried to be totally humble in my opinion. And God slowly brought me to monotheism.
What is that?
And the knowledge that there is only one God. There's only one thing in this entire universe that you could call God, and boy, is he ever God.
That's cool.
Like, yeah, and I had to experience that, like, it was kind of brutal, honestly, to experience it. It was very trippy. And I'm talking full sober trippy. And basically, I developed my understanding of how exactly I could prove that that, in fact, all of our reality is dependent upon that one origin point, that one creation of us, that one creator who sustains all of our past moments, for which our like present moments are built upon. He who creates all of us into who we return. Like, we basically are nothing but
Water.
God placed in God's world. Like, we have no purpose other than to serve him. So I started thinking of God that way.
God
And
is like endless possibility, right?
God is what?
Endless possibility. Anything. God
Yes.
can do anything, right?
God
Yes,
is
and
absolutely
totally cognizant of every one of those things. Full cognition of every single consciousness and
what
more.
else?
Yeah. So does that include the idea that like that we are it? Like, it is us, we are it, we're all one, and we're just experiencing a part of the one, of the totality.
I used to think maybe that was it, but you have to be careful of ideas like that, because honestly, it's egotistical. It's egotistical of us to see ourselves in that and say, "Oh, well, we are God." That's not true.
All
But if
things
there's-
are made of God, right? All things are made of God. Is that correct?
Well, all
God.
things are made from God, but God moved upon the waters. So,
I think you're correct. Yes, I agree.
yeah. So eventually I realized that if God had guided me to the truth, that throughout time, at least, he would have guided others. It couldn't have just me to see the truth. And so if that's true, that means that he must have left us something. He knows we're here. He knows we're looking. He brought us to him.
Cool.
So there must be a text. And so I began searching through all the religions I could find, as ancient as I could find them. I looked so deep at, like, the first thing I looked at was the Bible, because that was what I grew up with. And I saw a lot of truth in it, but it very much confused me, because I kept coming back to, I can't reconcile the God and the Son.
That way. It's written, veiled in the language of symbolism. It's written in code. See, the Bible,
But
specific code to it. Yeah.
But I found out about the Council of Nicaea, which contrived to make everyone believe that Jesus was the Son of God. They said, if you don't believe this, then you're banished from the lands, or else we'll kill you. But that's just a pit stop, because I know everyone here knows about Christianity. But I stopped among many, many, many religions. I looked at Hinduism, I looked at ancient Egyptian, I looked at Nordic, I looked at Buddhism. I looked into Native American religions. I just kept going, and I spent 2 years doing this. And I was really struggling mentally at this point, because my son had died.
Ouch. My wife's son died. Really tough.
Wow.
Double ouch.
So it was really hard on me, and I was just trying to get through it by like researching as much as I could, and still trying to stay with it, being devoted to God even through like my struggles. But I was, it was hard, because everywhere I looked in all the polytheism, I saw the same themes, where this God like slew his creator God, his father. In all the polytheism, you see a guy slaying his father, the big bad God, like the big daddy.
Cool.
And so, you see that's how like Satan perceives himself, and so he paints himself in these pictures.
The adversary.
Yeah. It's like and so I became really tired of it, because it was obvious that it was the same story over and over again. And it was like, okay, well, this is obviously not even relatively close to what could be true. I know what God is, and God is not all this mishmash of random, like, gods fighting each other or anything like that. And so...
Can I interrupt for a second? Have you ever looked at the scriptures in an allegorical way? way, but an allegorical.
I think that there is a lot of allegory in the Bible.
It's mostly all allegory. It's not really.
Yeah, there's a lot of metaphor. I don't think it's right to read it all as metaphor because it's meant to be a book of truth.
I don't think it was ever meant to be put together as a 66 book Bible.
You're definitely right about that.
I think it was written for each generation to bring them back to the reality that the struggle is from within, not from without. So the devil is within you and God is within you. And that is the struggle of man coming to grips with their adversarial selves and feeding the inner devil and letting the inner God lead your life and teach you how to walk in love and forgiveness, unconditional love.
I do think that there is a real Satan, but I do think you're right in this aspect. Satan himself chose not to bow down to Adam when God told all the angels to prostrate. He chose to disobey God. So something in him,
I read about
he
that's
was weak to something in himself.
Yeah, that's the Quran.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he refused to kneel, and yeah, here we are.
And he took us over with him, right?
So to conclude my story, basically, I would, my patience was wearing thin. I don't know if I really would have stopped looking. I don't think I could have, but it was getting hard. And my husband was like, we have a Quran in the house. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that because, Quran is so taboo. It's like, that's the last religion I would ever really want to be a part of from what I knew of it. But me, I don't care what the people of the religion believe. I care what the texts say. Like, screw what everyone thinks the texts say. It matters what the texts say. So I went into it and, oh my gosh, it said, this is a book about which there is no doubt. A book for those conscious of the God. And I knew.
Cool.
In that moment, there was I just recognized it. And as I went through it, it just became more and more clear. And oh my gosh, it cleared up so many stories in the Bible that were kind of mistold and a lot of times to the discredit of the prophet. There's so many amazing things about the Quran. And honestly, it could only have been written by God. And it's in God's perspective, which is just a truly amazing thing. So that was my journey to it.
I believe it was written by what's wiser than men today. You call it God. Whatever it is, it was written by wiser people or God or whatever. And whatever was crafted that much wiser than today.
It says that people would say that about it, and what it says in response is, go ahead and do your best to come up with a chapter or find a chapter or anything like any of the chapters in this and see.
Well, there is not.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you got freedom out of it. That's all that matters.
But there are also many other books out there. It's not that's a.
How did your son die, by the way?
It's a fine book.
There's
truth in it.
SIDS.
SIDS?
Yeah.
So he died as a baby?
Yeah, he was 3.5 months old.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah, my wife's son overdosed. Fentanyl got him.
Ooh.
Your wife what?
My wife's son was 25 and he overdosed on fentanyl.
Oh man. My brother was 22 when he died from a car accident.
Yeah, that's tough too.
Yeah, I was just talking to my mom about our grief earlier today. It's just.
I'm a pothead. I'm smoking weed right now. I've never smoked with anyone who has experienced fentanyl direct. I keep hearing about it all the time. I keep
Oh,
hearing
it's
about it.
horrible. It's the worst
I've
drug
never
ever
heard
made.
anyone. I've just wondered if anyone's tested it. Like it probably tastes bad. I don't,
It's disgusting. I would
Highly
never.
deadly.
It's sad, man. It's sad that it's coming into this country through the open border, and
Did
it's
you know?
funneled in through China, through
I heard
Mexico.
wild stories about it in the local area. It's
Yeah,
caused dudes to go try to kill each other at work.
Oh yeah, it's horrible. It
Try
just
to kill each other when they run low with the stuff. They
Yep.
they have a term for it in the region here. They call it dog chow, which I think is a stupid term, but that's what somebody call it around here.
Yeah, it's all the pharmaceutical companies just putting out all this poison to us.
Gosh,
Sad.
it makes people violent. I never even heard that part.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh yeah,
I knew it was I knew fentanyl overdose was the #1 killer of millennials, even past car crashes and heart problems.
I just wonder what it does.
Oh,
to the
it's the true pandemic. It really is.
I wonder what it does.
Nothing compared to that.
You're right. That's what they're covering. That's what they're covering.
It's some sort of poison.
Oh, crap, man. Oh, thank you for making that click.
Some sort of toxic from some sort of toxin from China is called fentanyl.
Yeah, it's like more toxic and even more addictive, and it has like a really long half-life. Yeah, it's terrible in the
And
body.
you can mix it with anything. It just enhances every other drug. They mix it with cocaine. They mix it with meth.
What's the high feel like? What's it do to that? What's the ultra? How does that?
I guess it mimics whatever drug they mix it with. So if they mix it with opium, heroin, then it mimics that. If they mix it with cocaine,
so if they mix it with meth,
so it's like
it just makes it so much more intense. But even a little bit can kill you.
I don't know. I thought fentanyl was a what's it called?
An opiate.
An opiate, yeah. A very strong opiate.
Yeah, it's an opiate. It's a synthetic opioid.
Right.
Yeah.
Somebody said it's like ground up cancer stuff on the stick on their arm. Like
it's like sort of similar to morphine, for example.
Yeah.
You know, like those patches.
It's like morphine,
I think they started
but
using it for cancer patients, right,
I heard they're ground up patches, some sort of medical patch.
Yeah, I think they do have fentanyl patches. Yeah, that is a thing. That's a way that they
I was saying how they get the fentanyl out of some sort of packaging.
I'm sure people that have like terminal cancers and like something like that's,
I think
they're in insane pain, they get that, right?
What I'm saying is you stick it on your arm kind of thing, and they grind it up. Anyway, there's one method. I think there's different ways to get this stuff from China.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, it's just like morphine, but like more potent and more addictive and harder to get off. That's the thing. It's like way harder to get off of it as well.
Tragic stuff. But Pumpkin was telling us what she found in the Bible or the Quran.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys want to hear my theory?
Yeah.
Like, all the Tartarian stuff, all the melted buildings. Y'all heard about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the Quran, every time a prophet is sent, it is to warn a people, and if they repent, then they're saved. Though the Quran only mentions one time that happened, which is Jonah's story. And all the other times, he smote them. He smote them with, like, Sodom. He smote with stones. He stoned them to death. Lots of places he hit with the blast. So imagine that, if you will. Other places he drowned. Other places he said he used the scream, which I don't know what that means, but it sounds intense. Anyway, it left them all dead, and it ruined their buildings. And he says, go around and look at what the people have earned in the past. And then he says, that's the end of the prophets. And that, I think, is why we're in the state we are in today. The people stopped being smitten.
Well, I got to go to bed, guys. It was really nice talking to you. Really nice meeting you, Pumpkin.
Hey, great talking with you, brother. I
Yeah.
sent you a friend request.
I'm glad. Thank you for letting me in this channel. I appreciate it. I'll be back. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, man. Good to meet you, Frank. Sounds good.
Yeah, thanks, Gio, for letting me in. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
for sure, man. Have a good night.
You too.
Cheers. Cheers.
Do y'all like that theory at all?
I typed the word smitten in.
Yeah, as in smoked, past tense of smite.
Ah, there you go. That's funny.
Hey, welcome, Pumpkin. What's up? I just realized you're here.
Hey there, New Perspective. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, brother? How are you, Smurf?
Stone, buddy.
Yeah, just checking
Nice.
out the other server.
Yeah, I'm glad you joined. I think I was the one that sent you the invite.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I came in here a couple times before, but the conversation was there's so many people, you know.
Right. Well, we're happy to have you. It sounds like you're definitely a positive influence so far.
Oh, thanks. Yeah,
I caught the end of what you were saying there about smiting and why we're in the situation we're in, but I don't want you to have to restate the whole thing.
Oh no, it's my pleasure actually, because I've been this has really been coming to the forefront of my mind lately, and been working on, understanding such things. But basically, the Quran says that every time a prophet was sent, it was to warn a society, and they either repented or refused to repent after receiving the warning. And it only mentions one time when the people repented, which was Jonah's story. And all the other times, God smote them. He either used the blast, he used drowning with floods, he used Sodom was stoned, the stones from the sky. Let's see, and then the scream, whatever that did, it left them dead. And I was speculating that it seems that that could be what all the melted buildings and such are. We find ruins in every which state.
Mm-hmm.
And it says to go forth into the land and look at what the past civilizations have wrought, like what punishments that God laid upon them.
Oh yeah, like looking at ripples.
Yeah, and then
I've
he
never
says,
heard of the scream. I didn't know. Like it's weird because it's like God's got this tool belt with all these different, wizard powers that we're supposed to be aware of, and then also somehow know exactly who He sent and how to tell the difference between one prophet and another.
yeah, well, yeah, it was, in the Quran.
Interesting.
But then he says that the prophets are ending with Muhammad. And so basically I was saying that's the reason I think perhaps that we're in the state that we're in. No one has been smitten. Like civilization has been allowed to grow, like with some with God's blessings and some without.
Is there another smiting that we're due for, or is that over with now? Is what you're saying, or what?
I think it's going to be Judgment Day, or Judgment Day will soon be upon us when the smiting happens.
Cool.
And what's your idea of that? What's going to happen with that whole thing? There better be.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm down.
I'm down as long as there's weed.
I'll be there.
Bring it on. Go ahead. What were you saying, Pumpkin?
Okay, so I could be wrong because there's something insidious in Islam which is called the hadith. And so whenever you join Islam, they tell you, oh, you can't understand the Quran without the hadith. And so you end up reading a bunch of nonsense. And so that's what all these Muslims are. They only read they only read the nonsense and they never read the Quran. And so we all end up learning all this crazy stuff that actually isn't in the Quran. So right now I'm going through rereading the Quran to make sure that I can purify myself of the hadith. So forgive me if I...
No, that's fine.
There are people who are better in knowledge in this than me.
Yeah,
I know I read something about a wind coming through and killing all the believers, as a mercy.
The believers. Oh, you mean as a mercy? Okay. So the idea is that it's going to be so bad that it's better to just die right away.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks. No matter how you look at it.
I'm not sure if that is the Quran though, because it says that on that day. Well, maybe it's just talking about the disbelievers. I don't know, but it says that on that day, like pregnant women will drop their loads, and like everyone will just freak out and abandon everything, and yeah, like crazy stuff. Basically, crazy signs will start to happen, but no one's faith will avail them anything after that point. Well, at that point, like, I think the one sign we're given before the end time is that the moon will burst.
Mm.
You're not in Kansas anymore.
So wait, that'll be a sign of great proportions. I mean, yeah, if we're not on a spinning ball, it wouldn't throw things off necessarily the way the consensus would say at this point. But I imagine there'd be great effects just from that happening to begin with. That would be unlivable.
Yeah. So yeah, there's going to be big things happening, but it
hope for an early
all
death.
the details or anything. Yeah, probably death.
Just go for the early death. That sounds like really uninspiring. I'm sorry.
But it said that their faith won't avail them anything if they had none before, so that implies that we will be there to see the signs. Because if they had some before, then that means that there were believers.
I'm sorry. What is that now? Are you saying that before? What there was believers before, but they're how does it compare? I'm sorry.
I'm saying that they gosh, what was I saying?
I think last time we talked, we were talking about the revealing, and that's kind of what the interpretation of this end times might actually be, just a revealing of truth, right?
Yeah, I think the revealing started. Some people say 2012, some people say 2016, some people say 1980s. It's maybe a gradual thing, but
yeah, 2012. I think we were talking about that too. Like 2012 might have been the official start of the whole flat Earth revelation, which would be the end of the world as we know it. So it kind of did end on 2012, right?
The end of the world as
right?
Where do you recommend starting on reading the Quran? Is there a specific order or anything like that, or just start at the front?
There is a chronological order, and I recommend doing that because the way that they ordered the Quran, for some reason, they put the book of laws basically first, and it's the longest chapter, and they put it right up front, and I think it's really dry and hard to read that way. It's the only chapter that reads like that. I think it's better if you work up to it.
I mean, are they all ordered the same? I'm holding in my hand a Quran, but it's a Penguin Classic. It doesn't seem anything like the Bible, which is what I'd be used to. So I didn't know if they're different.
Yeah, they all read the same. They're all in the same order, and the chronological order is agreed upon also. Okay. So if you look that up, you can just easily find it.
So you can find it on Wikipedia. There's no Gospels or something like that.
They do mention the Gospel. It's called the Injil, which means the good news.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of in and out a little bit when you were talking there, and you said something just made sense to you from something someone else said. Did you want to kind of reiterate what that was for me, or is it too much to go into?
Or
don't you remember?
I don't remember what you're talking about.
It's too bad. I heard you say something clicked, and then I was like, oh, I have to go back. Maybe I'll have to go back and listen to what it was.
Let me see. That they are using the pandemic to cover for the fentanyl issue.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I was just hearing that the other day that that they can mix it with you know, uppers or downers or whatever, and it takes on that form. That's a crazy drug. That is crazy. If it works, if it just, you know, intensifies whatever it's mixed with.
Yeah. Is that called ether?
By the way, I guess since we're live streaming, we have to be somewhat tread lightly. However, did you see that new thing that's come out with Rob Skiba? There's like a whole book and a whole book that's been written about what happened to him, and basically that.
Wow.
You know, essentially, like, you know,
Right.
the protocol, as it were, the treatment
Yep.
for the thing is what did it. And yeah, there's like I think it's right on his YouTube channel. There was like a little like 5-minute kind of narrated thing that like describes the whole book. It's basically like a tell-all story of Rob Skiba's whole, you know, everything that happened, of him going to the hospital. And there's even like text message transcripts in it between him and his wife, and it sounds intense. Wow. Like they like didn't let his wife see him, and he was totally practically being forced to do these treatments and stuff. It sounds intense. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a tell-all. It's like a tell-all story and like a breakdown of what happened to him. And I think it's written by his wife, I believe.
I was going to ask if it implies that because he's a flat earther that it might have been targeted, but it was everybody that was getting treated that way.
It's called
His wife. I'm sorry. Okay, you just said that.
I turned the live stream back on. I don't know if that whatever. It's just even though this video is on YouTube, so I was actually surprised that it's on there. I mean, it literally says the protocol that kills. It's just like right there.
Yeah. I was talking to a nurse just a couple days ago that was saying exactly that. In fact, when it was all going on, I talked to her, and she was saying that is the protocol, like that, way crazy, like stuff she had to like witness that she disagreed with. In fact, she just retired because she's sick of it. She can't handle it anymore. So at least there's some out there that recognize it. I mean, she said everyone she knows that did the thing has had problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, this says the protocol that kills, the most exhaustive expose ever written on a government incentivized hospital protocol.
Have you ever heard of anyone saying they felt so much great, so much better after getting their shot?
Hey, wait just a minute. We have to be careful of the words, Smurf, just real quick, because we're live on YouTube. But yeah, we hear you. We hear you. Yeah, just use like code words like jibby. Minestrone, I think we went with.
It's like, yeah, nobody like. Well, anyways, yeah, I'm just saying nobody's like regretting not getting it. Now I know that the mainstream might say, "Oh, it's all the people that were in the hospital." I know they're going to try to say that, but we all know it's not that way.
That's
right?
The truth. No one regrets not taking it. That's the truth.
Everyone who got a vaccine passport, but I wish we had passports for a non-vaccine.
Right. Exactly. But just don't use the word vaccine because we're not talking about that anyway. Right. Did you see? I think I saw something about
that's the name of my cousin.
Oh yeah.
Vix.
Right.
But she doesn't like that.
Vaccina. She goes by vaccine for short. Right. No. I saw there was a tweet. I don't know if it was created tweet, but I guess it was straight from Andrew Tate saying something about that he regretted not getting the thing. You know, but now he's having to like get out of the situation he's in. So he's cucking to the system, it seems like, and he's actually stating that he regrets not getting it and is totally in line for it now because of talking out against it. Right? Isn't that crazy?
Mean they had him and they arrested him and were like, "Yo, bro, you got to change your stance on this, and we'll give you 6 months to."
Who knows?
Pay us
what it
$5
seems like.
million and we'll give you 6 months to state your case. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're going to jail
That,
right now.
that
Something
would be
crazy
that
like
would
that.
be possible. Well, he supposedly was like, arrested for other things, but maybe as a deal, the idea would be that, you change
blows my
your
mind is
outlook on things.
He's re-educated.
they
Yeah,
got
Typical
my
re-education.
they got my entire family with this, with the
Yeah,
marketing.
minestrone, right? The minestrone, they all ate the minestrone.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What blows my mind is that all the people I don't like throughout society, I'm overgeneralizing. The sorts of people I don't like, they ate the minestrone also. But also my family also ate the minestrone. So I'm really, I'm really just really upset overall.
But it's
I
funny
think
because
scared.
it's funny you said minestrone because remember that night we
Yeah,
were all using it?
minestrone.
We were having
Yeah.
like the full conversation uncensored, but we were just saying minestrone every time.
Right?
It was hilarious.
It sounded so funny, right? Anybody listening in is like, wait a minute, what? They're looking up, like they're Googling minestrone. Is there some kind of recall on minestrone these days?
Extra funny to me. Well, it was extra fun. This word is funny to me for reasons you don't know. Because in the army, they have meals ready to eat, MRE, and one of the is minestrone, I think, if I remember that right.
That's interesting.
It's written on there
maybe
somewhere. It's written on.
maybe it's a maybe it's a teachable moment. Maybe their stomach pains will teach them something about eating minestrone.
Well, when you say it, I just remember sitting on hard concrete eating my minestrone.
Right. So the code word is kind of appropriated from MREs to MRAs
There you
or
go.
mRNAs.
Well, anyway, the MREs. Yeah. So, my whole family ate the box of MREs, but so, the people I don't like though, the commies, like the Democrats, they all took it also. The globalists, the people that believe in all the globe Star Trek war stuff.
Star Trek War.
Some way.
Star Trek war. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all ate from the box of MREs also.
Right.
So
what's
but
kind of crazy, like
my family did. That's why I'm so mixed up about it. What's up?
it was kind of dark to think that they could do this, but like if they can, like, let's just say activate it remotely, what if they are going to use it in like a future event? So like they give it to everyone, everyone's like, I'm fine. Everyone's like, we're good. I'm not. Let's pretend like I'm just saying a sci-fi movie because obviously I would never even want to
speculation station.
Speculation, just complete sci-fi movie plot. But if they can like activate it in the future, let's say there's I don't know, maybe a fake alien invasion or something else like that, and then all of a sudden something's happening. Yeah,
activate for fun.
How would they activate it though? What's your idea about that?
Wirelessly.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like the outer ponders or aliens or wherever? Like they were the ones that caused it, even though it was already in them to be like the time bomb that they needed.
Well, I was more just saying, if it's like implanting a time bomb, a thing that they can activate remotely, if they then start doing some alien invasion or some event like that, and then people are actually either acutely getting ill or dying, or what do they call it now? Sudden adult death syndrome.
Yeah.
Like the moon map upside down. Like I think the world is mostly frozen over. What do you think about that? What if?
Yeah, there's some interesting videos on that channel that recently have come out that I posted in here a while back. That they've taken it a step further with the moon map stuff to include constellations and an updated location for these continents and stuff.
What if the world only a quarter of it is not frozen and like those. I think of those clocks that are like the lunar phases or those astrological clock things. Well, anyway, what if the world is just a portion of it is thawed out under the sun and moon thing, and and then like this moon, the moon shows us all this other terrain. Then what if it's all under ice?
That's the idea. I think that that was part of the whole Iwar Anan Lost History of Flat Earth. At least he included that idea based on the Vibes of the Cosmos.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I meant to say, I would think, what if they're finding treasure out there and like antediluvian? Well, we call, well, I mean, whatever antediluvian stuff.
Right. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of lost tech that's being found. In
Yeah.
fact, I saw a video just the other day that was talking about how everything's about to, like, shatter as far as our historical references, and part of that plan is to show that there's these uprooted, ancient, scientific or advanced ancient, discoveries that are gonna be, like, just shattering our idea of what
They
we thought
probably
history
decided.
was.
Let me be more realistic. They probably ventured out there. If there is, yeah, I explored a stat experiment. If like there's frozen tundra, whatever the word, frozen is like Arctic out there. What if they
Mhm.
got the technology and then used it against us? They weaponized it. What if they or the minestrone they're eating? What if that itself is one of the things they found, like a relic, you know? Like that movie. I didn't see the movie. I just saw a YouTube clip of this like that one where they go to outer space. It's not the Prometheus.
Which one was that be? There's like 100.
So
But
the dude that goes to outer space, he eats the black goo, or no, he
oh,
opens the black goo, and the black goo's released. You know,
there's been
okay,
a lot of the Black Goo movies too. Yeah, the Black Goo is totally in
hey,
line with it.
what do they
It's
found the
it's
black
Black Goo
goo?
minestrone.
And it was in a movie I saw. No, for real, I saw this
No, I
movie,
know.
and they went out there to the and it was frozen. And now, no, okay, so they're
Interesting.
depicting outer space, but really it's the Arctic. Is what I'm saying.
There you
And out
go.
in the Arctic in this movie, they all this bad stuff was going on. Oh, let me type it in my phone.
Okay,
I keep thinking of the word Prometheus, which is like fire.
could be. That
Uh,
that that was one of them. That's
comes
one of them that dealt with that. Prometheus. It
I
was
was saying
actually
they
supposed to
probably
be.
found all this. My point was there's probably all this technology. Well, never mind. Let me type it in my
No, I
phone.
think the movie
Type-
Prometheus actually was supposed to be like the prequel to Aliens, the movie Aliens. And then there is some
That's
Black
the
Goo
movie.
type
Yeah,
references in other space
that's the
movies.
movie I was talking about, Prometheus.
Yep,
Hey, I was
yep.
saying, okay, they might go into the frozen and they have this technology and they just decide to use it against the population
Well, it
rather than
also coincides with the whole
let
mythology of
us know anything. You were saying
you've heard of
you
the
were saying
Vril?
they might disclose and let us know stuff. I was saying
Right.
no, they might just keep attacking us. I call it okay, a friend of mine calls it the war on people. You know,
Haha, right?
I
The
got a
silent
friend, he's
war.
a
Yep.
retired Navy SEAL dude, and he calls it the war on people.
Well, that's what it is. It's obviously that. It's an
Yeah,
information war.
that's just a
It's
joke.
it's it's a war on our minds for sure, at the very least.
But yeah, hey, I'm just saying, what if there's like, okay, what if they go out into the frozen, and I guess they're Freemasons, seriously,
Sure.
they're like
Well, at
Jesuits,
least some of
Masons.
them,
Yeah,
right?
they probably go on these Admiral Byrd sort of expedition. Why not?
Well, yeah, like that's one of the things that we've talked about. Like
Well, that's
if
a
all of the
neutral hope.
technology that they're
You know about
producing to go into space,
that?
what if a
Yeah,
lot of this stuff is just being used for like the tundra, like to
yeah.
weather the conditions?
Well,
It would make a
yeah.
lot of sense, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. You can do satelloons across and what if they're,
Yeah,
the frozen
even the
Japan,
suits that'll keep you
the
warm in
frozen
the,
Japan.
or
All
deal
that
with the
space stuff would
changing
be great
atmosphere and
for
stuff.
yeah, all that would be great for the Arctic. Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes sense. Yeah,
Or
because
maybe they'll put their spacesuits on and
cold and wet.
then
It's
really
cold
put
and wet.
something in the air that kills everybody else, and they'll be safe because they
Cold
have
and
their
wet out there.
spacesuits on.
You know how like Devon, Greenland, or whatever is Mars.
Devon
Anyway, so
Island, yeah.
like yeah, whatever. Yeah, so some cold place. Hey, I was saying, yeah, so water and stuff is good. Like you want air seal tight stuff, like you want, like good O-rings and stuff, Yeah, like the
Don't
joke.
say O-rings in here. You're
I
gonna
know.
get
My point
SE Montreal talking
is that they got
see here?
waterproof stuff for the Arctic, and so they go out there and they find all this technology and they use it against the multitude, the sheeple. How's that? The millions of sheeple.
Well, yeah, whatever they do, I think, like I always say, like maybe the only thing that we have like as a safe hold is that they have to somehow keep most of the people believing that they're out for for our benefit. Like if they lose that, if they start like
Or they're using our
like
money. Yeah.
beyond blatant
They-
attacks that's
They're
not
doing all this
somehow
with our
able to
resources.
be covered with propaganda, then they'll lose all confidence and they lose completely. So they have to somehow keep the illusion alive, which ironically is the only thing that we can hope for in a
Well, I
way.
think they have the land not on the map, of course. I'm sure there's continents not on the map. But
Hey
anyway,
man,
they probably
don't say
have
outer ponders when I'm around. I'll start talking.
I'm talking to here within the
Oh,
pond.
that
I'm talking about
reminds me.
inner ponder. Let me call it inner ponders.
Yeah,
That's
inner
what's
outer, right? Inner
we'll call it
ponders, right?
inner ponder. Yeah, and let me tell you, what was you saying, Pumpkin?
Hey, wait, Smurf, let Pumpkin add in. Go ahead, Pumpkin.
I just wonder if you guys have ever heard of the jinn, not genies, which are
Yeah,
kind of based
like
on the jinn, but
Oh yeah, the bad one.
absolutely. That's where the whole idea of like the Jedi come from. The Jinn and the Jedi are the same thing.
Yeah, they encourage me to cheat.
oh, go figure.
Yeah. But yeah, the Jinn, that the Jinn is also parallel with what they would quote unquote call demons,
Yeah.
or the
But-
Ojin. Yeah.
But they also are known to be shapeshifters. So
Yep. And it's also another parallel, like I was saying, the Vril. You've heard of the Vril?
no.
Well, there's a Vril society as well, and
Parasite?
there's a lot of different interpretations. But yeah, parasite is one of the ideas that
When
it's
it
a
gets high.
parasite, and that's part of the reason that for the minestrone to get the parasite inside of us, so we become automatons.
Yeah, it makes
to
sense.
this
believe it.
Vril.
There are a lot of
entity.
episodes on TV that involve like worms taking over people's bodies.
That
Yeah, I
too,
believe
yeah, through the black goo, right? The black goo is the
Oh
worm.
yeah,
So-
and pigs are forbidden because they are unclean. And guess what? There's like a huge chance, especially if you kill a boar
Parasites.
wild, that they've literally been known to infect people's brains.
Oh, how do you get rid
Yeah,
of the
that
black
too, right?
Get rid of the black goo?
I was just thinking because I had a djinn encounter, and that actually would kind of make sense for that because I knew this guy and he was like kind of an evil dude, but he was like he's like the best friend to my husband when I met him. But he was like every manipulation this guy did was about trying to like keep my husband as his best friend. So it was like kind of a blind side for my husband, but and for me because I was always very naive about that sort of thing. I've always been like way too nice to people. But anyway, when I was like going through my study of religions and stuff, I also studied the occult. And I didn't try to perform anything occult, but I did want to know what was going on with it. And this guy, he said that he like summoned demons before, which is kind of a weird thing to say, obviously. He said that the tattoo on his back, which was like this big ornate circle that was broken up, he said that it was for summoning demons. And he asked me if I wanted to see some magic, and I said yes. And he whispered some oogledy gook in my ear, which I think was intended to scare me. I don't know. I'm not real like superstitious or anything, so it didn't bother me. But he, as soon as he did it, there was like a tapping on my kitchen window, and he told me to go and follow this bird. And like I went and I stupidly, because I was having mental issues at the time, I followed the bird. And it literally tried to lead me up a very tall ladder.
Whoa.
And then later, and this is like after dragging me around a circle of the neighborhood, and and then for the next 3 months, every morning at 8 a.m., this bird was tapping on my window. I did not engage with it after the first time.
Wow. Have you ever seen the show 6 Feet Under?
No.
It's the exact type of thing that happens, but it's like supposed to be her dead husband that's the bird, coming back to visit. And it's the same interesting idea, though, with tapping on the window and her following the bird. Interesting show because it's about a morgue. The family lives in a morgue, or they run a morgue. It's called 6 Feet Under. Anyway, but regardless, That's interesting. So what happened with this guy? Did he end up staying? Are you still in contact with him, or did you guys part ways?
We ended up coming to a head, especially when my next son was born. He had like moved in with us on Valentine's Day, which is my anniversary, by the way, with my husband.
Nice.
And he moved in on that day, and he stayed with us for like 6 months or something, because he once gave us a place to live, so we felt it invited.
Turnabout fair play, right?
Yeah, but it was terrible staying with him the first time, and it was terrible having him the second time. And
he was an occultist, right? You saying was he like a Crowley fan or something?
He said that he thought the devil was just a misunderstood guy. He said what his favorite thing to do is tear down people's faiths. I mean, this is like, you know, he like tries to play this like really great guy, and he tries to fool everybody, but he's really just fooling himself.
Oh, you mean the devil likes to tear down, or he himself wants to tear down people's face?
Yeah, he himself loves to. Yeah, sorry, I made that unclear. Yeah, but honestly, the final straw in my relationship with him was I tried to get him to at least acknowledge that good was better than evil, and he couldn't do it.
Yeah, more relativist.
You know, like when you can't say that good is better than evil, then you have no logic left in you. It's
Right,
in the
objectively, that would be the case, right? But in that type of thinking is definitely. Did you end up talking to him about flat Earth at all, or no?
Yeah.
Is it after that?
And he secretly talked behind my back about it and spread rumors about me. And
so his reaction was like very objecting to the idea that the Earth is flat, I bet.
Yeah, this guy, he literally, when I met him, he defended racism to me. I was fighting against him, and he was saying that racism is justified. And next thing you know, and I bring my best friend over who is black, he started saying racist shit in front of her.
Oh my God.
But then all these years later, when he's living with us, he starts being friends with her and smoking with her. And then he starts to call me a racist and say that he can't be racist because he's friends with my best friend.
Oh, total toxic manipulator. That's awesome that you're not hanging out with him anymore.
Yeah, well, honestly, and also when my next son was born, Leon, oh my gosh. Oh, I love that kid. He had this snake in the house, and when my mom and my stepmom came, not stepmom, my mother-in-law, came to help us get the house ready for another baby, they saw that snake there, and they're like, is that safe? And they're like, they should get that out of there. And I was like, oh yeah, you're totally right. And and so that was actually the final straw for him, because I had no kindness left in my heart anymore for him.
Right.
And
was he objecting to keeping the snake with the baby around? Was he saying, "Oh, come on, I'll keep it away from the snake"? Okay, come on.
And he's like, "Don't you trust me?" And I was like, and I was so nonchalant that time. I was like, it's not even that I don't trust you. I wouldn't trust myself with that.
Sure.
You know,
and anything you say should go anyway, especially when it comes to your baby.
Yeah, to my own baby. Right. Yeah. And so at that point, he like packed up and left, and he contacted my husband a few times more than that. Oh, he also tried to win my own family over against me, which my family instantly saw through, because my family is both smart and loyal.
Good. Right. Good riddance.
Yeah. Oh man, he always thought he was smarter than me. He was always trying to correct me, and he hated me. He hated me.
He's the kind of guy I'd like to know somehow, like who he is, so that I could like secretly flat smack him on the side without it coming from you.
Oh man, what an evil guy he was.
Sounds like it. Wow. Ugh. But anyway, so moral relativism is something that's part of this discussion sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
And good and evil, of course, and then interpretations and maybe variations on the extent of whatever it is people believe, and how that the Earth's the flat Earth conversation kind of melds into that.
Yeah.
Necessarily, but then at the same time, it may hinder some people from being able to even look at it, because I was hearing some people talk earlier about this. Like, it's almost undeniable there must be some kind of creator, or at least intelligence to the the reality we live in. And so if that's the case, then a lot of people are avoiding it because of that acknowledgement alone.
Yeah.
When
Well, I think that people see the world as shades of gray, because it's like, do you ever see a black and white pattern from far away and it looks gray? You ever
Yep.
see then the static you see on TV when nothing's hooked up? That's like just the signals that it's receiving from the universe. So that's how I think of it. Like, things aren't gray, they're actually just complicated, but God knows the ins and outs of every one of those complications.
Interesting. Wow, it made me think of that series of videos that what's the channel? Stranger Than Fiction, I think is what the channel is, and he talks about the entities. These entities that look like clowns, or that the black and white effects that sometimes are seen through cameras, stills, or people seeing like this kind of static in the ether that might be some kind of like entity in the way that we're talking about, like the jinn or something like that.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
My husband always says that electricity is probably like jinn or something.
Right,
Probably
it's that kind of idea. But there's so many things in the media and television or in advertising and stuff that might indicate that this is the case. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? The I forget the name of it, the whole way he praises it, but I'll find it. But yeah, that's an interesting thing that you added there with the static, because that's kind of like the black and white making gray idea of it too. Stranger Than Fiction, I think it's called.
I know, I've heard of it.
But it's kind of scary
Did I
because
watch a movie by that name?
I think it's Truth is Stranger Than Fiction.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I'm talking about? The clowns.
Oh, let me just look at that.
Yeah, I don't know what that video is, but it's been a while since I've checked out their YouTube, but they definitely have some crazy in there.
Yep, some good stuff on that channel.
So, wait, you're saying this is a movie?
No, I'll find the reference. If it's not that channel, I'll find it. But it's kind of scary because clowns are scary. It's weird because they use clowns for kids all the time, and it's one of the scariest things when you think about it. In a weird way. They're inherently scary for some reason.
I don't know. I met a clown when I was a kid, and she was super nice.
Yeah, there are nice clowns, but for some reason it freaks a lot of people out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, just looking up at the sky freaks some people out. Well, actually, now that I think about it, that kind of makes sense.
You know what freaks people out the most? The
What?
idea that our reality is like it seems instead of the opposite.
I know. Isn't that so funny?
That couldn't be. No, it's the opposite of what it seems. Otherwise, you're freaking me out.
Yeah. Oh, how could you ever say it
funny.
is what it seems that it is? Like,
Yeah, when
what
you put it that
science
way.
are you guys flying into?
I
Like,
don't think that's the channel I was thinking
because
of.
they literally defend his intelligence nonstop, because that's the only way they can keep it up. They go, oh, well, you just don't understand. It's like the Einstein stuff, It's like, oh, well, Einstein's the smartest guy who ever lived, basically, is their implication. So that's why he understood things that aren't obvious. But even he himself said that if something isn't obvious, then you're just, squeezing to make it fit. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
Yep, totally. I think we talked about some of this, but first time we talked, that was so awesome that you came in because, I was like, I want to talk to her again. She's really cool.
Awesome. Thank you. Honestly, this is so much better than the other one because they're always like, wait, you have to go back to flat Earth. They won't allow any other topic unless it's like,
Yeah. A lot of people have moved on from there because they want to speculate a little more. Where that place likes to keep it more, solid with the new people getting this information and not having contradictions or ideas put out there as possibilities.
Yeah,
When,
it's like stalwart against the tides.
the Nephilim look like clowns is what I'm talking about. It's Understanding Conspiracy is the channel that this is from. But
They look like
Nephilim.
clowns.
The Nephilim look like clowns. And maybe this is a repost because I don't think that's necessarily. I think it was
Oh, that
maybe they
explains
renamed it.
there was a
I'll post it.
cartoon or something where
Conspiracy RS, I think, was the original one that did it. Maybe they changed their channel name.
wow.
The Nephilim look like clowns.
Well, the Nephilim, to my understanding, are the children of jinn and humans. Because little known fact about jinn, they have children, they get married, and they have normal lives. They have cultures, they have languages, they have religions, and and they have prophets too. So yeah, it's a big deal here.
Yeah, that's totally the parallel I was trying to make with the jinn. Here it is. Yeah, it is the Conspiracy RS channel, and there's a whole list of them. The Nephilim look like clowns, and then somebody, the one I just posted, either took off from them or reposted one of their videos. But here's one that shows all the predictive programming, if you're interested in that kind of thing. But yeah, the Vril, the Nephilim coming back, and there's a whole Vril society that also has to do, kind of coincides with some of the occult groups that your friend probably was into. But that's just a scary thing. Back to the minestrone, that is the case. Geo, if you're still here, I think we got off on this because you were thinking about like the outer ponder alien invasion coinciding with some kind of thing that everyone has in them, and the essential when people are taken up into the air during the end times. What's that called again? I always forget. The what is it called when you're taken into the air during the end times? It's called, you should know. Pumpkin.
Teleportation.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at these pictures of clowns.
When you're taken into the air during the Armageddon, but it's not Armageddon.
The rapture.
The rapture. Yeah. What if the rapture? What if it is like, that's one of the ideas that was going around. Like, what if there's some, like the plasma event idea was also including that you should get all the metals out of your body, and that's so that you won't be taken up into the air. Metals are going to take you up through this magnetic contraction, right? And so maybe whatever the minestrone is would have that effect as well, as what we were talking about back when it first came around, which would make sense.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because in the Quran it clearly says that that souls will be weighed, and those that are heavier are those who are the winners.
Interesting. Yeah, so overeating is the actual secret.
No, your soul's not your body, admittedly.
Oh, okay, got it. But aren't you supposed to be like? Isn't the rapture what you're supposed like? There's a whole like reverse psychology about that, right? Or maybe reverse propaganda going on if it's supposed to be good or bad. Like you're supposed to avoid going up or not, or if you're raptured, then you're supposed to be saved, according to some ideas, right?
Yeah.
Or just the whole idea that like if the aliens come, do you go like it could be like the ship that that you either accept or don't accept going up into, and it's all kind of conflated one with the other.
I think I just read in the Quran that these people wouldn't believe even if they saw tens of thousands of people ascending into the sky. But that's as much as I can say on.
Right. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like your whole faith and whatever that is supposed to be has been completely, if there is one answer to it, and then there was an actual explanation given at any point, by now it's so reinterpreted or misinterpreted. No one would know what to believe, if it's a good thing or not. How could anyone think, oh yeah, just take me, would be like the natural choice, unless it was based on some kind of like, oh, well, dying's better than living out the rest of the days with the shit that's on the way, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it means dying. It could be it also is interpreted as being saved. And if there were real outer pounders that were
Well,
giving you a
it
chance
could
to
be
get off the
those
earth
for-
before it gets really fucked, then that could be actual saving. Who
Yeah,
knows?
exactly. It could be the two are the same, being
Right.
saved and killed.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it depends on how you can look at getting killed, right?
I mean,
Whether you're
if
actually
it's
dying or just
gentle
dying to
mercy
the
killing,
life here.
then it's
I'm sorry, what?
fine. But if it's a gentle mercy killing, then it's fine. I think that honestly, though, I kind of think that the whole everyone ascends into the sky might just be a reflection of Jesus ascending into the sky, which, by the way, happened to 3 men in history: Enoch, Elijah, and Jesus.
Oh. Yeah, the ascension
And
idea.
by the way, every time that they did, they were rumored to. They were supposed to have come back later, and that's why they asked Jesus when he came if he was Elijah.
Interesting. Okay, so the ascension happened between the death and the supposed returning of life. So he ascended and came back. So is that how the narrative is supposed to be?
No, basically,
going?
God confused them when they went to crucify him. It's not really more specific than that, but it is true that all the Gospels differ on what supposedly happened there.
Wait, it
quite a
says
bit.
that God confused something
Yeah, it got confused the onlookers
intentionally.
intentionally.
That doesn't sound very godly, but I guess it
God
does.
is,
Some
yeah.
interpretations do have a kind of a sneaky God, or an
It says
all
God is the best schemer.
smiting God.
It says Satan schemes, but God is the best schemer.
That's crazy. It's such a reverse of the whole idea that there should be some kind of like distinguishable good and evil figure that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Not to be like a
They
occultist,
act like
more
Satan is,
relativist or anything, but
yeah, they act like Satan is just the total opposition to God, like it's two sides of a coin. But really, God's light is everywhere, and there's this tiny little pinprick of darkness that he's casting.
yeah.
And
Or you
God
could
can
just see it as
only
one
erase
figure
it.
that has two roles, there would be no dark, there would be no light without dark, and that kind of idea.
Well, certainly it says that this life we're here for a trial. It said the angels, when God made humans, I'm sure you read this part, they said, will you establish mankind here to spread corruption and cause bloodshed? AKA, that had already been happening before we got there. And he said, or in my opinion, that's what it means. And God said, yes, he said, I know what you do not know. And he made them bow down to Adam. And basically, he explains throughout the Quran that, the trial is like making us better.
Or making us dead, and that would be better.
Well, the next life
Right.
is far superior to this one. So, yeah, it
That's
would
the
be
idea,
better.
right. But I mean, that's the problem, is that it's people that think that there might be some kind of manipulation of that idea to keep
if you
people in line might have a point, because
Well-
what are you looking forward to? An early death? That doesn't really seem very
Well, honestly, though, if you follow the straight path, you can make for yourself a way better path in Jannah, in the garden. You can make yourself a better stature. You can actually work to make yourself a better human and thus have better stature in Jannah. And Jannah it's not like Christians' concept of heaven. It's very, very, very similar to Earth, if not a remolding of Earth.
What were you
Like-
saying it's called? Jannah?
Jannah, which means the garden. Or garden.
And that's based on the Quran?
Yes.
It's from the Quran? Jannah?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
But normally they'll still say heaven because it's still the afterlife. Basically Christians don't even have a clear picture of what heaven is, but we do. I mean, not clear picture. We know that the people will see the fruits and say, "Hey, we had fruits like this back from where we're from."
Right. Speaking
So
of
it'll
Adam, did you look at those? Did you look at those comps on the origins of language that I was posting when we talked last time? And you were saying that the Adamic or were you saying that the roots of all language was
No, dude, I
Adam?
couldn't find it. I looked and tried to find it several times, and I couldn't. I don't know where it went.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I think I posted it in the live stream when we were talking, but in this server as well as the other one, just scroll down and look at where it says Brenner comps on the list here in Earth Awakenings, and all that stuff's there. But I'll send all the ones that are dealing with that again to you. Is Witsit in here right now, by the way? Because I knew you wanted to talk to Witsit. I think you mentioned last time you were on the 24/7.
Yeah, he showed up, but he didn't say anything.
Witsit, calling Witsit. We're talking about interesting stuff you like to talk about right now, and you would have an input that Pumpkin would probably appreciate if you're here, or if you're here sometime soon. The interpretation of the Bible is something that he does a good job with, as far as like some of the assumptions that he used to have that he no longer has. You might have seen some of his streams about that, but
No, I really haven't done streams too much. I'm not really like a podcast type person. I've done a few Jordan Peterson ones, I guess. It's just like I've done so few podcasts. I don't really, I'm a mom, and I also am very social, so I'm more likely to spend my time on Discord. But I have seen clips, and everything.
Well, you could even go on. You could even go on if he has a stream. Sometimes he'll have guests on you, or even here you talk. He talks on here a lot, but you guys, I'm sure, would hit it off with a lot of the interpretations.
I'm the type of person who calls into AM radio. You know what I mean?
Nice. Did you call into AM radio like for what was it, George Norrie or something like that back in the day?
George Norrie, I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's what was it called? The show? Somebody help me. It was like kind of like the conspiracy corner before real conspiracies were actually kind of
really? About what
allowed. It was more like alien disclosure type stuff, or some of the theoretical things that weren't necessarily mainstream. But
what's it called?
Art Bell was the other one that was the host of that. I forget the name of the show, but somebody here knows. But
what time? What?
Oh no, it was just something that was back in. I think it's still on. I think George. I don't know who's doing the hosting of it now, but it's kind of now some of these characters that were on that. Are on the YouTube instead or something, because they've kind of furthered their research.
Honestly, I was searching by myself for so long. I only have been on Discord for like 10 or 11 months now, and before that, I wasn't talking to anybody about anything. I wasn't listening
Coast to Coast.
People.
Right, it's called Coast to Coast AM. That's what made me think of it, because you were like calling the AM radio.
Yeah.
Yep. We're not in Kansas anymore, that's for sure. Right,
Yeah.
Smart for you here still. It's totally different now that we know that the Earth isn't a spinning ball, and that's something that is endlessly interesting, which baffles me still, how anyone could not be at least interested in finding out if that's the case. If you're a curious person at all.
I've been telling everybody I know for years, man, and they can't seem to figure it out.
No, well, they don't want to. You have to. That's kind of like the first question. I think somebody was talking about me asking this at the beginning of most of my conversations with ballers. Would you want to know? Because that's like where you have to start. Yeah. If you wouldn't want to know, and you could be honest with yourself that you wouldn't want to know,
who wouldn't
then
want to know?
There's no reason to continue talking about it.
But
if you would want to know, then let's talk about the details instead of just acting like you already know.
So did you say those resources are in this server or a different server?
It should be here. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of subtle. I think it might just say Brenner.
Can you
I'll definitely send you the ones that have to do with what we're talking about. But you definitely want to look at all of them and see. Should be in here. So, Gio, are you around? I'll scroll down and look for
Yeah,
it.
I just tagged her. Yeah, you can just do £, and then just start typing BRE, and then it pops up. I just tagged it in the chat.
There you go. Nice.
If
Thank
you
you.
look in the live stream one text,
Oh, you know what? I did save these. I remember saving all these, but I hadn't looked at them.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
one of
Brenner
the
compilations. It's not highlighted at the moment.
Oh, that's where it was. It was in these all along, and I just didn't realize that I had saved them. Okay, let me see.
I wonder a lot about why I tell everybody I know the Earth is flat, and I think it's like I'm putting out like I'm trying to put out a signal like, is there life out there? If people, a real person, a real thinking person should be receptive and go, what do you mean? Because imagine you're in a building and somebody tells you that there's more layers to it, the architecture is different. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean there's really another story to this building, this house? Do you mean it's a 3-story house? What do you mean? I mean, I tell you the earth is flat, that should cause some sort of reaction. But when you're dismissive of it, I say you figuratively. I'm saying you as to a human being. I go to a person and let me say they, okay? When they are dismissive or hand waving, what difference does it make and all that? I'm like, dude, this is like, I just wonder why I ask people, hey, or to talk about it all. I'm like, the Earth being flat is fascinating to me because I bring it up to everybody I know because not at least one person should say, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean the Earth is flat? I mean, I personally haven't met a single person. That's why I'm here on the internet. I haven't met a single person who go, what do you mean? Really? Everybody I know, it thinks they're on a wobbly space ball. That's why I'm on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you totally.
I've told everybody the Earth is flat, and and part of me, I'm just trying to find. Are you a real player character? Are you just an NPC? I've been trying to find a real person who knows the Earth is flat. Just a human being. I feel like a castaway. And I don't want to sound fixated or obsessed on a specific subject. It happens to be the Earth being flat. Well, because it's a fundamental thing. Like I can't. I could try to make a bunch of analogies, but it's like your world perspective is built on it. I mean, and you say to someone, "Hey, the moon landing's fake." If you said that to me, regardless of how old I was, that would catch my attention right away. Even as a child, that would catch my. What do you mean the moon landing's fake? What do you mean? You mean we didn't really go there? It was just camera? A commercial? But I say that to people and they don't. No reaction. I think it's like they have jokes. The fluoride stare. Maybe they calcified mind's eye. I don't know. The jokes could be true. I think these are fundamental things, and I ask people, or I point out, hey, the Earth is flat, and they're just like, what big deal, whatever. They get silly, dude. I had to overhear it when somebody. I overheard somebody said that they overheard somebody says the Earth is flat, and here I am, you know. And I
Right.
understand. I've told everybody I know, and here I am. I'm here because they've all act like it's nothing. I'm not sure they're real people. I mean, I'm not really, dude. Okay, imagine you're loaded in a video game and they told you the level is laid out in a different way. You were given the wrong map. We'd want the right map, right? How to operate in a video game. Give me the right accurate map right away. I'd be obsessed with trying to get the right map, to figure out how to complete the level, right? How do you get all the gold coins and stuff? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I want the right map. I want to know if the moon landing's fake. I'd want to know that. I'd have an interest to know that. You know what I mean? I don't even if you have any interest in the nature of reality, is what I'm trying to say. If you have a curiosity, if you have any, if you have a mind, you know, you might find it interesting, the concept that the Earth is possibly not a wobbly space ball, an oscillating, sticky ball and a pressurized thing. These people are so programmed, Matt, by the television. They really think they're on this sticky pebble thing and a vacuum and a nothing, and they think they're on a sticky pebble thing and a nothing, and so it's pervasive to it. And you type in spiritual stuff and you get the same, like I was just on YouTube listening to some Buddhist dude go on about the planets and outer space. It's this Buddhist dude go on about, how he was like trained as a Buddhist, his whole life in the mountains in the Himalayas, and his father, the temple there, and manages in the Himalayas, and then he was going on about space, this deep spiritual stuff. I'm just saying it's in everything. They got this people so programmed, and I say to people, "Hey, you're not on that mental construct. You're not on that. You know what I mean? You're not on that thing in your head that you think the whole world is on, which you think the whole world is in or on. I don't know how to say that. You're not that dot bubble.
You're not
The world doesn't fit in that dot bubble, man.
right.
That
You're not on it, but you might be in it.
it's a cartoon. Yeah, they got this globe cartoon, and they got all these people on the flat plane, right? And I call it flat because it is when compare Kansas to a pancake. And you look at a big picture, it's flat. So anyway, they got these people across the flat plane with these globes in their head, like this. They're thinking they're on a globe, these little globe bubbles, and that's how I imagine that,
Right.
But
Yeah.
that's how I
It almost
visualize.
makes you think that there must be some kind of vril or parasite
They're so programmed. Yeah,
controlling the way they think.
that's an interesting perspective. I was just saying, I keep bringing it up to people as wondering if they're alive. Like, are you human? And you just brought up a really interesting. I wonder that a lot. I've wondered that a lot. That explains why they cryogenically preserve the MREs. These had to be cryogenically, to keep them toast, whatever critters, nice and fresh.
If it's MRE, it could be
lively.
minestrone.
Yeah, keep them lively. It's just then injected into this nice warm bloodstream. I'm sorry.
Well, the whole other psychological part of it, and it seems kind of a parallel to flat Earth.
I was just trying to say, are these people really human? I might have got too graphic. I don't want to get y'all in trouble.
No, that's all right. I was going to add that. Think about
really
it. Hey, Smurf, real quick. The psychology of it works so well. They don't even need to have like an actual parasite or anything that they physically manipulate, because the propaganda works so well, and the way that they realize the dissemination of information might work, because people, reject the idea of what we're talking about so vehemently sometimes that it makes it harder for them to ever accept the possibility that we're right, as well as that we might be right about these other things that came along. Like I almost think that maybe the timing on all of it being like obvious before the thing that really was important came along made sure that those people aren't listening to us by the time we were telling them, don't get in line for the jibby jab.
The minestrone.
Most people are polarized, in a social sort of hierarchy.
They're trained to have emotional reactions to logical evidence.
Yeah, and it's a very valid reaction. I mean, because if you're emotionally involved or attached or be a part of the system, in that you're contributing to it regardless of whether you mean to or not, then it's emotionally triggering, especially if you have kids or anything that your family might be involved with that directly would affect your mental well-being by accepting the truth or the idea that it's not what they're saying and all that.
They've been conditioned to reject the truth.
We all were.
Yeah. I just
Yeah.
call them sheeple, but yeah, we all were.
Yeah.
People. I don't want to call them people. I call them sheeple if in the year 2023, if you still think you're on a wobbly spaceball, I'm gonna call you a sheeple.
In the Quran, God calls them chattel or worse.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, I
Goyim
was
is another way of looking at it. Yeah.
they've I used to believe in the wobbly ball too, but I got an internet. I got an
The
internet
wobbly, I love the way you talk about it.
I
The
got an
wobbly
internet
ball.
Well,
Think you're on a wobbly
tell
ball?
everybody. I tell everybody you're not on this mental construct, and that the world is as you see it.
You crack me up, dude.
And you know what? No one's. That's why I'm here. I'm here. Hey, man, I love you, man. I'm just here
Love you
because.
too, bro.
Thanks, bro. I'm here because these people, everybody I've encountered, like everyone that knows me, everyone that's gotten to know me, I mean, personally,
Right.
they've gotten to know me, and a lot of people that have acquaintance with me, maybe around most people, somewhere around that half or most people. I've mentioned the
Well, your
Earth is
family,
flat.
it's like a family, like we
Yeah,
talked about. This is like the place
yeah.
that we all hang out because it's
I've
like
told.
we're
I'm just saying.
outcasts for the rest of society, even if
Yes,
we're not directly
I feel persecuted
exiled.
because in my personal experience, which is why I'm here. Over the year, I figured out the Earth is flat in watching several years ago on binge watching YouTube videos. But anyway, it became obvious. I mean, God bless the people that put those together, But I binge watched the hell out of them videos over the
Yeah.
course of several months, and I could talk about all day long. But I it became obvious, like the Earth is flat. But anyway, I'm just saying.
And it's
So
cool. You've moved on to some of
anyway,
some of the things that you were thanking me for sending, like
yeah, you
the
got some
stuff
cool
about
stuff.
that you
Yeah,
were talking about with the
Kundalini.
the Kundalini, yeah, and
And I forgot the other cool
the
stuff.
mineral salts and stuff, yeah.
Oh yeah, I got that. I got some right here. Hey,
Yeah.
and what I was just talking about, I got some astrological salts. Cool. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
what was that site that you were ordering food from again? I
oh,
meant to ask you.
it's called webstaurantstore.com. Hey,
Webstront.
I'm
Okay.
really stoned, so I forgot what I was talking about.
That's
But
all
yeah,
right.
that's cool.
I think it was Flat Earth, maybe something like
I
that.
got this cool book while I was here. This dude mentioned it, and I downloaded it. The Power of the Subconscious Mind. It's really cool.
Nice.
Let me see if I can upload it. I don't think I can write in this
Yeah,
channel.
we were talking about that when I first came in.
Yeah, I found the book and downloaded it. Hey, what was I just talking about? I lost my train of thought.
No, we're not on a wobbly brawl. You're
Oh
not on
yeah.
a mental
Hey,
construct.
I was telling people you're not on that mental construct. Like we're
Yep.
putting out signals out there, like a sonar. Hello, are you alive? Are you a thinking person out there? Because it should catch your attention, right, man? Like if a man walks in your establishment, I'm just imagining anywhere. If a man you encounter a man anywhere and he says, "Hey, the moon landing's fake," wouldn't that catch your attention? I mean, wouldn't you find that interesting? What do you
Right,
mean?
yeah, but then they have so many things that they've put into like the narrative too
You know,
that makes people adverse to it
they
because
just
they'll
dismiss
put
it.
an Alex Jones
Yeah,
character out there saying
yeah.
something along those lines that also is
It's
saying something else that's completely
oh,
crazy, so
I
they
think
just
a lot about
easy
it.
enough for them to write
Oh,
it off.
check this out. I think a lot about this. Okay, the brain, right? Okay, the brain remembers, like it has a memory membrane and it's fat and in water. I think my point is this: it's impressionable. Like I think about water, right? They've conditioned people, like conditioning water. No, but I mean they've impressioned when the programming with the television. You know what I mean? They've
Mhm.
impressioned on them to
Yeah, they
ridicule
conditioned us.
the truth. Yeah. I'm talking about in their minds. It's like their minds reject the truth in like a reactive, spongy way. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like when you bring up the truth to them, they've been so subtly brainwashed by the television, through the ripples of the flashy colors, the light show. It's caused ripples in their subconscious, like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Their brain, I think their brain is like
Well, I think that actually, yeah, that
down
was something I was
the
overhearing. I
dazzle
was kind of in and
color
out of listening to everything, and I think
of this news channel.
Gio was bringing up the whole experiments with the water, where you could actually
Yeah.
have the water image maybe from a thought or from
Oh,
something that's near the
oh yeah.
water, and it'll
Well,
give an impression of it. And I was posting those videos the other day. I
yeah, I
don't find them.
believe this 100%. Yeah, I believe that everything's visual and there's no compression or decoding or decrypting. Everything's visual, you know, like thoughts and how the body interfaces in the blood. It's all visual, you know. And you know, if you could freeze the air around me, you'd see my thoughts. You know, and I believe that.
Sure. There
You
you
know,
go.
but hey,
Nice.
what I was talking about normies in their minds, I think they're conditioned like by the television. It's like somehow it's like beaten in their mind like to reject the truth, you know. When you say something truthful, okay, now it's because the globe is like the whole thing about it is it's the inversion of reality. And I think about language is possibly it might fit with the astrological, like there's something called astrological language cubes or
Mhm.
you know, like a pattern in the sky. And what words seem to fit together, like the whirl or word, the word, the worlds or whatever.
Mhm.
Whirlwind. Anyway, hey, I just wonder. Okay, if language, okay, like Terra, like a terrorist, as that somebody said
Mhm.
that the other day. Right? Well, I wonder if they used language, if they constructed language in a way. I don't know. I wonder about like anyway. The globe is an inversion. Well, anyway, the truth. I wonder if language itself has been weaponized in this way. But I mean, like the
It
globe
is,
is
of course,
the opposite. The globe is the inversion of reality, you
for sure.
know, and the globe is what comes out of the television, and the globe is like with the flashy colors and this and the symbols and I think it impressions in the like into the fat of the brain with the fat and the water and the oil. It like you
Sure.
know they get in a trance like state. You know,
Right.
they patented
And
that shit
if it's true
fire.
that we that
Dude, a
if it's
dreamlike
true, of
state
course, that it is
where they
true that we're mostly water, right, Smurf? I think I sent you
yeah,
this
yeah.
video I'm about to post
And
again.
the dreamlike
So,
state that a child is in at a low brain wave when you're in a low cool man. Hey, yeah, I might have
hey,
seen that
Pumpkin,
one.
have you seen this video I posted? This is
Hey,
what Gio was talking about
yeah,
earlier.
you might
The
have
Veda
sent me that
Austin is her name.
before. That's
I did,
cool.
yeah.
I think I saw you sent me that before. I saw it. It's cool. It's a beautiful video. It's really beautiful
Yeah.
video. As I think that, yeah. How I was saying, it's really cool. I was saying about. I think it shows you the water from the well water is healthy water. But you
Seems
can
like
get
something we could all test for ourselves, like people
hey,
did the rice experiment, and
I was
I've never
saying
heard anyone say that they tried the rice experiment and it didn't work.
I forget what I was
I've only heard people say that it worked. And
I
this is
really
something that would be easy enough that somebody, well, she's using like really purified, the really the best spring water you can find, I
oh
guess.
yeah,
So
it's good
maybe that
for
would
you.
be part of the key. But
What are you talking about?
if you're freezing water and projecting your thoughts or using an images
Oh
and
yeah,
seeing if that is the
I
case,
believe it.
that would be something we should all try at least somehow
I
and see
believe it.
if that's the case, then it just confirms so many things, you
I
know,
totally think that's how reality works, man. It ripples in the pond water. Ripples in the
right?
pond water, dude.
And then back to what we're saying about the way the propaganda works, because if you're constantly being
Oh yeah, that's
bombarded
what
with these
I'm saying.
ideas,
They're
it
bombarded.
imprints itself on you the
That's
same
what I'm
way it would
saying.
imprint,
The imprint.
the impressions in the water are right
Yeah,
there,
I
same
think it.
way.
Oh yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. The child. I saw this somewhere. And I can explain. Look, okay, I've because well, look, I've read this that a child has a like a tape recorder that when they're in this low brain hertz state, like a few brain hertz cycles, like 3 or 6 or whatever. My point is this: the television puts them in a dreamlike, sleepy state where their brain slows down. You know what I'm saying? And like a
Hmm.
child, okay, I mentioned that because when you're older, your brain goes faster. Okay, your brain
Is that right?
waves. So when you're young, you learn stuff, rapid learning. Well, anyway, the television puts them in that dreamlike state, which allows them also to rapidly learn. And what they're learning though is all the inversion of reality, and everything is the opposite of the truth. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
Pumpkin, have you seen? Did you see? Did I post these images last time we talked about this video?
You know what I'm trying to say? They
Yeah,
they
we
turn
got
the
you.
box on, they switch the box on, and they get in a dreamlike state, and then
No, I don't think we
everything
Sure.
did.
And
out of the
the
box.
fluoride definitely
Yeah,
seems like it inhibits your growth,
that's not
either
helping either.
calcifying the pineal gland.
And the
But the
beer,
guy that was talking when you guys first started
oh,
talking earlier was, what was his name? I'm going to go back to
right,
figure out who he was. Is his whole thing about the blooming, the blooming of the pineal gland, or the
yeah.
opening up of the third eye. That seems like definitely what they don't want more than anything, and it could do
No,
directly with the fluoride and the propaganda. Of course,
thank
that's
God
what it is.
for thank God for well water.
You know what could be an interesting test, and it's along those lines of the rice and the water.
Mm-hmm.
But you could test the truth in the same way. What do you
There you
think
go.
about that?
Sure. And what idea do you mean? Maybe more
Just
directly.
true statements.
Yeah. Well, it kind of
And
seems
see,
like it
and
is.
a false statement.
Does it
You know?
fall? Does it pass the common sense test? Right. To begin with. Is that what you mean?
Right. Well, you could start there, but I mean, like, test it with any kind of true and false statements, or even because already people are doing like hateful,
Oh yeah,
fearful,
with the water. Yeah,
hateful
I see what
things.
you're saying.
But you could
Like
do untrue
would
and
it react
true.
with? Right. Instead of the emotional thing, it would just be a matter of like stating a fact, or stating something that rings true in a frequency of some sort, rather than something that, like, the vibe that would be given off by stating a contradictory, untrue thing. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
true. I bet you would show up beautiful.
Right. Just by the way that you express it, regardless of what the words are. Right. Because if it rings true, we all know that there's that resonance. And when you say something resonates with you, we all know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Even if it seems metaphysical, it seems like a true thing no matter what. Regardless of, you can't describe why something resonates with you, but we all know what that means without having to say exactly what it is, right? So in that same
Right.
way, maybe the water would be affected in a positive or negative way based on, whatever you say resonates with you. That's a good
You know,
idea, Stormfire. What's up? How you doing, brother?
I really
Everybody knows Stormfire. You know Stormfire, right, Smurf? You met
oh, he
Stormfire
was
before?
Doing amazing, bro.
Cool.
Thanks for
He's a
asking.
cool guy.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got a
You know,
positive outlook, man. He's a good guy to talk to, Smurf. If you ever want
man,
any good conversation,
cool,
he
man.
says he's doing amazing. Life is amazing, regardless of how much we have to deal with, right?
Oh, life is really cool, man.
There wouldn't
Yeah,
be any challenge. You know what? You would never know how amazing things are unless things suck really bad too, because you'd have nothing to compare it to if it was always just amazing. And that's the weird irony in the whole
oh, it
thing.
always is amazing. Life is
Yeah,
always
Yeah, I'm excited for it to get a lot harder. Why not?
right. There you go. Right, because the challenges make you do amazing things.
well. If you just stop and think about it, life is very beautiful. Always,
Seems
everywhere.
like that must be part of the justification on the powers that be part,
They're
though.
always trying to destroy.
Like give them a bunch of fucked up challenges, and then they'll do amazing things, and they'll thank us for it.
They're trying to destroy the war on. It's a friend of mine calls it the war on people.
Right. I heard you say that. Yeah, that was a
Okay, I
good way to
correlate
phrase it.
strongly with the globe. Okay, so the globe belief correlates strongly with television, the activity of having a TV in
Absolutely.
the home and watching TV, TV in the building. This is a TV set correlates with globe belief, believing in globe. Globe
Yep.
is the foundation of bullshit.
I think
So
one thing you got to
they've
add
done
in, Smurf,
deployed.
is authority.
Yeah.
Factor in authority to all that.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Well, let me tell you this though. They roll this TV set box in, and the TV set box, what comes out of it, everything that comes out of it is junk and bad in the bad stuff. The inversion of reality. So, imagine that on widespread on the population. So they got these little boxes in their dwellings now, and they open the box and they plug it in, and whoa, you're on a globe, and everything it works for the opposite for counterintuitive reasons that not don't trust your senses. Everything works for some convoluted way with mental gymnastics. We could pretend with this cartoon graphic will show you how everything works in a different way than would you know what I mean? So
Yeah, the
anyway,
consensus the
yeah,
consensus says that common
the
sense is not necessary.
my point was is they spread ignorance. My point was the effect being to on poverty. Okay, well, okay. Well, here's the thing. They spread ignorance, right? And so with the TV set widespread on the population, and that's how they rule out because knowledge is power. So
There you go.
the TV's box spreads the opposite of knowledge. Wherever there's a TV, people the more they're exposed to watching television programming, the dumber they are, and the
Yep.
stupider they are.
Hey,
And so,
hey,
you know,
Smurf, do you know who Snack of the Future is? What's up, brother? How you doing, Snack?
I
You
have to
here?
say,
this has been
I
going on.
watched a lot of TV. I will say.
Hey, this has been going on for generations, and they think they're on a globe, but I think it all has to do with the TV set. Before the TV, nobody may have believed they were on a globe. They might have made that all up recently. But I
Well,
mean, looking at the way you look at it, it's been going on generations. When I say recently, I mean the TV. It's not. This may go only as far back as the TV. This whole globe thing. What do you think about that?
Yep.
well,
Hey, Smurf, we've been talking a lot. Let's let Pumpkin add in maybe Stormfire a little more too.
people could have been only. I mean, in the future, people might say that it only started with the internet. Like I think that they definitely took advantage of the TV. They staged their moon landing and all that stuff. They definitely took advantage of it, just like they take advantage of the internet. I
What if
mean,
that's just the
what
beginning?
what would their movement be without Wikipedia?
Yeah, I downloaded that just in case to shut the internet off because there's one click and I got it. The Wikipedia. Yeah. Uh, you know,
Yeah, it's always a double-edged
I
sword. Is
think
that what
it's
you mean?
all.
Like there's
I think
benefits from the internet, but we don't.
Wikipedia.
We
Hey,
kind of appreciate the advantages it gives us at the same
I
time. Is that
think
what
it's
is that what you're
all
trying to say?
bad information. At Wikipedia. Sorry,
Hey,
what?
Smurf, let Pumpkin respond. I was trying to ask her about clarification on what she was saying. Please.
Well, I think every technology is a double-edged sword. It brings great goodness to the people, and the evil is present there as well. And it's going to continue to do its evil thing, and we are continually able, just like we are in real life, to do good things instead in different parts. Like.
Like Murphy's Law, there's always a trade-off, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I was just saying that they use technology against us because, yeah, they use us to benefit them, and they use the technology to trick us to work for them and stuff. You know, I was talking about
Yeah.
the knowledge
Well,
is power thing.
I think that they rather try to harness our good work. It's not wrong for us to work. Working is good for a person. But they just manage to find ways to take away our wealth and, hoard it for
Sounds
themselves.
like
We're like a
accounting.
cow they're milking.
Accounting, yeah. What they do account, like it makes me think of accounting, and like it makes me think of a clock, and that's just counting rhythms, like motion. But yeah, they're trying to
Mhm.
get a count of every. They're trying to get some. They try to get something from people for free, and they use this accounting to justify it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
They,
exactly.
they, they use all
Exactly.
this numbers,
U3.
and I think of like the globe is like accounting. You know, it's just a bunch of numbers. Like globe is
Yeah.
like something some accountant could have come up with. A bunch of mathematicians. You know,
Mhm. Yeah, that's why the math guys always have the most faith in it. They think if there's math, then that means it's true. And well,
You know,
the majority of the
the language.
population does, and you'll notice on topics on Wikipedia that they don't want you asking questions about, that they want you to think that they know everything about. They'll throw as much math at you as possible to make it you feel like they know tons.
It's like
Yeah,
throwing a bunch of Spanish at somebody. That's all. You know, so
yeah,
you don't speak Spanish. That's all.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like 1, 2, and 3 is ABC. You know, symbols. It's all symbols. That represent sound wave, sonic. You know, you know what I mean. And you know, and so I was just saying they use this accounting system to try to trick people, you know, into I don't know. It's weird, like you know, all sort of stuff. Society, I guess it's called society. They use this accounting system to trick people you know, working and stuff. Symbols on paper. The globe too. The globe is like accounting. I mean, it's just a bunch of numbers. It's what I was saying. The numbers are just a bunch of words. Is my point. Is that
Right.
the numbers themselves is a language. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, good point. They call it a universal language.
I think of the Tower of Babel might have something to do with math. You know, anyone ever think math might be it? I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
Spirit, it reminds me, I think I asked you a bit ago, and we started talking about Michael Brenner and the origins of language. What was the Adamic, or there was a language that you were talking about as being an origin that had something to do with Adam? Pumpkin?
The Adamaic language.
Adamaic, that's what it was, yeah.
By the way, I was
Interesting.
looking at one of those Brenner things, and I wish I had better resolution. For
No,
one,
you have to download them to
I know
actually, you have
I
to
did
actually save
download
them.
them. I
And it
did save
doesn't, they're huge when you download them. So if you take them straight from the uploads there, they're all like, very easy to read once you download it. There should be, at least. But I've had people say that even when they download it, they can't get the resolution, but I think they're on their phone, or they're not downloading directly from the original that I posted or something. But I could send them, if you send me your email, I can just send them to you that way too.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of like zoom in a couple times to get the resolution to look like clear too, because they're so big.
Hey, I
It'll
just
look like
had a
it's not
funny
clear.
thought of my imagination. Like, you know, what if
Sodomite, did you say?
I know I had a funny thought in my imagination.
Oh,
Listen,
okay.
hey, what if the government figured out how okay, what if the government figured out that we create our reality, like we dream it up, like we're collectively dreaming it up, and then the government put in the MREs this ability to control people, and by controlling the multitudes of people remotely, wirelessly, they're in a way they can play they believe they can play God. If you control the multitude of people, they're if you can control them, you can control the collective consciousness. You know what I'm saying? If people, if that's, you know what I'm trying to say, if they put something in the MREs, you know, as a back door to like wirelessly jam their air brain waves, you know, what if we collectively dream up reality, and the purpose of the MREs, you know, is they can hijack that, you know what I mean, and plug every if imagine that. What if that's the reason? I don't know. It's just I'm just really stoned over here.
I'm
Well,
cooking now, so I'm gonna let other
Cool.
people
Hey,
join in.
what are you cooking, man?
I'm making a burger.
I'm just really stoned over here.
Sorry, remind me
What do you think about that?
about what?
I forget. I'm stoned. I don't know.
Gosh, what was it?
I was talking about something. He said something about chicken. I don't know. I think I was
It's
talking about
about
modern.
a shared reality.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. Hey, what if they? I was calling them MREs, but anyway. So,
Yeah,
what if we dream up reality? What's up?
my husband and I, we call what they do belief magic because it manipulates, like, it's not a real thing, but they can generate real things from it. Like, they can produce real results from it, even though they're not using anything real. It's an illusion. So, but that's like their one thing they've got going for them. So they just use the heck out of it. They just manipulate everyone's beliefs.
Belief magic. Yeah. I think I just downloaded this cool book called The Power of the Subconscious Mind. It's super cool looking over it. It's got me thinking about what you said, manipulating their beliefs. Well, what about manipulating their subconscious? You know, this is a fascinating book. Oh, let me tell you why it's a fascinating book because it's not just some self help book. It's talking about it's just a good book. Okay, so just want to wish good things to others, I guess. Y- You know, I already do that. I just think okay, in this book it gives all these personal experiences, right? Like okay, so these people have all these struggles, you know, because they're and all these vices cause all these struggles. I'm just reading this cool book. Like this dude's envious. He doesn't have as much wealth as somebody else. But he said, "Well, wish that person great wealth," and that's how you karmically. This is a cool book. You know, that's what I was saying. This book's called it. You were talking about belief. They want to control their beliefs. I was saying, yeah, this is a really cool book about the subconscious. I was saying the subconscious might dream up reality. Is what I was trying to say. I'm really stoned. Sorry. I was trying to say the subconscious might be what builds reality, like procedurally generates reality, like a video game, like, and it's being generated by our subconscious, and we're collectively doing it as a multiplayer game. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Like all together, our subconscious is building reality, you know, as decentralized as people, thinking people they can think. There might be a conspiracy like to get people dumb, like that movie Idiocracy might be a documentary, but it might chemically dumb people down. Like they're trying to attack this like mind's eye, I think. And I think the reason they're doing it, I mean, is because the subconscious might craft reality, or and so they're trying to, like, I guess, kill that in the population, in the general
They're
population.
trying to keep you from seeing the big picture because that's what your third eye does.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Well, well, God sees the really big picture, and we're kind of like in an eye, aren't we? You know, doesn't that look like an eye?
What,
I mean,
the globe?
yeah, no, I mean that the flat Earth. We're
Oh,
inside of an eye. You know, what I mean? It kind of resembles an eye. If you think about the
yeah.
cosmology, we're inside of an eyeball. You know, and so God's eye is wide open. You know, like His mind is wide open. Like we're in His mind. You know, but I was saying, what was I talking about?
Uh,
I forgot. I'm really stoned over here.
the shape
Oh,
of the earth.
I don't know. I was talking about subconscious mind.
Yeah.
Hey, Stormfire, you still here?
Oh yeah, I was saying they might be attacking our mind's eye because it might craft reality. Our subconscious. Like a dream when you go to sleep at night and you dream all that stuff up. We might be doing that right now. Like all of us humans that can think. The more we can think, the more we might impact reality. Like uh it seems stable because there's a lot of dreamers that stabilize it. When you have a dream at night, can be more unstable relatively, like wild, because it's just you. But when you have a bunch of other people, I think like what if the world's like a
So is
dream
that
bubble?
the Mandela effect?
Well, yeah, a collective Mandela effect. What if what
So
if
it's
the whole
like
world,
if a certain portion of the world woke up and
what if
another
the whole
portion of the world
world,
had a delusion, then suddenly it would have a shift of reality.
yeah. Well, check this out. What if the whole world is a Mandela effect? What if it's made out of
Right.
it? What if the entire world is one big like Jello dream bubble? You know, well, it's a big thought. But what if the world's a thought bubble? You know,
Well, it's
so
we're
one
divided we're put
water
in the middle of some
crystallized,
waters, so whatever
yeah,
that means.
some water crystallized dream bubble. You know, well, I was just saying the mind's eye might create reality, and so they've seemed to chemically attack it. You know, that's all I'm saying.
The Quran does say that life is but the enjoyment of a passing delusion or of delusion or something. Enjoyment of delusion.
I think a lot of reality is delusion. I
Yeah.
think
Hey,
the devil
snack to the future. Are you here? Snack to the future. Calling snack to the future.
is division is divided. Hey, snacks. If I think that you said devil, when I hear the word devil, I just think of division. Like math. I know math is a language, but that's what I think of division. Like they
Yeah, it's
say to
possibly
build
related.
of the city, but the city's divided where they divide up land and stuff.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I think of like the devil is divided. That's all. We divide stuff. Like you know, that's what the root, the money, the search for money, and all that, and the authority over each other, and dividing up resource distribution of resources. All that. That's the work of the devil is the division. The work of division. You know. You know what I mean? It's the work of
Yeah.
division within people and division in families and people divided and the devil. It's division. You know what I mean? Now the opposite would be harmony, right? You know,
Hmm.
harmonious, like you know what I mean? Would be the opposite. I was just saying, you said the word devil. I was just saying that's what comes to my mind. When every time I hear the word devil, I think of division. Yeah, I was say I'm sorry, I'm stoned.
Yeah.
Something you guys were saying reminded me of when I first heard Pumpkin talking. I joined in 24/7 because she was talking about something that Snack the Future and I were talking about like the night before, where we were saying that there must be like maybe there's a collective consciousness that has like the dream world exists and the collective
Cool.
consciousness, and then if you were in close, hold on, Spurt, let me just say this, if you were in close proximity to someone like your husband or wife or sleeping right next to them, that you might tend to have more shared dreams. And then Pumpkin was talking about having a shared series of dreams with her husband. So I was like, wow, that's crazy that someone's talking about that when I was just theorizing that might be the case with Snack the night before.
Hey, that's really cool because okay, a couple's in the same toroidal field, whatever. That's like the 6 foot apart thing. But we might be inside God's like toroidal field. Okay, well, you're talking about being in near proximity, dreaming, sharing a dream, right? It reminds me of cell phones being next to each other. That you transmit data. You know, you know what I'm saying? Now, okay, now we might be inside God's dream, right? It's like a proximity thing, because we're in it. We're like characters in his dream. Well, I was saying, okay, so the um, what I say? Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Why people close together, sleep next to each other, would have share the same dream. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Is we're all sharing the same dream right now. This is what I'm trying to say. Well, I mean, because we're in God's dream. Does that make sense?
I mean, if it's a dream, then it's God's dream. If it's a toroidal field, then it's God's toroidal field.
Toroidal is like the heart. Is that an anagram? Is it an anagram for the heart, right? Which also is like tetrahedron. Or what are these numbers? What would you say about the heart? Did you say the heart, or is that me? Oh, that was you. I'm just really stoned over here.
Mhm.
The world could be like a heart chakra. I think about that too. I think a lot about the fractal nature of reality and stuff like that. I think about a lot of things. I think about chakra system and how like there's brain cells and there's fluid and I brought that up earlier. This dude's cool. I forgot how to say his name or um this dude's awesome earlier about it. But I was saying, yeah, there's this fluid in brains and the different chakra system. I brought that up about collective consciousness or something, multi-layered. I forgot. I've something about that. I forgot what I was talking about. Some good weed over here.
Okay, well, I
What's up?
ought to go for the night. It's been great talking to you guys, though.
Hey, cool. Okay, well, come back. Okay.
All right. Yeah, it's been great being
Good
here,
talking
honestly.
with you.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
too.
take care, Pumpkin. I'm going to eat now anyway. I'm going to hang up for a bit.
Hey, you
All
said
right.
you're eating chicken.
I know. Burger, bro. Burger.
Oh, burger.
But I'll
Cool,
come
dude.
back.
Well, everybody's gone now. Oh, is anybody out there? They all left me here. All right then, fine. I'll just smoke this weed then. Fine, be that way. See if I care. I don't care. I just talk to myself.
You ain't gonna answer yourself though.
Hey, what's up, Snacks?
Yeah, that's me.
How you doing, man?
Yep. Conscious. Apparently. Yeah. I think I just woke up. Yeah.
Cool, dude.
From like
That's
a lot
tight.
of lies. I was like sleeping. And I was like asleep.
Very cool.
Like suffering under the lies. But now I'm awake and I'm ready for the
Yeah.
truth.
And you also just literally woke up too.
The whole thing. Mm-hmm.
Cool, man. When I wake up, I hit the water pipe right away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, man. It seems like everything in society is all made up. It's all the globe too. It's all made up. It's all the whole thing's imaginary. It's all society. It's all made. It's all virtual. It's like a virtual overlay of reality. Society. It's all fake. It's
It's
fake.
like yeah, it's part of like image is that word mage and they make magic in video games.
Well, the hue man, the color man, isn't like the prism, the color prism, you know, what I'm saying?
The
What is?
Hue Man.
Yeah, I'm in the laser light show.
Yeah.
I'm in the prism light show.
It's like listening to Pink Floyd.
I mean, what if the world is one prism playing that?
Yeah, what was up with that? There's something that came out. It was on the Rogan thing. Some guy, he's real smart, and he like talks to Joe Rogan, and he's like, everything is like a little micro swirly thingy, you know?
Really?
You ever see that thing? It's
No,
pretty
but
cool.
know,
Basically, it's just like everything from like
that's funny.
the smallest to the biggest is just like the same kind of like interconnected, like little wave shape, just kind of moving, oscillating, doing its thing.
Man, I think there's only one thing. It's water, and I think it's bent, it's molded and formed in different ways. I think like uh, you know, in the beginning, God separated the water like thinned out like the water, and we call it air, and it set up the speaker system in the sky we call stars. It's so the world's like a sound stage, and we're like fish in water, you know. You know what I mean? I was saying everything's made out of water, and it's like the elements are structured water, like geometric. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that? You know, everything is. What do you think about that? You still there?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, I said
Yeah,
everything's made out of water.
yeah.
What do you
Not,
think about that? You're
not for
mostly
me.
water. You're made out of mostly water, aren't you?
Yes, yeah.
Hey, you're made out of water, aren't you?
I don't know what you're getting at here.
Well, isn't everybody made out of water?
Well, you couldn't pick me up with a napkin.
It's because I'm made out of water. That's why you're heavy. Because people are heavy because we're all made
Fucking,
out
what are you trying? What are you trying to get at?
of. Just saying, you're full of water. You're like a fish in water. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
You know, you're like a fish in water. And I'm also saying, like, the air you're breathing is like is like electrical conductivity or something. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, what do you think about that?
You don't got to explain everything to me. Yeah.
Well, I'm not. I'm just
I
trying
just
to
woke
explain
up. I just woke up. There's no
everything
need
is
to
like.
this.
Well, everything's like
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to Smurf. Talk to you
Yo,
later, man. Have a
hey,
good one.
what's up? Later, buddy. Hey, he couldn't handle it. I was just about to talk about sound waves. I was just about to get started on sound waves. What's up? I'm just stoned. Anybody alive? They all run away. I'm just saying, anybody alive? He was cool. He ran away. What? Cool. It's a good time to sleep. Oh, if nobody's there, I'll go check another channel. I don't know.
Come out, wherever you are. Say anything, guy. Okay. All right, do me. Prove me. You, go ahead. I'm easy. Call this coffee. It's gonna happen soon. The coffee's gonna happen soon, and then lots of words. Yeah. Working on my new perspective boy band playlist. Oh, this is a deep troll on new perspective. He'll never see this coming. Morning, Jason Smith, 1956.
Hello.
Hello. What's
So
going on? Hey.
there's a rapture in 2025, the 23rd of September.
Oh, good day.
Man, I just watched this guy's video and he done
Is that going to be blood mooning or something? That's
it's the the solstice or something. I think the Jewish people call it solstice.
On the
But
23rd?
he done all the math and he's been doing the math in his channel. His channel's unbelievable. This guy just sees all the numbers and the numbers match up, not just scripturally, but the amount of predictive programming they've done for that 9/23, 23rd of the 9th is unbelievable. It all marries up perfectly.
Yeah. Can you pull a couple numerical rabbits out of your hat?
I just watched it, the video. I'll put the link in the main thing. It's worth looking at his channel. It's insane.
That's cool. Maybe other people will check it out.
Even if you're not a Christian currently, you should check this out because
That's okay. If you could just pull out some semblance of the numerics, that would be helpful. Or any reasoning why it would be like just maybe an overarching concept on it.
You'd have to know. Do you know the Bible?
Like, can you sum it up? I've been in this.
I will.
I'm not a biblical reader per se, but I've been in this field for like about a decade or so. So
basically speaking, there's so much more to it, but there's every 2,000 years, God's calendar is 7,000 years. We're coming up on the 6,000th year, and every 2,000 years something big happens. So 2,000 years ago, obviously Jesus was born. 2030 or 2023 years ago, Jesus was born. Jesus was crucified and died in 2030. So 2,000 years from the last major event would be 2030, which is the Great Reset. That's why they're saying it. They're saying it's the Great Reset because they know a rapture's coming. That's why they're preparing to announce aliens, and they're going to try and cover it up by saying it's alien abductions. That's what this COVID thing is. That's what the Great Reset is. That's what their whole purpose for planning these smart cities and lower populations. I don't know if you saw the Deagle, the leak where it was a military site called Deagle.com. It's an American.
It's been about a few years since I heard someone else other than me know about that thing, but you go ahead and explain it.
Yeah, so they predicted all the population drops, as you saw on the Deagle site, and then they took it down. Now, a lot of people think that's the vaccine, and I did originally. That's going to slowly depopulate because you know they've all been wanting to depopulate for a long time, and the whole New World Order, George Bush, all those conspirators that everyone knows about that. I just whether people believe it, another thing is the other thing, but so they're all planning. What they're planning with this Great Reset and this AI and these smart cities and control grids, it's for the chaos, the vacuum of chaos that the rapture is going to cause. They know it too because the predictive dating 23rd, the 9th, 23 is in so many movies, and especially the end of world movies, especially a movie showing the end of the world. So it's like 50 different movies majorly dropping hints to that date. And last Trump,
Is this a previous?
Trump will come back into office in 2024, which means that he'll be the last trumpet, the last Trump. And that'll be the last Trump of Mystery Babylon, which the US is Mystery Babylon. It was founded by the Freemasons a long time ago to be Mystery Babylon. And if you date back to King Solomon, which was the first Mystery Babylon, it's the exact same timeline from the death of Jesus to before the birth of Jesus. The exact same timeline America has existed was the same date. America was founded on the same date that King Solomon's his I forget what it was. His city was founded, or his city, Mystery Babylon. So it's a repeat of history. We're coming up to the end of that cycle, and they know it. This is why the Earth is flat, by the way. This is part of the argument because they've been trying to prepare you for this for your whole life. They've been trying to prepare you to believe that it's aliens. There's aliens exist, and they're going to come abduct people, and there's a war against aliens. But
So
what you'll
you're
be
basically saying that like
really warring against will
this
be
year, is it this year that's going to be gone? This September?
2025.
Oh, 2025. Okay, so
September the 23rd
right.
of the 9th.
So we've got 2 years and a couple months.
Yep, and if you match it to the revelations in the Bible, Daniel's 7th week, which is the 7-year tribulation, the rapture happens at the midway point, 3.5 years in. That means we are in tribulations, which is rumors of wars, petulance,
I feel you. I think
I got millions more. There's the red heifers being shipped to Israel. There's the problems that Israel's having. There's the they're rebuilding the temple there. They're about to kick the Muslims out to do that. They're already started to do that. That was in the news last week. Every bit of scripture is coming true. Every bit.
Well,
So the whole thing that they're doing is to distract you from the fact that it's not a battle against the elite versus the rest of the people. It's Satanists and people who are literally, and if you want to see all their symbolism with their Satanism, they don't hide that. That's everywhere. They do devil horns. They do the 666. They do all the Freemason shit. So they're trying to hide the fact that this is a war for your soul. No word of a lie.
well,
And
as long
that's
as we're
what the
keeping it
whole. That's what the whole. People say, why the lie? Why are they lying about the heliocentric? The globe versus flat Earth.
This is
Well,
all like.
Why the lie?
I
The lie
appreciate
is
you exploring this, though.
the real truth of our creation, which is in the Bible.
Right. I appreciate you exploring it.
Yeah, if you watch his videos, you'll see timelines, dates match perfectly. Like not even close to a mistake. It's only something that a God could do. Only a timeline that a God could have.
Interesting claims. Yeah.
Yeah, so those who have woken up to flat Earth need to go a bit deeper. They need to keep going, or they're not going to be. They didn't find the bottom of the rabbit hole.
I feel as though maybe
They're too busy arguing about whether the Earth is flat or round. They haven't gone past that point in the rabbit hole. What they haven't realized is why the fuck did they lie? That
the thing is, like,
once you
I've seen it.
once you understand what they were trying to hide, you understand it's not just trying to hide it for just to trick you. Ha ha, we tricked you. Flat Earth, globe, who cares? Ha ha, that was funny. It's not just shits and giggles. It's a far bigger reason behind it, and it's literally to trick you into not realizing where you live, under whom you live, which is God and Jesus, and that Jesus was real. And that's the only way you can get saved, and they don't want you to get saved.
Yeah. This follows his own set of presumptions, though. All of it, too.
No, this is the other
logically,
thing.
so,
It's
like,
not presumptions.
it
I
seems
thought
as
that
though
too.
you're
I thought
fairly
like
sold
you.
on, brother.
I thought like
Just
you,
say-
there was no evidence of these things. But then I realized that there was a guy, Ron White, who found Noah's Ark. And it was all hidden from our history books. You're not going to learn that in school. There was also that same Ron White. He found the Ark of the Covenant, and the Israeli government covered it up. He found Jesus' blood on the Ark of the Covenant,
You
tested
can
it
go
in a
ahead and claim
laboratory.
all those. Those items are totally things that you would know that, like, I don't have in my brains. Where, as I understand that you are, like, of 100% certitude in these matters, I am, like, of just maybe 0 right now. And so I
Well,
understand, like,
maybe this is God's
a
message to you.
lot. You're saying that all this is contained within the video?
No. I just went over about multiple videos and multiple documentaries. What I just told you was the eventuation of about 2 years of research of various different things. I've gone very deep.
I can understand. There's
But
a lot of information.
you'll get to like the 100th proof, maybe even more than 100, and then you'll see the things that are in scripture that are coming true that are impossible to fake, impossible, and then you'll just freak out.
I think what it is that I've, like, determined other sets of information and been able to draw a prediction and been correct. it's not important what those things are. But
Yeah, but have you been
I don't
correct over
arrive.
100 times?
But all I'm saying is I've never arrived through that process through a scriptural method. So it's not something I would understand. You would understand it better than me.
Well, yeah, exactly right. I was exactly like you. I never understood it. And I thought it was all hibbity-dip. And the biggest argument people say is, oh, the Bible was written by man.
No, I mean specifically like only you have the buffet of info that you have assorted to reach the final, answer here. Or your
Exactly.
final
It's 2 years in, yeah. 2
That's
years
what
of
I'm saying.
research.
Like, I can't replicate that. I just, met you, so like I can't replicate all that. So I'd like to have you speak on it, where I'm not like saying no to you, but like I'm also,
Yeah, I definitely. It's so huge. Like I gave you a very, I don't know, minute summary, and it was all higgledy piggledy because it's such a complex journey.
Within the way that you laid that down, there were a lot of times where I could like hit the break button, I guess, in it, and just like try and address those micro points and just be like, okay, well, if this specific scenario was, if you're like interpreting it in one frame of reference, it's like reference frames. Making you want to talk about reference frames? Just kidding. And if I take that out and say that the explanation in there that you're using might be something that is explanative of a concern or fear rather than a true ration or logic that defines and describes the item. You know what I mean? So
Fear,
it's like
it's excitement. It's excitement. As a Christian, we can't wait for that day.
Right, I understand. So it is like a propensity to kind of like view things through that funnel or something like that, where everything does become squeezed down into this eventuality of revelation.
No, it was the opposite. It was the opposite. I understand what you're saying. I didn't come at this from a religious point. I came from a non-religious point. I came from someone who woke up during COVID and realized the whole world was a lie. So I went down 50 million different rabbit holes. The whole dinosaurs is fake. Nuclear weapons don't exist. Viruses don't exist. You name it.
Oh, good Lord. So you've done all of this trekking around in 2 years.
Yep. On a massive journey of seeing our real history and everything.
Okay.
And
yeah,
I guess
I think it's
logically question coming from a standpoint of wiping the slate clean with everything, no assumptions. So completely removed all assumptions and went right. Let's look at this. Let's look at this topic.
Yeah.
So obviously went down the vaccine topic pretty heavily. And then let's look at food, and then let's look at like a GMO food. Look at how
my belief is that if you've absorbed and processed and are trying to synthesize this information in a 2-year window, your brain's going to be on fire for the next about 5 years. I think you're going to enjoy the journey of having all these new nerve endings lit up, and I wouldn't limit yourself to the end of reality for any particular reason, even if your research does lead you there. So
that's where the risk. If you take a broad stroke, a broad stroke and you look at every overarching topic, all roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Jesus Christ and being the Savior and God. Trust me when I say that every road I went down was associated with that and linked to that. I can't stress that enough. That if you go down every one of those roads, you're going to realize where they all lead, and they all lead to one ultimate truth. And that's the big one, that Jesus Christ is real, and you must know him to be saved. That's the lifeline God gave us, and that's what they've been trying to hide all this time. It even contextualizes the whole. It even explains the whole, why are there starving people in the world? Why are people getting, kids dying of cancer? Why are sharks eating people? All the explanations of life come down to that one story in the Bible. When you read the whole Bible, you read that story. Look at that like a game guide. God gave us a game guide, a cheat code. You can either use it to understand how to finish the game, or if you ignore it at your own peril and get stuck in the game, that's where you'll end. That's what I've realized. It's a massive cheat code. Like you want to know why there's so much suffering in the world?
You brought up Deagle earlier. How do
Yeah.
you?
Wait. Let me tell you. Because the world is cursed by God early in Adam and Eve, and it's a fallen world, and it wasn't meant to be this way. So we basically disconnected from God, and He gave us a lifeline back through Jesus. But we are disconnected. We are cursed. So that's why people die of cancer. That's why there's pain and suffering. That's why this earth is suffering. And because the king of this world,
let me just.
the God of this world is Satan.
You can go ahead and
we must escape him.
You can go ahead and say all that shit if you want to.
It's real.
It's real to you.
Like I said, 2 years of research.
It's real to you right now, and it's real to some other people as well. But
No,
what I
it's
will say
scientifically
is that,
provable.
you're so. Hey,
They did DNA testing, which I'm not sure about that DNA test, but they did that. And God's signature, God's name's in our DNA. It's provable in nature. It's provable with the I forget the code. Witsit would know that the code. There's a code of life. They call it the life code, and it's basically in everything.
It's like brain spaghetti.
They call it the God's code. I forget what it's called.
Trying to follow this. Where I just would like to just get in the thinking here.
Yeah, so Deagle, I believe that Deagle was forecasting after the rapture.
Okay. That's like, if you have that concept, and if it is not true, then
well, I didn't have that concept until recently.
That's a no. What I'm saying is, you have. I don't have to engage with your truth. You already have it complete right now. You know what I mean? It's like a bunch of bricks that you've put together into a structure, and you're like, I know what this is starting to look like here, and that's what how the picture's developing for you. But I'm saying, if each one of these bricks is totally perfect, and that the logic is sound and rational, and it's real, then there's no problem. We start building it out of like half real bricks, or totally not, or just placeholder bricks, maybe. How does one develop their own like edifice of understanding, like a structure of their knowledge, to build it one brick at a time? Sometimes I think these things happen, like we don't have the same quality brick throughout the entire thing.
I think look at it this way, that this is a puzzle piece, not bricks. So this can only go one way when you if you keep throwing out if you're open-minded and you keep throwing out the puzzle pieces that don't fix, you'll find that don't fit. You'll find that these fit. And I don't. You just say like little titty bits of information. I'm talking like at least 20 to 30 different things backing up each point. Like there's and it's just like a never-ending amount of proof.
So
when you
look,
look,
you say like something like, "Oh, well, then that's why people get cancer," right? Cancer is something that people fear getting, right?
I'm not talking about specifics on that. I was just talking about why there's bad things.
I'm about to bulldoze your shit. Okay, but do you not fear that thing? Is it not a fearful event, right?
No, that's the thing.
It's a dreadful position, right?
No, at the end, you got to realize that there's no fear.
And it's in it. Okay, so you can agree with me, right, on that? You're using it as a rationale. You just answered cancer. You're just like, this is why cancer. This is why this. This is why this. But you can name off all these things that there are terrible
bad
fears.
things. Bad things happen ultimately. There's a list of 1,000 billion I could have used examples for, but actually, cancer is from most of the GMOs and the toxins in our food and vaccines. So, cancer is actually part of the satanic system, which is the system that brings us pharmaceuticals.
Right, so this is just like this is like another brick you're putting me.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more behind that. Which rabbit hole do you want to go down? I can take it deep.
It's this high because there's another brick underneath it. This brick is Satan. Underneath this brick is something else. Do you see what I'm saying? Like your structure of like how you're rationalizing this is not like my style, But
you mean there's lots of evidence that's never ending on each topic?
Somewhat true, But like, if any of these
and you can cure cancer with apricot kernels or GC math.
Or fucking mushrooms. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I haven't seen that. What's that?
Well, it's got that same thing that apricots seeds got in it.
Oh
The
yeah,
white,
B
the white dotted
B17.
mushrooms, the hallucinogenic, the flagaric, I believe.
Yeah, B17. I think it is. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
B17. Right.
turns
So
into arsenic
these
in
are
cancer cells.
alleged things. So like I don't know of anybody like I've researched to find this like you have, but I don't know firsthand of anybody like applying these methods to the problem. You know.
Yeah,
So
I do. I
so
know.
I think that there are avenues which we can find any kind of information out there on YouTube, right? And maybe if we wait a day, somebody will fucking make even the things that we can't find, right? But
I actually experiment with the shit. I actually do it. I cured my heartburn in 2 weeks. I had 15 years heartburn, and then read an article about a substance called mastic gum. The Indians used to use it, and it basically cures heartburn. You know that 1 in 3 people in America are on PPIs, protein pump inhibitors, or some form of acidic reduction in their stomach, which is known to cause Alzheimer's, osteoporosis, arthritis, and many other diseases. So curing heartburn in 2 weeks with a natural substance, they don't want you to know about that. But yeah, there was a 700-person study done. It cured 98% of them. They said further studies need to be done, as is what they always say, and then no one gave them funding to do it because they couldn't patent that substance. So anyone could put it into a pill and make it. So they suppressed it and nothing more was done. So I tried it myself. I tried bacteria up the nose that cured my sinusitis, which is a specific bacteria they rub on meat. Once again, small studies, very successful, massively successful, and was sidelined. So no, I put everything to the test. Like flat Earth, I didn't just look at it and watch videos. I went and did my own testing. I went and did curvature testing and set up things and done some lasers and took some pictures. So yeah, each thing you got to actually live it as well.
yeah,
Not
Jason
just
Smith,
not
you're a
just
hell of a
theorize
fella.
it.
You're a hell of a fella. These 2 items you just dropped were the most important things to me that you've said, and maybe the most important things that somebody has said in quite some time to me personally. So I really appreciate you talking about mastic gum as a cure for heartburn and
Good.
what repetitive what do they call it? Reflux, acid
GERD.
reflux.
They call it GERD, gastrointestinal something.
Okay. And what sort of bacteria do you treat sinusitis with?
I can go get it. I have to. It's going to be one of those long names. I'm going to have to get it and type it in slowly. I have to go downstairs. Hang on.
Okay.
But
Well, you
I'll
just take
just
your time
explain
with
it
that.
and I'll
It's
go
not,
get it.
but yeah, really,
Basically,
really interesting things. But these are
I might be
definitely
able to find the
useful
YouTube video
items for
where the
sure.
dude did the test. Actually, I might be able to find the YouTube channel. He'll tell you what it is. It'll be easier. Hold on 1 sec. It's
Yeah.
an important one. If you ever get any sinus issues, like even these people who have seasonal sinus and they think they're allergic to things, it's an imbalance of bacteria. Just the same as you take good bacteria to fix your intestines, you should line your sinuses with the right bacteria, and you never get an issue. And this bacteria is
Sinus
one of them.
prebiotic. I have never thought of this kind of thing. That's great.
Yeah, you use earbuds. You just put a spoon of it in some
Yeah.
completely filtered water, like hardcore filtered.
Mhm.
And you put a spoon of it in there, stir it around, grab a little, the earbuds you put in your ear, you just dunk it into that, and then put it up your nose and sniff it back,
Yeah. Well,
and
that's
it
really interesting.
relines it. I actually did it when I had a cold, and it totally got rid of all the mucus. I'll just try and find a video. Hang on.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, because I've heard even things like there's like scalp prebiotic and stuff like that, like just different things that like just help your body out. It's like what your body wants to be around, I guess. Really interesting. Hey, shout out to the new person, Mishu. What's going on? Sprawling topics late at night. Here we are.
Yeah, not much. Good morning for me. I'm just gonna listen.
Good. I think I'm proud of myself for successfully diverting what was possibly not a good conversation for me into a great conversation for me. Aha, score. Congratulations. Yeah. So put your hands together, kind of just shake them in the air. Yes. And we're 1/2 of a French press in here, catapulting into high caffeination. We're entering a high caffeination zone soon. I'm sure the person I'm speaking with, probably tell Jason Smith, probably tell me that drinking this much coffee is perhaps dangerous.
All right, I got it. I just wanted to make sure I didn't bum steer. I gave the right video. So this is where I got the idea from, and it will tell you the bacteria in it.
Yeah. I've also heard of other people doing something with. Actually, as a gentleman who was suffering from basically with the worst case of described allergies I've ever heard of. You know, basically every single day, just crushing it with allergies, and he goes through this like whole journey. Eventually, tries to get himself infected with hookworm to create an autoimmune distraction because his autoimmune system is trying to get at his sinuses all the time, which causes his allergies. So allergies in a way are like an autoimmune thing.
Well, he should try this. This might actually fix it because depending on the problem, a lot of what we think is an immune response is allergic response to the bacteria that is eating. And the reason why it's seasonal is that bacteria eating different products, like whether it be pollen or whatever, that bacteria starts to consume. Depending on the type of bacteria, some bacteria, when they eat certain food, they shit out toxins. So their actual waste is toxic, and your body can have an allergic reaction to that, or a detox reaction where it's trying to prevent that from getting in the body. So if he's lined his sinuses with the right bacteria that doesn't do that, it might fix it. Worth a try.
Huh. So I don't know. You think about like yeast at all? Like that's just in the air, kind of everywhere. Weird way. I just wonder if we don't interact with us, it's not part of inside of us. You know, it grows on the grapes, and then the grapes make wine. You know, it's like it's an interesting
Yeah,
thing.
well, there's definitely candida, which our bodies constantly battle with, and if you actually get an overrun with candida, that's like that can actually the candida can actually take over your thinking. It can make you crave sweet sugar. It can actually affect your neurons. There was a video about that where it talked about
You know
how
what? Like either I
it's
have
sort of like
that,
a
or I
zombie
just
fungus.
I somewhat believe that I I went through an exclusionary diet where I basically did I think 2 days just no meats and no oils. I think I just hit no, some maybe it's a little bit of oil, but very little. Um, for just like I just hit like salads. I was just crushing like lettuce heads like crazy, right? For a couple days. Then I'm like, okay, I need some meat right now, you know. So I started like just incrementally, just like building my spectrum of foods back up, you know. But the hardest thing here is to like manage sugar and sugar cravings. That shit was driving me literally and figuratively crazy. like I actually did drink something that had sugar in it, but like I hallucinated that I was like, oh, this doesn't actually have sugar in it, and I just drank it, and I was like, I was like, I felt like I was battling something inside that's controlling my mind, controlling my impulse, because I know this is part of it. I'm also quitting smoking at this time. That has a lot to do with like cravings and impulse satiations and all those things. You know, I'm really doing some deep unwiring here, really trying to declutter, you know, my connections, trying to reset it. You know what I'm saying? You ever go through that?
Yeah, just I was laughing when you were speaking. I'm like, yeah, 100%. I just did it recently. Did it's like a vegetable shake thing, or what do you call it, plant-based diet, but not soy because that's not good for men. So it's pea based protein shake thing, and we're doing like a week of it just to drop some weight, and that was the first time I've done because there's no sugar in these shakes, like zero. I think look, maybe 2 grams or something per shake, but nothing. So I was just having that 3 times a day, and yeah, by the third day, that's the first time in probably my whole life I've gone without sugar for 3 days, or was actually going to do it for a whole week. Yeah, but by the third day, I felt like I was shaken. I was like headache, like that just was so powerful. I
Yeah.
felt I felt anxiety. I felt like I was losing control, and I
You know, it
said,
makes me feel like I was
quitting
dying.
sugar is people have compared it to quitting heroin. They say it's not much different.
Something inside, like, okay, because what I believe is there's like this intelligent little monster that's like hanging out like right near my stomach area. Okay, that's where he lives, right? And when I start cutting the sugars down, he's like, "Fuck, I don't." And when I hit him with the vinegar, I hit like shitloads of vinegar and salt and stuff like that. Increases all the electrical fucking like a battery, fucking. You know, it's like and then it's like I need sugar, and when I have it beaten down, and it's just at the fucking point where I'm about to crush it, it like can just take control of my brain and just like
Yeah, because
get the
it makes
sugar.
you literally feel like you're dying. It makes, I don't know how it does it, but it makes you
Yeah,
panic. Like
it
am I going to
does.
have a heart attack? Am I going to have a heart attack? Like, am I going to die?
So I
And
think the thing is like next time is just to like treat it with just like something like uh, enough sugar just to put on my fingertip, just a touch on the tongue to send the signal to it because it can't know that I actually swallowed it or not. All it does is it's
I should
attached
try
to my
that.
taste buds. That's attached to my taste buds to where that's why runners can keep running.
I had one
It,
bite of a banana throughout that shake thing to get me through.
yeah,
I thought I need something, and I thought I'll have a natural sugar, so I'll just have a bite of a banana, and that
right.
did dissipate it
Yeah.
quietened it down for a little bit,
What
but it came
the
back
second
hard the
I
next day.
drank the second I drank the sugary drink that I drank, I heard a sound in my gut go haw haw haw, and I was like, "That's creepy and fucked up." But
You
that's
went that
exact. I
far.
really do feel like I'm battling this like little like monster. It's really
Well,
weird.
candida, it might just be candida. That's probably what's causing the issues. Because you look up the study. There was a study they did on
What?
candida controlling. It's a fungi. It's a fungi that they call it the zombie fungi though, because it literally, that you got more neurons in your stomach and in your bowel system than you do in your brain.
Well, it's
Um,
not as many, but it's you have as many as a cat brain amount of neurons, but it's significant. Cats are fucking. How about cats, dude?
oh, okay. The
They'll
one I
fucking
read
trick
said
you,
that there
and
was more.
that's what this thing is tricky like a cat. That's what I feel like. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's activating those the gut relation. When we have, you can't tell me the stomach's not involved in emotions. 100% is. That's why you feel queasy when you're upset. That's why vice versa. You can feel queasy, which makes you feel upset. There's the stomach mind connection is huge. So if you've got a bunch of fungi in there releasing chemicals directly into the lining of the stomach, and that's reverting back up is it the vagus nerve, the major connection? The major nerve systems are connected back to
Yeah,
your brain. It's gonna affect your mood.
yeah,
It's
it's gonna
gonna
make you feel queasy, nauseous, upset stomach, like you just like on a roller coaster feel or something like that. Yeah, make
no. I
you
mean,
like
it
start
could make you feel
sweating.
anxiety. It could make you feel anger. It could make you feel like real emotions.
Hmm. Yeah. is that it's just weird. Like once you start like understanding like how much like our personhood is sometimes governed by impulse control problems and like on under the hood stuff like this.
And
You
you
know,
won't like this. You won't like this U-turn. But what do you think that is? Could it possibly be demonic influence?
like
Could it
why does it
possibly
sound
be?
like that? Like what? Why
Could
did
it
my
possibly
stomach make
be
us
the?
sound like a
Could it
like it
possibly
sounded
be
like
the
it's so
realm we
funny.
can't see? The energy realm where
I believe there's just like truth and
some would
sound
call it
and that
fallen
tells me
angels and the
that
Nephilim, which were the demons. Some would say the fallen angels, the
dude,
Nephilim. Some
I
would say
can't.
that they're trying to influence you. That might be what your impulse control is. Why you can take heroin? Why some people can take heroin knowing that it could lead to their death. You know, that's a weird that's a weird impulse to have. We tend to do things like eat McDonald's that kills us.
Well, I think it's like we're prone to adventure, even though adventure might kill us too. So it's like
Or
I think that
picture a little
just
demon
in
in
a
your
deeper
ear.
core way that like there's something of the drive to life is a equally in the drive of death. You know, like drive
Or
toward live fast, die young kind of conceptual.
or which that makes no sense. That's just that doesn't really. That's saying possibly. It doesn't ring true. But a more simple explanation is in the Bible, saying that there is energetic beings living all around us, influencing us, and as it says, we wrestle not against principalities of this world, but we wrestle against evil and principalities of the other world. I didn't quote that right, but
You know, I'm a
point
little
is,
simpler
we
with it.
wrestle.
I just feel like there's light and darkness, and darkness always wants to get at the light, and light always just like has to
Well, now picture
flash
that
hard
darkness.
to freak the darkness out. You know,
Well,
it's just a battle between.
that's a good new age explanation. Now
No, it's
instead of
it's the oldest age explanation. Actually, it goes back to Rig
well,
Veda.
no, it's
So
not
like,
because time
it's
is not
basic. It's
what they've
before
told
the
us.
Bible. Sorry, it's before your four canons were ever thought of. It's thousands of years predates that situation, but
We're only
whatever. It's
6,000 years old, and the Bible's covered every second of it.
you find your truth, I'll
but that's a
find mine.
different
But you know
argument.
what I mean? Like we're gonna pick our diets differently as well. Probably have different tastes. It's fine.
Yeah, but now you just said that the good and bad energies. Now fill them in as the dark energies being fallen angels and Nephilim, i.e., fallen angels and demons, being energetic beings, and the light being God
But
and Jesus.
but okay, in another context, you could look at these angel falling things as angles falling or as stars falling off the horizon.
They are
Off the
stars.
ecliptic,
Angels are
right?
stars.
The war in heaven, the war in heaven is documented through many cultures. The war in heaven is part of this seasonal calendaric story.
Angels are stars. Angels are stars. In the Bible, it explains angels as having a wheel within a wheel when they're a stranger.
So in China,
And
right?
if you look at stars, they have a wheel within a wheel. They have a circle within a circle. They are fallen angels. That's why the devil is trying to mimic that same system that God has by having stars that he controls. You notice how every celebrity is a Freemason and they all salute to Satan. Well, Satan wants stars, which is angels, and then they will become fallen stars when he chooses, which is why he'll take the
Right, in
stars
the
down when he.
fall. In the fall, like when they fall off the out of the sky, and winter comes.
Well, no, when the fallen look at it like this: like Satan down here, this leads into that 2025 rapture I was talking about. Satan is mimicking God.
Which you have to, if you give me
The
this.
Antichrist will throw the celebrities under a bus soon. That's what this whole fake Q movement, if you've ever seen it, is. It's about saying that Trump's going to expose all the celebrities that are all satanic and drink baby blood and all that stuff, and he's going to expose them and take them all down. He
Tell
may
them
do that, which is mimicking taking down what God did to the fallen angels, which was remove them and cast them out of heaven. So in this the Antichrist, being Trump, will cast out the stars, the fallen stars, as in he'll throw the celebrities under the bus before before he is announced to take, and he'll use that as an excuse to say he's saving the world to become the one world government, and that all the governments around the world all betrayed you with the jab and they all screwed you over, and I'm here to save you, and your currency's collapsed, and I'm here to save you with this new quantum, they call it the quantum financial system, and it's all good, it's attached to AI, it's safe, and then that's how the Antichrist thing takes off.
All right, I'm going to take this cue, just take a pause, and I'll be back. And
Enjoy. I hope you think about some of that. It's deep, trust me. Your very soul may rely on that.
You against Trump or for Trump then?
I think Trump's the Antichrist. So he'll be elected in 2024. He'll be re-elected 100%. They're setting that up. That's why Biden. That's why he didn't fight the Biden win so much, because he needed Biden to come in to do all the dirty work so that he could come in as the hero later. They're all working together. They're all Freemasons. They're all part of the same club. There's no differentiation between countries or people. They're all part of a satanic group. There's mountains of evidence of that. America was founded as a Freemasonic country to be Mystery Babylon. That's why Washington D.C. is in the shape of a pentagram. That's why there's the Illuminati symbol on their $1 bill. That's why the whole of America is always warmongering, always evil. So yes, Trump is, in my belief, Trump is probably my top 1 or 2 as the Antichrist. So he's playing the hero, but he's going to throw them under a bus. So he's working together with them, but he's going to throw them under the bus, exactly like it says in the Bible, that he will make a deal with the harlot, and he'll break that deal halfway through the week, which is 3.5 years into the tribulation. And him breaking that, that's why the celebrities hate him. That's why the celebrities hate Trump, because they know he's going to throw them under a bus.
Yeah. That's very interesting. Well, where does Elon Musk fit into the equation then?
I think his mother's obviously a prominent female Freemason satanic witch, literally.
Yeah.
She wears witchcraft everywhere. So he's heavily indoctrinated in it. He's just one of their puppets, one of their front guys. They try and make you like him, but he's heavily involved in it. And he's going to play the good guy. So look at it like in the Bible, there will be the harlot, which is the satanic group. And then it says early that even the Antichrist himself will be taken down by the harlot for a period, but then he will rise again and destroy the harlot. So I look at Team Harlot as Biden, Obama, that side of things, and all the celebrities, all the people, like Whoopi Goldberg, all these people who hate Trump, they're the Team Harlot. So it's 2 satanic people against each other, and Team Trump is the Antichrist side of things. So you've got Trump, Elon Musk, and all his Q movement and all that bullshit. DeSantis, that's the Antichrist movement. So they're the ones that are going to rise again, exactly like it says in the Bible. He will get a head wound, i.e. Stormy Daniels. The storm is upon us. Stormy. So it's all he's getting the head wound now, and this is a giant distraction. And then he'll rise back up, and he'll take the election in 2024, and then he'll throw them all under a bus, and he'll be the hero of the day.
Hopefully that comes out all right. That's
well,
true.
It won't. You got to get raptured. The rapture is in 2025. So, well, we think there's some good indications of it, and that they know it's coming too. It was on Family Guy. It was in Simpsons. They showed it to you, the dates. They've done the predictive programming for it. It's in about 50 different movies. And I think that's what the 2030 Great Reset is. I think they know. I kept on asking myself, why are these dudes, like, they already controlled the world. They already did their sick shit in the background, sacrificing children, raping children, all that shit. They already did that. They already had that. They didn't have to worry. They did it on islands. They were too rich to touch. They already had the world under full control. Why did they rock the boat with this fucking coronavirus? Why did they push too far? What are they planning for? And I realized that then you look at all the rapture predictive programming and them setting up aliens to be the fall guys to tell people that, hey, it was the aliens, that was an alien abduction. We've just had an attack from an alien mothership, which they said on mainstream news that there is potentially a mothership in our universe. They literally said that on mainstream news. So that's where my 2 years of research has led me.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting there's certain elements to that, but
I mean, that's why they lie. That's why the lie. I don't know if you're a flat earther or a glober, but that's why people say, "Why would they lie?" That's part of the big reason why. That's why they said. That's why they faked evolution. It's a deception because they are. These people are satanic. Number one, there's
deceivers.
a
Yeah,
mountain of evidence of that.
deceivers
They're
of man.
satanic. They worship the fallen angels and Lucifer and Satan.
Yep.
They have made their bed. They don't think they've got any chance of being saved. They are sucking up to the boss that they believe they'll be under, which is Satan. Now, I can't know exactly whether they think Satan will win the final battle. I don't know why you would worship Satan if you've ever read the Bible, but maybe Satan's convinced them that he will win. There was some Freemasons that leaked that at the top of the hierarchy of the satanic side of the Freemasons, they believe that God had abandoned this world and that they're not sure he will come back. So maybe that's how they've been deceived. But they're probably just like, you look at someone working for the CIA now, their heads up their ass so far that if their boss came to them and said, we need to cover up the rapture that's happening, they wouldn't even think twice about the fact that they were just told there's a rapture, number one, and that they're on the side of evil. They would simply go straight into problem mode. How are we going to keep people calm? How are we going to keep control of the world? They are so far up their own ass and so detached from their own spirituality and their own reality that they are so hell bent on control.
I remember it was
that they wouldn't even care.
Yeah, I know that's why nothing gets investigated in America. Everything's stalling. All these stupid congressional hearings are a joke, and they're always 2 years too late.
They're all theatre. Yeah, they're all theatre that distract you from. If you're watching something that's happening, it's because something else is happening in the background that they don't want you to see.
And they time it perfectly every time. Like those stupid balloons. That was a good timing for the whole Biden Hunter laptop and all that. Yeah, it was just perfect.
Once you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther, I take it.
I'm a flatter.
Yeah, good. So yeah, no, that's why understanding flat Earth is a really good. There's many other ways to spot the fakers and spot the controlled opposition, but the moment that's why it's important to know, because you can immediately go, "That's bullshit. That's a satellite." But yeah, and you can just laugh when when they talk about climate change. You can just laugh, and you just know fucking 1,000,000% it's fake.
Yeah, exactly. We were just discussing this on another channel, like a similar topic. Like the ridiculousness, like they use environmentalism to control children and low IQ women. They think they're saving the world, but they're actually destroying the world by buying all this stupid technology that's outdated and hardly works.
I mean, look at the damage that 5G is doing to the microfauna and the bees and the insect populations. It's decimating it.
Yeah, it's very bad.
Yeah.
And they make
you sounded like you're in
up all
Australia.
these excuses for the death. They made up all these excuses for the death of the bees.
Yeah, I was about to say
But,
that.
like,
I was about to say exactly what you just said. We're thinking alike. I was about to say, and then you got the environment, the agencies in Australia just mass murdering bees, and also they shut down a prawn area in, I don't know where it was, but they shut down this massive prawn area for this so-called spotted prawn disease that happens on prawns. Yet where they shut down, they haven't found any of the disease in the wild. Yet they shut the whole fucking
they
operation.
make this shit up. Yeah.
They just
also,
make up bullshit.
Yeah. The thing is, we were discussing earlier how the AI algorithm was changed, right? For the YouTube Google algorithm. So, leading up to 2015-16 Trump election, it was a popularity algorithm. So if you were popular and your videos were circulating, you'd be boosted up the algorithm, yeah? So that's why Trump, he probably wasn't fully aware of it, but so many people were posting Trump on YouTube and Google that it boosted his popularity off the charts, right? So you'd get on the internet or use Google, and the AI was just favoring Trump constantly, and they didn't have to do anything. So they're saying, "Oh no, it was Russian meddling," right? No, it wasn't Russian meddling. It was their own systems doing what they're supposed to do. So that's when they put that Susan Lewinsky in charge or whatever, and they broke the algorithm and they divided the world into sections and countries, and they wrote sort of like a script for each country. So therefore, because as what we were saying, Trump was so popular on YouTube and on Google that there was villages in India building statues to Trump, right? Who usually would never even have any interest in Trump at all. So
Yeah,
so
but was that an accident? They didn't know about. I think they knew about that, but that's why
yeah, no,
they
but you're
swear
not
he's
okay.
the Antichrist.
But I'm just yeah, I understand your point, but there was element to reality to it, whereas you could say he is the Antichrist. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
But
if you look in 2025, if he's the last president.